Live. No way.
I'm doing great. We are down to six teams now, and in the playoffs, a big handoff to all of the teams who are kind of clamoring in tonight, especially since we're going to have 3 action-packed days this weekend of straight playoffs, and I'm just hyped. I'm ready for it.
Same.
I was told I'm muted on the stream right now.
You were. I'm not sure how that happened, but we're there
what
now.
What an epic intro that you murdered.
What an epic intro that T-Rex didn't need to do, you know.
Honestly, you guys know the deal. It's welcome to the North American Squad League. We're here, playoffs, all that good stuff. G, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. You know, I can say I'm excited for today. I don't know if you guys have seen or have been looking at me and T-Rex, but I don't know if you see what we got on here, but this is an official Team First Blood jersey.
I don't know what you're talking about. Is that what this is? Oh my god. I thought my girl bought me a shirt or something. I saw it in the mail today. No, yeah, we're definitely, we got some Team First Blood's jerseys on. They didn't have a sock. They didn't have Team First Blood socks yet, so Private didn't get one.
In the mail.
This does not mean we're all cheering for Team First Blood. This does not mean we're all First Blood fans. And, I mean, except for G, he voted for them to win tonight's game. And I want everyone to know that just because we're wearing the jersey, it's just a representation because I think it's cool. I think the fact that there's some teams growing and doing things like this, I think it's amazing. But as we start talking about how we think these matchups are going to go, you'll see that just because, you know, I'm rocking the jersey, I might have different opinions about tonight's games. And speaking of opinions, Private, how do you feel about this game coming up, this series coming up?
Man, it's going to be Ackerman versus Team First Blood. And you guys already know, anybody who's watched any of these or heard me talk about them knows it's biased. I'm a Team First Blood fanboy. I have been since the end of last season, since they've come in here this season. I know how hard they work, how involved with the scene that they are, how in they are with North America. However, they are facing the newest powerhouse in the squad league right now, which is Ackerman. Shades of Area 77 there, and they have just been dominant right now. Yato, Kush, T, Gals Cutie, and of course the new addition of Zia. And it has been basically all sweeps, and we've actually seen this match. This was a little bit of bad blood, I want to say. Not bad blood as in real drama, but a little bit, hopefully, of some vengeance from the side of Team First Blood, as they were kind of the first victims against Ackerman in the league when they first came in.
Most definitely. Now, I think we're definitely in store for a good series. I think we're in store for a great set of games. But I don't think it's going to be easy for Team First Blood at all. As you know, we were talking about this a little bit last night in the podcast that we'll be releasing later tonight. And I honestly, Ackerman completely swept Team First Blood in the season, completely blew them out. And I think from there to now, Ackerman has only gotten better. I think this is going to be a big wall for Team First Blood. I think if Team First Blood want to make it to the semifinals, to the next round, and secure a better spot, you know, an even closer spot to the finals, they're going to have to play very hard and be ready for the aggression of Ackerman, because we already know Ackerman is going to come in swinging. Ackerman is, and if they don't, Ackerman still has such a great 7-minute game. Like right when they get around that 6 minutes, they can even take a death or two, be a little behind, but when they hit that mid-game spike, they are just ready to brawl. Once they get into rotating, once they get a little bit ahead of you, it is very hard to slow me down. So I think the winning condition for TFB is pacing. Figure out how you want to pace out this series, how you want to pace out the games, and make sure you keep it steady. Maybe don't play too aggressive in the beginning, but also don't let them roll over you.
Yeah, I feel you there. I feel you. And I think like how you were approaching it and everything with them, I feel like that is also very key for them to do, especially against the Ackerman. You know, like they got to be on their P's and Q's. It's a strong team they're going against, you know. I want to see what they can definitely do. I think the teams are almost ready, so we will be getting in there here soon. But we are seeing possibly some sound issues. What are we?
Maybe we jump on a quick. Yeah, well, the team should be ready in just a minute or two. Let's go on a quick waiting screen for like 2 minutes and see if we can figure it out. Hopefully we can come back and make it sound a bit better.
We should be good. Like I've been adjusting it, and I think it'd be good to kind of hear some feedback on what they think, because I'm hearing like it does sound a little muffled, but I had to turn you guys up, so
maybe it's just the connection for the. Maybe we should try a new room.
I can do that.
I can hear T-Rex all right. I can hear Echo all right. So, and hopefully you guys can hear me clearly without any issues. So, I mean,
well, we're getting some thumbs up that it's the sound is good now.
Let's just
people are tripping.
People are tripping. People. Thanks, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Nick. Anyways,
all right.
So I think the teams are ready. So once again, Team First Blood up against Ackerman. Ackerman will have first pick on this draft. Now, so here's the question, right? We've been seeing the Beatrix slowly become a lot more important. We've been seeing some other heroes, the Ballman. A lot of teams have been favoring that. I know that Yato recently has been kind of bringing back that Lilia. I feel like we went for a spurt of time where we weren't seeing it as much from him, at least during the season, but he has been bringing it back in. A few other teams have bringing it back in. So I think those are a few picks we want to watch out for. Zia on the Beatrix, very, very deadly. And I think there's like a huge distinction between Zia's Beatrix and like his Claude or his Bruno or some of those other things. Like I think his Beatrix is like almost, I think it's like undefeated right now personally. So I don't think that's something that TFB wants to let him lock in immediately.
No, I wouldn't allow any marksman to be locked in like that. And that's one of the things I pointed out a long time ago, is that just like the gold lane, you got to shut that down. And if you don't shut it down, and it's going to cause problems. And the biggest thing is that Ackerman knows how to adjust and respond to an aggressive jump into their gold lane. So that's also another thing they have to target for. But they're already getting rid of the Fanny private.
Yeah, they're getting rid of the Fanny. A lot of those high skill heroes that they've known that, I mean, Ackerman does have some of those fast hands that really kind of raise the roof on, yeah, well, those, you know, those heroes, the Fanny, the Lance, the Ling, people with that skill cap that can really raise that ceiling on those types of heroes, and Fanny being one of those. So they're gonna go ahead and take that out there. I also do agree. I feel like the Beatrix is something that you're gonna want to take away, just because as far as Beatrix and Claude are concerned, Claude does have a later game than Beatrix, is a little bit more dependent on those items, the Demon Hunter sword, the golden staff, whereas Beatrix just has too much more versatility, where she starts coming in, I want to say around the 6 minute mark, that she's really, I mean, you could probably pretty much come in at any time with the Beatrix, but like that's really where she starts getting those spikes and starts coming up, whereas Claude really needs to wait a little bit for those items. I want to say around the 10-minute mark, and then you're only really capitalizing on him if you dive into like those team compositions. So we're seeing the bans taken out of here, and Diggy is a surprising ban for me, just because it's not too surprising, just because last week we saw a lot of Diggies played, and I feel like we're starting to adjust kind of to that overseas meta where you've just seen him in that time journey kind of just take off on teams, and especially with the aggression that we've seen.
I think we need this last ban, right? So I think with the Claude being banned out, there's even more input on like this Beatrix, right? Because now like one of the other top marksmen off the field, and TFB is in a very tight position here, right? Like, do we ban out this Beatrix? The Fermis is also still open, so we have to worry about that. If we ban out the Fermis, we give them the Beatrix, and we have no Claude to respond with. We don't really have any like marksman, I think, that can really compete with her. No big movement to dodge those snipe shots, things like that. They go for the Fermis. My guess is Ackerman just locks in this Beatrix off rip. Possibly the Akai's, maybe locking the jungler first. But I think you really want to put Z on that Beatrix immediately. I think it's just a solid pick up front.
Yeah, I would see it coming here, that's for sure. But I mean, there's so many options here. You have the Julian, the Bia. They ended up taking out the Faramis, so definitely don't have that there. And I think that's what kind of was trying to, what TFB was trying to do was kind of bait some picks, and they don't even go with it. They go with the Wan instead.
I like the Wan, and Zia has a nice Wan. He does have a nice Wan. Is the potato coffee right now?
I was joking.
I would say that like Zia's Wan, even before like it turned into 3 weakness counters, he was pulling it out of pocket and making it work. I'm still like, everyone talks about the Wan being so broken, and I do think Zia has the capabilities to make it be broken, but at the same time, I'm wondering if it's valid over the Beatrix, you know, and especially because you're giving up 2 picks right now. And the side of TFP decides to lock in the Akai and the Ballman, 2 nice powerhouse picks, some nice CC for your tank, possible invasion ability also with the tank and the Ballman. So a pretty solid front line so far, sit down from TFB.
Well, with the Wan, if you're going to play devil's advocate here, I feel like Wan actually has more counters than actually picking the Beatrix. So this might actually be a little better for TFB, just because you've got the Clint, you've got potentially Irithel. I've heard Irithel's a counter. I haven't really seen it be like this great counter to Wan. Popol and Koopa's a decent counter as well. I mean, it's one of those high risk, high rewards, and she's another one that really does take a lot to kind of get into the mode where she can start launching off those devastating ults to the teammates there. So we're gonna see how well it plays in, but it does look like they're gonna go ahead and pick up this Beatrix unless they're toying with us.
I feel like with a Beatrix, if well positioned with a shotgun, you could get a Wan. It's just if you're attempting to try to use a sniper on Bia, it is definitely a huge problem.
I think the Wan definitely out damages her. You have burst, you have a bit more capabilities, I think utilities. The thing about the Wan is you get in the late game, she can definitely be a game changer. But right now with the front line of a Ballman and an Akai, 2 very tanky heroes, those are 2 targets she immediately can never go for. What I will say for Ackerman is you've now locked in the Franco, which could help Zia really get ahead. I got a feeling we might see some ganks in the gold lane from this Franco, maybe an immediate rotation to the gold lane from the Franco. Like, he's not even going to touch mid lane for the first minute. He's going to try to get a play onto Gina, right? They lock in a solid EXP laner with the Esmeralda. So both teams, I feel like, have a decent lineup right now. They've brought in some front, they've brought in some back, some early game, late game, a lot of possibilities coming from both sides.
Yeah, and right now I just see the Dyroth getting taken out there so that they're trying to protect that XP lane. Not too much left as an XP laner. I mean, you could think about Uranus, but you've already got a real decent grasp on the tankiness for your team with an Akai and a Balmond there right now. I mean, maybe you might want to look for just a little bit more damage on the side of a Team First Blood, and we do see them kind of taking out a lot of those junglers on their side, and then there goes the Karina ban out as well. So I mean, right now I'm looking for maybe a little bit more late game sustain, possibly the Sicilian or another mage that can help carry them with the damage as well. Farja probably wouldn't be too awful here. Right now it's become a point where Farja and Yves, I feel like a lot of NA people are starting to distance themselves from those mages that kind of leave themselves open during their ultimates.
It's true. I think what I'm also wondering from the side of Akron is, what are we going to see for jungle right now? Do we pick up something like a fighter jungle, something like the Paquito, the Thamus, something along those lines to kind of compete with Joy Kid on this Ballman? Or do we go for maybe an assassin, maybe pick up the Ling, pick up a Lancelot, something a bit spicier, a bit crazier? Merciless is going to lock the Paquito for the XP lane. I think he was hovering over that Uranus. I would have liked it, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. We're now down to the side of Ackerman. They need to pick up a mage. They need to pick up a jungler.
Well, we do see that they already took out Karina and the Julian. Probably would have been some of my picks. Maybe not against a Belmont. I do feel like Karina gets out damaged by her, but an incept here of somebody we haven't seen in a while, Barats. If we're gonna go ahead and stick with it, looks like we are. The only thing that kind of the reason that he's kind of fallen out of favor here in NA is just because his mobility can be a pretty decent issue. And then early game, he doesn't really have a lot of magic defense by default, so he can really be taken down a lot, and that lack of movement can really be a hindrance to some teams. But I mean, you can see right now with the Lilia pickup, I think it kind of makes up for where Barats kind of fails, because she could throw out those bombs, throw out a lot of slow. There's a lot of CC on their team too, so he's not really going to have to chase if they get caught.
I think with the Barats as well, it's not going to be easy to bully. Like, you're not going to be able to just come in and just completely bully the Barats out of his blue buff or out of his red buff. I mean, it's possible, but it's not something that would have been easy to do to a Ling or something in that nature, right? So you have a bit of a tankier jungle. I'm just wondering how he rotates. He doesn't have a Raph behind him to help him speed up and move around the map. He's going to be a bit slower, especially compared to a Balmond. So at this point, I feel like Ackerman really kind of leaning into the late game here, or mid to late game, as I've said. A lot of pressure is going on to the shoulders of Zia, I feel like, in this game.
I was actually going to point that out as well. I feel like they've built such a heavy front line that they're going to be looking for the heavy carry by Zia.
Yeah, we are going to be jumping into the first series of the night. This is Team Ackerman going up against Team First Bloods in the quarterfinals. Who do we think is going to come out on top?
For me personally, I think Ackerman is it's going to come down to Gal's Cutie landing these hooks. You don't really need to catch up to an enemy if you're going to be able to hook them into your team. And that will spell a good success for Ackerman, and that's their win condition. I, however, feel that I feel like Team First Blood is just a little bit more flexible in their win conditions, and that they just have a lot of CC and a lot of setting potential.
Yeah, I think it could definitely be a problem, but a little bit of an engage over that. I had a little bit of
over up at the top, we do see Ackerman is trying to zone out away from this lethal Wanderer right now, but they are going to go ahead and capture that and then reset on the map right now. A little bit of technical difficulties for the inside screens, but we are back right now.
All right, we're all good. I feel good now. Gee.
No, definitely I feel good as well. So we'll see how things definitely go. I feel like Team First Blood's draft right now is gonna be they've won in the draft, but can they win by like hero and player skill is what I want to see. I want to see some amazing sets, some plays, and then I want to see the snowball.
I mean, I like Team First Blood's draft in a sense that it feels very well-rounded. You have decent range. You also have the capability to dive. You have this You have this savior who can snipe from across the map. You have a lot of opportunities, and you have all the utility with the Beatrix as well. Nice hook, though, coming on Joy Buzz. She does bring the re-engage. Makush, with the Daytona's welcome, does lock on to that Akai. Kai going low, but Joy Buzz does get away from this. Merciless, able to save the day. Joy Kid now fending off. Kush not able to get the pick, but they do secure the turtle pit here. But Merciless and Joy Kid do not want to let that up. Let's keep our eyes on Yato here. Is hiding in this bush. Gets a couple glooms off on Joy Kid. Falling Star Moon comes in. Big damage. And Joy Kid goes down. This turtle will go to the side, but Merciless. Oh, wait a second. Didn't take it. The turtle goes to the side of TFB. What a beautiful snipe from Shenlicious. A wonderful play, but Merciless will lose his life for this. So 2 for a turtle. They do actually take 1 as well. So 2 for 1 to the side of Ackerman and a turtle in the hands of TFB. Overall, TFB does come out on top in that gold trade. And now Zia caught up, will get shot down from that shotgun. And Joy Boss should be able to escape from this.
They are. I kind of want to take back my vote. These they are really putting it to Ackerman right now, and especially just the know-how. We haven't seen an Xavier in about, I want to say, a month and a half now. He just suddenly fell out of meta and out of favor, but he's definitely being shown how you can really utilize him here.
So much damage.
Gina with the dash. May actually be able to walk away from this. Does not. Yato gets that killing spree. Joy Kid trying to come in, but Kush is here. Does not use the Daytona's welcome, but still takes him down. Get a couple shots off from that task of Tang, but there's the Daytona's welcome. Bashes him into the ball. Stunned. And Shenri is taken out. Joy Boys now on his own under this tower. Going to just try to defend, clear this wave, and lose as little gold plating as possible.
The amount of damage from that Franco. Can we talk about that? Like, that was insane, Private.
Yeah, they are doing a great job of kind of rounding and collapsing and taking real big advantage of Team First Blood. Not really, when you get into these engagements, you have kind of a time limit, especially early game for these rotations. If you can't make something happen, I want to say within like a good 10-20 seconds, you need to be on the lookout for that flank coming from the enemy team. And Ackerman basically showed them too why. You're not going to have a lot of time to make something happen, and then you're going to need to disengage, or they're going to be coming around to back up their partners here.
Yeah, we do have Turtle back up now. Joy Kid's going to try to fend this off, wondering if Kush is even going to be able to contest it. I feel like with that lethal counter, they should be able to get this for free, and Ackerman knows that, but you do get caught off. Yato goes down there. Another pick for the side of Team First Blood, and they are holding a slight gold lead, but Zia picks up a kill in the bot and should be able to make this up off this plating.
And they didn't even do anything with the plating. The biggest thing, you know, and of course Joy Bosch was coming in to kind of, you know, throw him off and push him back. But I feel like that last couple seconds was what you needed. But an Akai could lock down a Wanwan. So, and they're just putting so much pressure on this bottom lane. Like I was saying, they are looking for the Zia carry, Private.
Yeah, we're already looking at a corrosive scythe onto this Wanwan, and we do have Blade of Despair on this the Beatrix right now. So I mean, I kind of have the edge toward Beatrix just because of how much damage, and we do see a little bit of an engagement here.
Kush should be able to get away from this. He's very tanky. Yato does have his back, able to push Joy Bosch in. Wastes that Daytona's welcome though. Here comes the conceal play. Wanna lock onto Gina, but does not get close enough. He doesn't even waste the hook. Joy Kid and Shenny are onto this. They're going to move down to the bottom. I don't think we're going to see anything too crazy here.
I don't know. I mean, this is a pretty big team. And
the Brewers passion does come out. Dawning Light locks onto Gals. Kush trying to do something here. Yato in this bush, waiting for a play. Both teams still at a bit of a standstill, waiting for someone to engage, but no one wants to bite that. No one wants to bite that bait right now. The conceal play coming off to help them just rotate over to the mid here, maybe get a position on Kush. Kush just wanting some of his camp. I think he does. I don't know who got that exactly. Gals just misses a hook. But I like the rotations from both teams right now. They both seem to be matching each other everywhere, and I can't really tell who's leading the carrot right now.
The carrot.
Yeah, and right now I feel like especially with that conceal play we just saw from TFB, kind of feel like it was wasted, or not everybody was on the same page. I mean, you kind of want, especially in games like this, we do have a suppression on Gina.
There was just not even anything to talk about there. That was an absolute spanking. But while the spanking was happening, TFB does secure the turtle, and I feel like this is a giant win condition from TFB, is that they need to focus on objectives, and that has set them into the pace of being able to secure every single lord while they're still trying to get Zia to carry their whole team here. Would you see Joybotch?
Yeah, he's just trying to come in. They're going to be able to get away from this, but Kush and Yato are trying to come around the side here. Three members of TFB hiding out. The Immobilize does come on to Kush. He does get knocked back, but the Daytona's Welcome does lock on. This could be bad for Kush. He's going to get him against that wall. In comes Joybotch with that heavy spin, though. Looking to take it out. Crossbow. Tang locks on. Joybotch down. Shenri make that 3. Gina will be next, and Yato wants to chase this down. Does not have the black shoes, so will not dive that tower. And Joy should be able to get away from this. But Kush and Yato still on the trail. He's not going to be able to secure his own blue buff. Gets knocked back in and will go down. Kush securing another kill. Puts him at 2-1. And a blue buff for the side
and
of Ackerman. This is a rough spot. With that 8-minute mark I'm talking about, and this is where Ackerman are gonna start rolling a bit. This is where they find that rhythm, and this is what TFB needs to survive. Dawning Light does just miss. Merciless gets the kill though right before that crossbow. Tang goes off. T wants to chase down Merciless here. Merciless will be able to get away, but Kush in the mid lane just chipping away at this tower right now. Nice heavy spin on Yato. He does have the black shoes. He's able to get back just in time and walk away safely. A nice play, and during all this in the bottom, Gina is going to be able to take this gold lane tower.
There's a great support.
Yeah, great foresight by them to kind of not just focus on this fight at mid, but to have Gina go ahead and start macroing up on there. And then right now, how that Ackerman is winning right now is this Daytona's Welcome, including the Franco, is just providing enough CC to allow Zia to basically take off. Daytona's Welcome is something I didn't really feel like originally was going to be that big of a part, but it combined with those stacks that Zia needs to get that that crossbow with Tang, it's really an issue right now for Team First Blood.
And I feel what the other issue is.
Wait a second. Heavy spin on to Kush. Kush will go down. Shenny picks up that kill. 2-2-2. We do have a pretty even leaderboard right now. Gold still at a standstill. Lord is up, and Joy is going to start working on this. T with the concealed play. Nice suppression. Will he go down? Merciless taken out. It's now 4v4. Zia going to start working away at this Lord as well. The thing is, this Retry is on the side of TFB. They need to get Joy away from this. Can Ackerman do it? Can TFB security? Does. The lethal counter comes down, but Joy will pay for that Lord with his life. It's 2 for 1 in a trade of Lord over the side of Ackerman. Gina just wants to get away with her life along with Joybotch. Need to be careful because T wants some more along with Gals, but Lord will be marching down. And in my eyes, it's still a bit of a standstill, guys.
That was like the saddest potato wow I've ever heard. He was like, wow. Like when the hook went by, he was wow. But what I was saying, it was a great Lord pick, but I don't know if they're going to be able to utilize anything out of this Merciless.
Oh, he should be able to get away from this. Does have the champ steps. No, Yato's here. Gloom goes off. Yato gets stunned up, and Merciless walks away.
Yeah, and while all of that's happening, the top tower. But go ahead, Private.
Yeah, I was just saying Merciless is just really kind of showing up on this Paquito right now. Team First Blood doing their best to kind of back off Ackerman from this tower. They do catch a hook.
Nobody's there, though.
Ooh.
Wait a second, Joybotch?
Maybe. No. Everybody's just riding such a fine line. You know, like each team, and that's what I was going to say earlier, that Daytona's Welcome definitely sets the stage. When one team member gets taken by that Daytona, the whole team tries to go in. TFB's just not able to handle that big of a team fight in that time frame, but we do see a concealed play.
Concealed play coming down. Hook does miss. Don't think Ackerman's going to get anything from this. But I will say, you mentioned Merciless on this Paquito earlier, Private, and he has been doing a great job at zoning Zia, just coming in and targeting Zia so hard.
Yeah, not just targeting him hard, but able to escape as well. He's doing a great job of just getting in and out. But, I mean, we do have the concealed play now, right? On to Kush. He might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Heavy spin will push Kush in, but he uses the Daytona's Welcome. Able to lock on to... Oh, Kush will go down. Gina able to get it with the shotgun. Now, Galscute and Yato have to back off here. Don't know if we're going to see anything keep happening here. Nice immobilized. Zia and Gals playing the wall here. They want to try to at least take something, take another tower here, and Zia should be able to take it down as TFB watch it happen.
Ooh, but look at this flank by Merciless. Great positioning to get into that back.
Oh, comes in on back of Yato. Yato uses the Black Shoe Zone crossbow. Tang up in the top will bring down Gina, and next will be Joy Bosch. Zia now coming down to try to help out Yato, but Yato will go down. Joy Kid now moving on to Gals Cutie. Just wants to get a little bit more of the crossbow. Tang is not there, so he will have room to play, but he wants to run away. Uses the lethal counter, getting a little bit of life back. Shenri with that Donnie Light, able to keep Zia at bay, and Joy Kid still wants more. Merciless goes down to the back line, and Joy Kid decides to abort mission.
But Wan's going to start becoming an issue right now, already at 8.7 K right now, and does have that wind of nature already, which you saw was giving them problems, Kush problems as he was coming in on that Belmont. So still not able to take down the Wan. A nice little flicker out there by Gals Cutie as they are now focusing on this Lord.
Yeah, Joy Bosch is kind of hovering this, but he doesn't have the retro. He's not going to be able to do anything. Kush takes the Lord, and they get the Detonas onto Joy, and that's going to be it for Joy Bosch. He will go down, and in the backside, we do see T-Drinks at least go down to Kid. So a little bit of a trade there, but they lose Lord, and Ackerman seems to be able to put a lot of pressure. They already have minions on these towers.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at a tough game here, you know, like Team First Blood was looking really good securing that first Lord, wasn't able to utilize much on it. All of Ackerman, I think, is going to be able to clear all of their towers besides the base. That is what Team First Blood needs to do. They need to bunker up and stop getting caught out like this, but it's really hard when there's a Franco that can make that one hook and then just count. And it just doesn't seem they don't have enough peel, it seems, from the side of Team First Blood here, Private.
Well, I feel like right now you went with a really tanky composition, but we didn't get rid of all of the negating ability. This Lilia, the Wan, there's a ton of slow and CC on the side of Ackerman to really set up this Wan, the Zia for success. We do see that they make very short work of the non-luminous Lord, and then they're going to be able to protect their towers here, but they are down to inhibitors right now and not really able to find the openings they need in these team clashes.
And it's gonna come down to these team clashes. I mean, look, we can already see the huge presence from Ackerman just on the red alone. Dawning Light coming out to possibly hope to get something. I think mainly pilling the back line. And again, I think that is another problem they're running into. And I think it's just gonna take the Xavier to start popping off here. Does now have the lightning trench, so one more item, and I think maybe Xavier might be a problem, but he kind of went for more of a support build. So, you know, like he's building more for utilizing that Dawning Light non-stop. So, I mean, I just don't know if that's going to come into play. I think they really needed more penetration and more power to completely punish that back line and then allow Merciless to collide on that.
You can see Wan picked up like the first item into that Athena's shield as well to kind of get a little magic defense there, just so when Xavier does hit her with that Dawning Light, she's not brought down to like half health immediately, you know? So, and that's the goal, right? Try to bring her down a little bit. Wait a second. We do have a pause coming in. Give us a little bit of time to talk about this. I think this is a good game right now. We're going to have our people behind the scenes figure out exactly what's going on here. I'm guessing there was some sort of technical issue with the teams, but right now we're at 15 and a half minutes. A 4K, almost 5K gold lead to the side of Ackerman Private.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like right now Team First Blood, along with their comp, they're not kind of as cohesive as I like to see them a lot of times. We just saw just right before the pause, a concealed play went, but I guess a lot of the team not really, I didn't feel the oomph in them kind of running for this Esmeralda. And then you see that Kush actually got, or Kush, you saw that Joy Kid actually got down there, but I want to say Esmeralda gave her a little bit of a warning now, and so she's going to have a pretty advanced be ahead of the rest of the gank that was potentially supposed to happen here. But it does look like we're going to be able to get back into it. I feel like all of Team First Blood needs to get back onto the same page for a lot of these engagements, because right now they're being punished every single time they get caught out.
They are. Now they are maybe trying to do something in the mid here. Joy Kids just wanting to clear his lanes. I think at this point just trying to even out these waves a little bit, but also not get ganked, right? Now also not get picked off. So you have to try to find that balance. Send someone who can clear this top wave, which keeps on forcing your team back, while also maybe trying to take a tower. Lord will be up in just a second, so I'm guessing most of the action is going to be down here at the Lord pit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be. I feel like this Lord is going to make it or break it for Team First Blood, and having a little bit of pressure is going to steal the deal. We just got to see if Ackerman can respond to get them out. But you see Gauss Cutie's position in the book. We do see a play.
A little bit of a suppression on to Merciless. Merciless will go down. Gauss Cutie picks up the kill. Now the crossbow Tang takes out Shen, takes out the Lord. This could be bad for Team First Blood for sure. It's 3 up against 5 as Zia and Gauss Cutie move on to Joy Kid. Joy Kid doesn't look like he's going to be able to make this alive. Will go down. The immortality pops. Gina also getting taken out by T, and up in the top, Joy Kid escapes with just a sliver of health. But now it's 2 against 5 minions on the base. This could be it for TFB. Ackerman not slowing down, not waiting for the Lord. A wave of minions does come out. But wait, the Lord went to the side of TFB. I miscalled. This could possibly be the thing that buys them just enough time. But Ackerman is making quick work. They have 1 Canyon Minion, but that will go down. Joy Kid and Joy Boss just trying to defend this. Zia poking at the base. Another wave is coming, but Merciless is back on the map along with Shen, and Ackerman is leaving. They're walking out the door, and this will buy Team First Blood just enough time.
Sheesh. And I don't think I can say sheesh enough. Like, that's like finding a needle in the haystack, being able to secure that Lord with so much presence in that fight there. And again, that you're just holding on to the life. The Dawning Light to steal the blue buff. I don't know if it was a steal. I think it's more of a strategic pick. And again, this is where I think that TFB's lacking. I just feel like they need more backline peel.
Well, it's right now they're getting swept up because of the tankiness. They're slow and tanky, and they have to protect that back line. Unfortunately, with how fed that the side of Ackerman is right now, they're able to slow them down with Lilia and Wan. So that front line is getting chewed up, like just absolutely destroyed. And that is not something you can allow. You can't really have too strong of a front line with a Wan on the enemy team. You need to be able to get to her. You need to be able to shut her down, or effectively your front line is effectively giving her that crossbow of Tang for your squishier heroes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. And once they go in, they get caught up by Kush. The heavy spin doesn't work on him when he's popping the ult of the Detone is welcome. So he's just able to kind of be there, stand there, absorb a bunch of damage, maybe take someone else out of this fight. So even though we were a little iffy about that Barath, it's working very well for the side of Ackerman right now.
I mean, I feel like it's just the tankiness, like we were saying. I mean, look at their kills. I mean, I kind of was sleeping on Yato, you know, the 7 and 2 and 8, and then you guys Zia 7, 2 and 7. So I think what Private said earlier, having the Lilia just became such a key pick and such a frontal team from TFB, you know, like now they have to deal with all of the slow. They're not going to be able to deal with much of that, but I feel like the counter to that is to kind of, you're going to have to split build between physical and magical to counter both Yato and Zia.
Yeah, they have to figure out something here. Lord is now up. Wondering if Kush is going to start at first. They do have a really nice position, and as you guys have said, there's just not that much of a in for the side of Team First Blood, because once they come, whoa, wait a second, wow. Nice hook with the Bloody Hunt on to Kid. Kid may go down here. Nice on Light to try to help him get away from this. Crossbow Tang is activated, but Zia locks on a Joy Budge instead, and that is one utility at least wasted. But the thing is Team First Blood is just too low to re-engage now. T Drinks coming in onto the side. He's going to be able to zone them away as Ackerman has full leverage over this Lord now.
They're gonna wait for this Dawning Light. Can they time it right? Ah!
No. Good try.
I was hoping, you know, like the Dawning Lights were looking pretty good today. So, but the dawn is not shining in the land of dawn here for TFB. Let's hopefully they can, you know, bring a light to this here, Private.
Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, you hate to see it. Joy Kid getting snatched out of the air in the middle of a dash, getting hit with a iron hook and dragged back. Still able to get away, but you wasted a lot of resources there. We do have a suppress.
On the Kid, that is bad. Kid's going to go down. Does have the immortality, so he will come up, able to walk away. But the crossbow of Tang locks on to Baj, and Baj will go down. Kid running away from T right now as the Lord does go down. At least Gina able to melt it, but Ackerman does not want to stop here. They're going to move on up to that top inhibitor and take it down. Bottom inhibitor also falling. The base of TFB is slowly crumbling. Merciless gets a nice pick. Zia brought low, but the immortality saves his life. Gauss Cutie now on the run. Ackerman maybe on the backside here finally. Gina able to pick up a kill. Maybe make that 2. The Bruce Passion comes in. Joy Kid with the lethal counter. 2 for 1. Dawning Light comes in to help back them out, and Ackerman is now tucking tail and running. They do still have the advantage with 3 inhibitors down, but Team First Blood buys some more time.
They have been doing really good at just these micro plays at holding the base down, and I think it's going to come down to that. But we need to see them utilize the full Lord, even though they've had it. They haven't been able to do much, but we got
they are rolling
and going
right
hard.
Now. They're definitely pushing very hard. Don't push too hard. I think they just came back a bit. Conceal play to help them readjust their position. Now we're at an even playing field. Let's take a look at the items. I'm pretty sure everyone is fully stacked out at this point, right? We had a couple cells. Do we have a couple cells from Gauss Cutie here?
Major
no,
cells.
Maybe a couple rechanges. He does pick up that helmet, the Guardian helmet. Kush also reevaluating what he's going to pick up next. But overall, everyone is just about maxed out. Lord will not be up for another 50 seconds.
And I really don't see anybody that's kind of like sticking out on what they're doing, but we did just see an immortality picked up by Gina. So maybe we're going to see a really, really hard control push here for the Lord. But look what's happening right here. Are they going to try to backdoor?
I don't know. Maybe just waiting for them to walk over to the red buff. Maybe waiting for some ambushes,
that would
placing
be
themselves.
crazy if that was the play, but they just don't have lane control here. And I feel like TFB is doing pretty good. They're not trying to really get into a team fight just yet, but they are trying to give heavy control over the lanes because they have to. All their base inhibitors are down. I feel like this is the last push.
I feel like we've effectively kind of shut down Xavier here. You've got 3 Athena shields on the side of Ackerman right now, and he's just not able. He doesn't have the effect, and this is probably why we've seen him slip out of the meta so far. I mean, we're jockeying here for positioning, and he really just is not a threat.
Gauss Cutie playing the distance, 75% on the Lord. Dawning Light just misses. We do get that suppression. On to Gauss Cutie goes down. Joy Kid tries to get away, but Merciless will pay the price for this. Joy Baj now on the run. Joy Kid caught in between many members. Zia taken out by Senri. We do still have the Lord up. Retribution on both sides. We got us a death race. Kid may go down. Kush takes the Lord. And Joy Kid walks out with a sliver of health. So wait a second. Back of the base. We do have Gina on the base in the bot. And they take the back door. Gina takes the game. Team First Blood takes game 1 in this series.
What?
Oh.
I didn't even.
I saw the mini map. I saw the mini map. I'm like, wait a second. Gina's at the base. Gina's at the base.
Yo.
Oh my gosh.
I'm speechless.
I mean,
I saw the mini map. I was like, wait a second. Wait, get the camera. Oh my God. What those? I say it all the time. A game of seconds. A game of milliseconds. One play changes everything. And Team Gina just bought that first game for Team First Blood.
100%.
Yeah. Honestly, and 100%, Team First Blood was losing that game. They were being beaten in every single way possible. Every single team fight, they were being outmatched, outsustained, outdamaged. They were losing the retry battle against their opponents, and then Gina taking advantage of that last. Just the know-how. I want to know if that was somebody's call, if that was just something Gina saw on his own and just decided to go ahead and take it, or if there was something in there. All right, Gina, it's on you. We're gonna go rush in there. It's all on you to go ahead and to dive in there, because man, what a play there, especially with how dominant Ackerman was.
And I feel like that's the power of Beatrix, right? Like, she's the only hero in the game that could have pulled a backdoor out like that, right?
I mean, a lot of heroes could, but definitely probably did it very quick. Had the shotgun out.
Yeah.
I wish we would have caught it. What a one. You know, it's like a moment like that where it almost makes it hard to do an analysis on the whole game, right? Because it's like, wait a second, that just happened. It changed everything. And as you said, Private, Ackerman, I feel like definitely kind of had that game in the back. TFB were making some nice comebacks, but I think all those slight comebacks and just kind of showed that they could make a moment like that happen. So I don't want to take it away from TFB. They made an amazing choice, and they definitely ended up securing that game in a wonderful and exciting fashion.
It did. That is for sure.
I just like how this sets. I just like how this sets the tone for Ackerman. They just took the early victory. They were swept last time, was Team First Blood, and now Team First Blood take that first victory. And I feel like they're gonna have a better time now with this draft because they know about some of the mistakes that they made in the last one, and they're not gonna be making that same thing again. Especially if you're gonna go with a tanky. One of those mistakes being giving up the Wan with a tanky build. Like, honestly, there was just a lot against them here from the start. I'm kind of ashamed I didn't see it as we went into the verse screen, just how effective this comp was going to be, whether it's just the slows from the Lilia, the Barats, and that Daytona's Welcome ultimates, Franco, the slow from Wan's, all of this kind of leading into opening it up for Zia and Lilia to be able to get all of this damage on from their marksman and the mage. It wasn't just a front line for the side of Ackerman. It was a front line that helped to push their back line over the edge with as much as they could CC them down.
Yeah, and they were definitely on fire that game, and right. Like I said, right when they got past that mid game and then even into the 13-minute mark, they were just rolling. Yato and Zia were the damage in the back line, and Yato, you can never sleep on that Lilia, man. Like I said, we haven't seen it a whole lot through the season, but he's kind of brought it back in the playoffs, and it's just a reminder that was his comfort pick for so long, and he's able to just make magic with that hero in those team fights, push her to the limits. We saw her get brought down in the very beginning. It was like a heavy spin, had him pinned. You literally couldn't see his health bar, and he was able to hit those black shoes just in time, walk away safely. He knows how far he can push her, and he's almost always able to walk away in a safe position.
Definitely. But the teams are ready for round two. Ackerman is deciding to pick second here, so let's see if they can, I felt like their gameplay was on point. But that shot call by TFB, holy.
Yeah, I know their voice comms right now have to be insane. Like, do it, get the base. And at the same time, like, then now they need to regroup. We're into the next draft. We're into game two. They know they didn't just like dominate that game or anything, right? Like, they know they need to figure out, like, that's kind of, we got a backdoor. That's not like that's not a pure blood win, right? So we still need to get it together, figure out how we're going to approach this draft. We're on the gun right now. We're on first pick, and we need to decide how we're going to approach this.
Definitely.
Yeah. So First Blood is just one of the things that I've loved watching about them is, like, even though, like, we call them like the new bloods and they just kind of came in this season, just some of these strategies and drafting, and like it's drafting last game, not their greatest or brightest moment, but the decisions on the field, like you said, to have that Beatrix go in there, just a good, I want to say, just a good call to be able to figure out a way around all of these lost team fights and to kind of bait people into it. But right now we do see the Fanny again getting banned out, and Ackerman this time taking out the Belmonts, taking out that early game from the side of Team First Blood, which I didn't really feel like had that big of an effect on the last game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it did help them secure. I think, like, they got all three turtles, right? Like, it did. I think it helped TFB hang on in that early game. Like, I think without him, because they were behind in kills and they were able to keep that gold even. And it's not like it's not like their gold lane was winning because Zia was kind of dominating in the early game. They were able to really bully Gina. So I think the Ballman is kind of what helped them hang on and not let that gold get too far ahead of them. They kept it even until about 10 minutes, right? That's when Ackerman got like 3K ahead, 4K ahead, 6K ahead. So at this point, maybe Ackerman's like, all right, let's slow down their early game a little bit and let's just keep hammering into them.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing respect bans, you know, Ball Monakai already out of there. Masha, we're still thinking on the line of possibly what TFB wants to do here. They do go for the Valentina. So now, is this the time? This is kind of almost the exact same situation as last game. The Faramis is now the last ban. Is that what you're going to go with? Or do you let TFB get it and you get Beatrix?
We've been waiting for this to happen and it just hasn't happened yet. Like, ban something else and leave both of those open. I think people are just too scared of the Faramis, man. Like, it's just too... It just changes too much. So I think Ackerman goes for the Faramis ban. Yeah. And my guess is they lock in the Beatrix right here on Gina.
Yeah. But could they be baiting them? You know, like what type of response could possibly Ackerman be trying to go for? And it's kind of hard to not say a response because like we were saying earlier, they were doing so well. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to do it again, but they have to like... I mean, we're the casters and I didn't even see the backdoor happening. I was like looking at the Lord. So let's go. And they don't even go Bia first. I was wondering if they weren't going to fall into that. What's your take here, Private?
Yeah, I like the Julian jungle. It's one of the, I think, probably the strongest roles for Julian, but they do leave 2 picks open. You still have that Wan back open as well as other things for them. So I mean, it's gonna depend. Julian does bring a lot more mobility, I feel like, than the Belmonts, a little bit more CC as well. And we do see them go ahead and taking away that Xavier from the side of Team First Blood, but of course, going back onto that Beatrix, and we're about to find out if that was a mistake for Team First Blood here.
Huh. Oh, not only that, they pick up the Diggy now as well. Give them a little bit of CC, a little bit of pullback, a little bit of maybe helping out in that gold lane to help deal with Zia here, especially with him on that Beatrix. They're going to need to focus on that. Joy Kid needs to try to make some ganks happen. And with a flat, you know, with one of the only still like assassin junglers that can do a lot, because there's very few right now, right? Julian is definitely one of them who can maybe make the play here.
You know, one thing that I'm kind of thinking here, you know, like TFB seems to be going for like a different strategy approach, you know, and you can clearly see it, right? They're picking up the Diggy. My guess is they didn't want the Atlas to run into the Atlas pick here third, because that's what normally we see as a second team pick here. An Atlas would have been very devastating, but they do run into the counter of a Dyroth though.
Yeah, the Dyroth is going to be interesting. And this, man, this has been the woe of me in my own games and rank. I see Dyroth, how I've seen it in the XP lane so far, is I feel like Esmeralda edges out the Dyroth pick as we move into the mid and late game, because she's just able to rotate so fast, able to get around, and able to do more during the team fights. I'm not able to duplicate it because I get smashed by Dyroths playing Esmeralda, but I've seen it just when it comes to like top players versus top players. The Esmeralda does eventually eke it out. You're just going to need just a little bit of support from your teammate, and you probably will have that in the form of this Diggy, especially with that time journey that he's going to be able to kind of help support them with, especially since it was banned last game. So obviously Ackerman, no, it is a threat.
Look at the heavy marksman ban. Like this game is just a war of marksmans at this point and shot calls.
You know, I was kind of expecting TFB to pick up a marksman in that third pick, because, like, you know, this is coming with Zia already having the Beatrix in. You know, they're just going to hammer in onto the Claude, onto the Wan, really limit down on Gina right now. Now, there is still the Clint open, the Brody open, a couple other possibilities. I do like the TFB take away that Franco, because even though Gals wasn't, like, landing tons of hooks last game, he still had a presence with the Franco. The flicker in with the Bloody Hunt, able to make some nice ambushes, and he was kind of like 50-50 with the hooks, but he was still something to be reckoned with.
and then they go for the Karina ban. Well, what do you think they're gonna pick for? I don't even know if a Julian is the actual jungle here, but it could be. Always versatile. So, well, what do you think, Private?
Oh, I like Julian in the jungle. I feel like he outshines any of his other positions here. We also do have a Bruno open, but on for the side of TFB, but that would take a little bit stronger of a front line, which means you would probably want something a little bit thicker. I mean, it's not actually a bad choice right there. It's two choices that we haven't seen too often with Popol and Koopa, able to kind of get that ranged CC, a lot of defensive on him, and then as you move into the late game, he's just able to unload, especially when it comes to macro. And then of course with Shen on this Lao Yi, I love Lao Yi. I don't see her, I feel like, enough. I feel like she's underappreciated, especially in 5-man games where everybody's on comm. So when you release those teleports and that you can transport your entire team somewhere, I feel like she really shines in these 5-mans here, especially when they're just using it on cooldown to kind of get a good position and become this unexpected threat for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, surprisingly, the Lao Yi has been like, you know, it's like a very rare pick, and a lot of people don't consider meta. But most of the time we see it picked, like the couple times it does get picked, it does pretty well, surprisingly. Kush now picking up this Basha pick, paired up with the Raffaella, should be a decent combination. A lot of rotation from the side of Ackerman right now. A lot of presence. Gina keeping it a little bit old school, picking up the Popo and Koopa as the marksman. I think, I mean, a lot of tower push. I still think that there needs to be heavy focus on Zia here. But now, with the speed of the rotations from Ackerman, it's going to be hard to try to catch anyone off guard in these off lanes. Before we talk anymore, we are now jumping into the second series of this match. Right now, TFB up by 1. Can they take this here up against Team Ackerman, or will we see it go the long way to all 3 games?
Yeah, we got a lot of track stars on the side of Team First Blood. 3 people on there decided to go with sprints over there. So, I mean, they're going to have the engagement. They're going to have the disengagement speed. It just depends on how flexible and how Joybaj can utilize this Diggy. And the thing, I mean, he just started coming. There's no prompt for it. There were no buffs on Diggy. There were no nerfs that made him viable. It's just, he just suddenly came back into the meta, as especially when you go up to tiers this
maybe
high.
He never left.
Well, it's just I've always been a really big fan of Diggy, just because I feel like he's been actually very versatile. We've seen everything from the Diggy Martyr strat to where you just feed on him and just continue to get vision, to how flexible you can be with this time journey, either using it as a defensive to kind of cover your team with the shield and anti-CC there, or even using it as an engagement tool, something that can help your team speed in and they won't get CC down or stunned to latch on to some of the faster teammates there.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing a lot of control, you know, like a lot of crowd control by the side of TFB here, which is an interesting approach, you know, and I think they're doing this to possibly control Zia, to stop her from being able to scale. And again, I felt like they didn't have any backline peel last game, but now they have the Esmeralda, and they have a lot of utility here, and I need to see them use it.
Yeah, we might see them try to use it now. Ackerman is coming down. Gal's gonna get a couple pokes in. Zia comes in with the roll. Misses that snipe shot. Shen, though, is here to help out. Yato gets stunned up. Gal's trying to walk away from this, but Shen and Baj are here to help save the day for Gina. Gina's gonna need this right now, I think, going up against Zia with this Popo and Koopa, at least until Gina gets to level 4 and can get some of those stuns off. Oh, those bunnies.
Yeah, having to waste that flicker so early just to get out of there as a Diggy. Quite interesting, but we are seeing Kush actually start invading inside of TFB's jungle, which could smell problems early on. You know, that's the time when you need your little bit of a jungle to be able to turn some tides.
Yeah, and especially with some of these ganks not exactly going to plan here. We're gonna find out as soon as this objective comes up as where they are focused right now. Because if you're gonna let this objective go, you need to make something happen as well somewhere else. It does look like they are starting to set up the duo lane here right now, starting to rotate, getting ready as there's 8 seconds left on this turtle.
And we'll see what they respond with here. And I want to see the Diggy come into play, and it might.
Oh, Yato very, very low. Shen almost gets that kill, but now Shen in a very bad spot. Kush may be able to take this. Shen will go down. First blood going to the side of Ackerman. Joy Kid now trying to make a play of his own, but he's getting brought very low. The pullback onto Kush, immobilize, but Kush steals the kill. Kid goes down, and Kush escapes with a sliver of health. This is the problem with that mid lane. A little too squishy, right? A little too squishy for taking some of these early game fights, and it could be a problem for Team First Blood here.
Yeah, and I feel like Lo Yi is just, it's really hard to clear your own lane. And not only that, they're having to babysit Gina in the bottom lane against the Zia, you know. Push does
And
get
Joy
this.
Bodge goes down on the bottom. Luckily, they lose Merciless as well. Kush able to take that turtle. This is a big snowball for the side of Ackerman right now. Already almost a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this is more. I feel like this is more on the mistakes of the team. Shen overextended there, got real bloodthirsty once he got Yato down, and then tried to cover it, to try to cover up and try to get that kill on, and then ended up getting caught himself. And I feel like the same thing kind of happened to Joy Kid there as they tried to punish Ackerman. And these types of mistakes, you cannot allow a team like Ackerman. They are just so on top of it. Already a 2K gold lead for them.
Nice lockup though, but the Holy Baptism comes down, and so does Kid. Shen now on the run, and Ackerman are just controlling this mid lane along with the rest of the map.
I just don't understand what TFB is doing. Like that entry right there by Joy Kid was a very sus. Let me just put it blankly there. Like that was a little bit out of character, you know. Like that's not what we want to see here, Private.
Yeah, and right now, I feel like this duo lane isn't doing so much. I mean, Beatrix already still, like, I think almost 1K gold over Popo and Koopa right now. So they're not really having the effect that they feel like that they should be having. And still pressure being kept onto Team First Blood to keep, and it's allowing Beatrix to get going.
Yeah, at this point, the side of Ackerman is able to split up and do damage down in the bot lane, though there is a little bit of action. Joy Kid tries to do something, but an Iron Light comes out, and Baj goes down. Yato picking up that kill, sliding in his pocket, and sitting at 2-0-1 right now. Team First Blood just can't seem to do anything to come back in this game.
I mean, it's already becoming a gold deficit, and we are seeing the snowball start. Like, and I maybe that's what Ackerman wanted to reply with. You know, I was a little confused at how the draft was going, but Voxia is such a clutch pick here, to be honest. And along with the raft, they're just going with more of a mobility build, and it's coming into play here, Private.
Yeah, and we're starting to finish off items. The first items on Ackerman, we do see a BOD onto Zia, and then we do see that Hunter Strike on T. So I mean, they're starting to finish items where their counterparts aren't, and it's gonna start. We're just gonna start having even more and more issues as we start getting into the mid and late game. And I don't think we're gonna have that split push be a problem with this game, because they definitely aren't gonna let that happen twice.
God.
Oh, Joy Kid takes some big damage though. Zia with the flicker, able to pick up that kill and get out of that tower damage just in time. They're gonna take that mid tower down to the bot as well. Kush now working his way onto Shen. T takes a bit of damage. Luckily, TFB does take that tower. Gina though on the run. Zia flickers in, rolls in, might I say, and Zia gets the kill onto Shen. Gina able to take out Zia though. It's a 1-for-1, but overall a much larger trade into the hands of Ackerman Gals, keeping up the pressure as Joybaj and Gina try to defend this tower.
Gina is hitting hard right now with the Popo and Koopa, and it has to be a contribute to picking up the Blade of Despair there. I don't know if the team's kind of building against that. We can kind of go ahead and being aggressive again here. We might.
Ooh. They need to be careful. Kush is going to be locked up. Don't know if they're going to be able to do much to him. Joybaj may use that reverse time on him. able to pull him back. Kush takes a bit of damage. Johnny Light comes out though, connects on to Gina and Baj, bringing them down to about 25%. They're forced to back off. I think TFB just needs to lick their wounds and try to get their farm up and not take anything seriously right now in these fights.
Well, yeah, I mean, they are too far behind right now at only almost the 7-minute mark. It's already about a 5K gold lead for the side of Ackerman. So they're already starting to get items. They're already starting to get these leaps and bounds. And they're just having so much trouble with the macro of this game. They're not able to get objectives. They're not all at the same thing. And they're not all on the same page when it comes to engagements. And duo lanes or trying to support a lane isn't even benefiting them. We saw the dual lane up here at the bottom. Zia still able to get fed off of that. So they're just having a problem with some of the execution, the plans that might seem good on paper, but in actuality, they're just, it's not having the effect on Ackerman that it should. They're just such a well-oiled machine right now.
Push though, trying to make a play. Johnny Light comes from across the map. Reverse time comes in, or time journey comes in. T-Drinks tries to do something. A nice knock up though, but Joy Bosch will go down. Gina continue to put work, but Zia flickers in, takes out Shen with the shotgun. Kush now under the tower, locking on to Gina. Gina trying to do something, trying to survive. Joy Kid from the back gets the enhanced chains and the knock up, but Gina still goes down. Kush at least goes down for it, but it's still a big trade for the side of Ackerman. Oh.
That taunting light, that snipe almost takes him out. We got a combination of two snipers here, and it's looking a little rough, but hey, I feel like Team First Blood, they showed out last time. Let's see if they can show out and turn this tide around. Merciless about to walk into something he doesn't want.
Oh my, there's just wow. Imagine you walk into the, you're just like la-di-da-di-da, boom, gone. Merciless off the map. 1 against 4, 13-2, a huge gold lead for Ackerman.
Oh, and this is the problem when picking a roam without an actual front line. If you get behind, there is nothing. Without a front line and you're behind, there's nothing stopping the enemy team from just enforcing their will on you, pushing right through you. You're going to have to keep any... most of these fights, they see happening. Team First Blood, they know what's happening. They know it's coming. They just can't do anything about it. They try to run away. They get engaged upon. They get flanked, and that's pretty much game over for them right now because there's no front line to stop this team.
And not only no front line, the sustainability is kind of lost here, but T-Rex.
Oh, nice pick on T. Luckily, T does hook down there, but Lord is getting worked on right now, and there's no way to catch up to this. It is going to go to the side of Ackerman. Was the trade worth it? Wait a second, Merciless. Oh, almost cut off here. They're going to back off. But yeah, Lord for the side of TFB. Zia's, I mean, in the past like 2 minutes, I feel like I watched the Malefic Roar get locked in, and now the Hunter Strike for Zia as well. 5-1. I said it last week when Zia played the Beatrix. This is not a position you want to be against him in.
Oh my god, the naughty light stopped Joy Bosch from going back.
He's done. It's over. 5 against 4, Lord coming.
My god, this is gonna be a problem, but I want to see if they know how to respond to it. Can they hunker back up and defend this like they did last time? Private, they were on the back foot last time, but they came back. Can they do it again?
Well, there's just too much vision right now. They're not even having fights. This is all just them pushing their way in and not being stopped.
Oh, down. So does go down. Falling Star Moon locks on top of Kush. That's 2 down. 3 more to go. Can TFB make a turnaround here? Lord is working his way towards this inhibitor. Bunny of Death goes out to try to fend off that bush. This Lord will be made quick work of, as Private likes to say, and that will be it for that Lord push. But the thing is they're still down to the inhibitors, and it is a much longer push than what we saw last game that is needed from Team First Blood.
And I feel like, you know, like we're again, like Private was saying earlier, that we just don't have the ability to like face check bushes with Zia being on Bia. You know, like there's a lot that you don't have when you're dealing with a support, but they are pushing straight down mid.
Yeah, they are. They're coming in. Merciless for falling Star Moon. Gal's taking a bit of damage, but Kush is here to help out. They try to get some damage onto the tower. Zia flickers in. One shot Baj. Kid may be next, able to use those knives to escape, but T doesn't want to let him get away. Shen trying to do something, but Jen goes down in the back. Shen may just be next. The enhanced chains get the knock up and save his life. Now it is 3 up against 5. Luckily, there's not a Lord coming, but there are minions, and Zia's going to work onto this tower. It's 3 against 5. The Holy Baptism does miss, but the Dawning Light connects, bringing Shen to about half health. Zia, 3 shots to the base, and that is a balanced Beatrix right there. The base goes down, and Ackerman takes game 2.
Yeah, there was nothing to stop that push. Like, they were trying everything, even focused attacks. You saw, like, the only way they were actually even able to get kills was if they were 5v1ing and finding somebody caught out. Ackerman just came at it. I love these picks and how mobile it happened, but or how mobile they were in the early game to try to avoid the Lao Yi. And then after that, it was just with this Rafaela, the engagement. They were just able to poke a hole in the armor and then just keep rushing on through, which I feel like got opened up. That's why I said, like, as soon as they got even a little bit of momentum, there was nothing to stop them. And that started with, unfortunately, with the Lao Yi, Shen on this Lao Yi getting caught, and then followed by Joy Kid. And then after that, it was a snowball.
Absolute snowball.
I don't know when everyone's going to learn. You either ban it or you pick it. You got to do something about the Beatrix, man. And yeah, Ackerman was just too fast for them. I think the Julian could have been a solid prio pick, but like when you put the Diggy in front of it, when you put the Low Yi in front of it, you have no range. Yeah. Low Yi is not a long range mage, so you kind of have to be up close and personal, and you have no tank to peel for you. Yes, you have the reverse time and that second skill of Diggy, but that's not a wall. Like, you have nothing to stop them really from coming in and rolling over you, and that is the composition that Ackerman brought with the Rafaela, with the Basha jungle. You're just able to really come in, be aggressive, and hammer it home.
I feel it's crazy to me. I'm almost kind of shocked just because I'm so Team First Blood, they're usually a little bit more tighter on their drafting, and I feel, or maybe it's just that they've met their match when it comes to their drafting, because the side of Ackerman has been crisp. They go into these drafts with a plan, they execute it, despite what gets banned and what gets picked. Their draft always has a plan to it and a focus with it, whereas Team First Blood kind of, I don't even know, it looks good before we get into the match, but I feel like they're just always a second behind in everything that they do, whether it's rotating it, whether it's getting caught for kills, whether it's coming in on some of these objectives, and those seconds add up until you're getting steamrolled about at the 10-minute mark by Ackerman. That all the games I've watched of Ackerman, after like the 10-minute mark, it's over. Like, if they're leading by the 10-minute mark, they're basically a freight train coming through some of these scenes.
Most definitely. So let's see how this pins out. Team First Blood will be taking the second pick now. So, and I feel like both teams have kind of come down to this. I think at this point they do have to do something a little different, because Ackerman's also been coming with like not typical drafts. Like, we haven't seen a Basha jungle in a while. We haven't seen a Barat's jungle in a while. So like you said, they're crisp, but they're also making, like, they're coming in with a plan and they're ready to execute them to a T. We see a lot of teams make some picks like that, kind of go a little off what the usual is from what we see from everybody else, and they completely fail. But Ackerman is making those picks count so much. So Ackerman will have first ban here. Let's see how they decide to do this.
Yeah, I feel like they need to come in with some type of plan with the bands, you know. I like
playing with the band.
Playing with the band, you know. I might mess up on some words, but I got some catchy phrases. No, I'm joking. But yeah, I mean, I feel like they need to bait Ackerman into certain situations with the band face here, Private.
I just feel like their knowledge of the hero pool and the pluses and minuses of certain heroes is just so deep, what they've been showing us. Because you brought up a good point. We're seeing the Boxia picked. We're seeing the Barats picked. We're seeing good counters that like I wasn't even prepared for, because they're not top meta picks. They're just outside the wall, but still valid because they still have a place in the meta. And it's very hard to pick against a team that has that much knowledge and intellect, that no matter what you pick, there's an answer. And that's the thing about Mobile Legends is always people have like, oh, this is a stupid hero, this is a stupid hero. And I don't feel like there's any bad heroes except for Layla. But if you like it, but there's an answer. There's always there's a certain hero that is every hero I feel like is an answer for something. And I feel like Ackerman's knowledge right now, what they've showed during this draft, with the Barat's pick, like I every single thing that they pick when it comes to Barat's or it comes to the Boxia, it's always like, yeah, you know, like you realize like I wouldn't have suspected that, but it makes sense. And I think right now they're kind of punishing TFB for because I feel like TFB shined with the meta. They know how to deal with the tanky meta, how to counter it, but I feel like Ackerman's kind of just branching out just a little bit more. But we're gonna see as we're moving in to this third and final game, Ackerman taking on First Blood. We're gonna need to see some life from Team First Blood here, you know, from this game.
Not only one thing you also have to point out about Ackerman is like their bans. They've changed up their bans almost every game. They're not scared to just like use their first 3 bans on targets. You know, they're not like, they now have added the Xavier in here. In game 1, they kind of stuck with things. They kept things regular, but now they are picking off the Akai. Last game we saw the Akai and the Ballman to respond to game 1, and now they're also taking out the Xavier, so they're and the Wan, so switching it up a bit from last game. It's very similar to game 1 right now, kind of, except for the Xavier and the Akai, right? But every time they're approaching each draft a little bit differently. They're approaching each draft with a slightly different strategy, and that's one thing I really like to see from Ackerman. It's one thing that I think we should see from a few more teams as well.
Your team is picking.
So I was seeing a setup here. You know, they banned the Wan and forced the Valentina ban. You know, from the side of TFB. I was actually surprised they didn't pick up the Bia first, but they decided to go for the Balmon. My guess is for more control over the map. But at this point, as TFB, I would respond with a Franco right now. You know, like build into a Franco, build into some control,
Franco,
or even
Beatrix.
because the Kai is already banned. Like you need something that's going to be able to control this Balmon. And I mean, a Julian could knock him up as well. So there's a couple combinations they could go with here.
They better lock in that Beatrix. They better lock in that Beatrix.
Okay. I'm waiting for it.
The pressure's on. Drum roll, please. Drum roll. Stop.
Okay. Okay.
Yo.
Okay. All right. So
Beatrix not mad anymore. You saw it here first.
Listen, they have a plan. They did just give up though the Ballman and the Beatrix to the side of Ackerman, and that could be very rough. Right? Like you just gave up very heavy early game aggression. We know the Ballman goes to the side of Ack. Not only that, but like your one chance to start because you did get the Julian. So I feel like the Julian and the Beatrix could have been very solid there. And my guess is TFB has something up their sleeve here.
I mean, they went Diggy again. This is literally the same team they built last game. Maybe they just didn't play it right, and they want to show us they can. Hopefully.
It's you've got the early game. You're because it's so rounded on the side of Ackerman right now is because you've got the early game, you've got the invade, the potential for stealing your enemy's jungle. They might even be able to kind of jump on Shin early game here without much recourse from the side of TFB. But and then they've also got the mid to late game damage from the Beatrix and then the tankiness. So I mean, I'd like to see something a little bit more rounded. It does look like we're leaning a little heavy on the magic damage side here on the side of Team First Blood. So I mean, here, like I said, these squishier compositions from Team First Blood, you need to stay ahead. You need to be on your P's and Q's. You need to make sure everything you do is sharp. No jumping in the turrets. No trying to getting that seeing red thing when you dive and get killed. I mean, this is going to need to be a very careful game if we're going to stick with a squishy composition like we had last game from Team First Blood.
I do want to point out that Merciless isn't in here. They swapped out.
They brought in Luffy.
We got a sub.
Still.
So possibly
Still.
could be a game 3 game changer. The biggest things that I am seeing here is that I felt like what happened last time was the Wrath was a really great counter to the Diggy. Being able to do all of that slow and then tied with the Boxy, I think that was their biggest problem. They don't have to worry about that now. We already seen a Ballmon. They banned out the Wrath. So let's see how they can actually respond this time. If it did actually fall through.
I think the problem is, once again, though, what I'm seeing on the side of TFB is, I agree with you, Surprise. If they can get the snowball, like if TFB can get some nice early game picks, it could definitely help. But if they fall behind at all, and I mean like a death or two, like a 1K gold lead, I normally say like it takes like 3K to really snowball. But if TFB even falls behind 1,000, it's gonna look rough because they have no range on their mage. Yes, you have the black shoes, a little bit of sustainability and some dive potential, but you have no real range for those first 4 levels. You're up close and personal, essentially like the Lao Yi, maybe a little better than the Lao Yi, but you're lacking that. And with that, you have no tank in front of you. You have a squishy Diggy who's, until he gets some tank items in, he's just going to get melted every time as well.
Looking at this and I'm like, obviously Lao Yi was the problem with that last composition, because besides Lao Yi, this is the exact same comp from the last game. So obviously Lao Yi, they found the problem. It was the Lao Yi, so they switched that out with Lilia. They should be good to go now. But we do see Gal's Cutie on this freaking show. We already know we don't see it as often anymore from Ackerman, because I want to say Zia and Yato usually kind of have been they've been taking center stage now with the MVPs, with the kills and stuff. But Yato cannot be underestimated on this show, whether it's scrims, no matter who they're facing. His ability to be able to get into groups of opponents, those fast hands to get the right target and isolate them out with a way of the dragon.
Well, they did swap Yato onto the Selena here. Yato is on the Selena here. Yeah. Now, Gal's on the Cho. It's literally a pick that people used to ban. So, like, it's not something we see as much anymore. But, yeah, like you said, can't be underestimated. Yato on the Selena. Again, extremely aggressive. Like, they're answering the squishiness of TFB right now so well with the Balmond, the Selena, and the Cho. My guess is within the first minute, we are going to be seeing them try to invade onto the side of TFB here.
I would hope so. We're just going to have to see how they can execute it. I feel like they can definitely... I mean, I'm always optimistic, so let's see if they can turn the tide here. It's a little bit different of a comp, but we are going into game 3 of TFB versus Ackerman. And the score right now is 1-1 right now, Private.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting because I don't know what we have to stop a push from Ackerman right now. You're really going to be leaning on just trying to back up right now, because I mean, you have to wait a little bit for Luffy to get as many items as he needs to actually be a threat. But
already seeing a lot of pressure onto the gold lane, like always, kind of what we've seen last time. I want to see what Gal's Cutie can possibly do here. We know how well Gal's Cutie can play Cho, but we also know Joybaj is also pretty good at Cho, so maybe knowing the positions of how Gal's Cutie can come in might be a plus here. But I think it's going to come down to Yato and Gal's Cutie to get these sets and be able to, you know, set for Zia here.
And here comes Push at a minute in. Ard trying to invade some of this camp. Joy Kid taking a bit of damage. Yato misses a little bit with that Abyssal Arrow. Kid able to escape just enough. Able to back off and get back onto his jungling path. Joybaj still up in the top lane, hovering over Gina.
Yeah, and right now T already in the enemy's jungle, cutting lanes right now, making it really hard for Luffy to get farmed and making it hard for him to rotate back to his team. I mean, we still got about 30 seconds for this Lord, trying to see if I don't really think they have a comp to really make something happen in these lanes. There's not a lot of CC at this point for the side of Team First Blood, so I expect them to probably contest this turtle here right now.
Yeah.
A bit of poke damage. Gal's gonna stay in their face, man. And he does that so much. Down in the bottom as well, though. A little bit of action. Kush almost getting cut up. Turtle now on the field. Wondering, I mean, Kush automatically has the advantage over it, right? Maybe Kid can get the knock up right in time with those enhanced chains and do something, but he needs some help from his teams, and Gals is going to be able to zone him away. Kush takes that turtle, and up in the top, we do see Gina go down. So it's a turtle and a death for the side of Ackerman.
And we're seeing Yato not even kind of be the mid laner. We see more Gauss Cutie in mid lane and Yato roaming a lot.
Gauss Cutie's everywhere. He's everywhere, man. He's
yeah, not even having roam boots.
Yeah, and as we saw with that first turtle, man, there was nothing to stop them from going in. Gals was able to kind of just force his way into Kid, and nothing was able to stop him, which just opened it up for Kush to just have. It was just so easy for him to go ahead and pick up that turtle, and that's the problem here right now with this early game. Not only are you kind of a team that can't really lose the edge, but you're also not too great of an early game composition either.
Most definitely. And now with this continuing on, I will say one thing. TFB isn't, I mean, they're taking this slow, which could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Wait a second. It's the enhanced chains worth there. I was hoping Gals may get popped up there, but Joy Kid isn't going to be able to make a play there. But they are taking it slow. But the thing is right now, with their jungle pathing, they're still falling behind on push. They're still not able to keep up and keep their gold lead at a even deficit.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what they've been lacking on pretty much all of the games so far, is that again, their jungles are being constantly invaded, but we do see gold plating being peeled off here.
Yeah, Joy Kid flickers in, not able to get the pick onto Zia there. Abyssal Arrow runs short, and TFB will get the first tower of the game in that gold lane. Gals gonna get pulled back, locked down. Gals goes down. That is a kill on the board for TFB, evening out this game.
But while that's going on,
yeah, Ackerman able to go ahead and pick up a little bit of the day there to go ahead and get that purple, but they actually might end up paying for it.
Oh, Kush gets knocked up, pulled back in. Another kill goes down on the board for TFB. Now Joy Kid on the chase here. Just wants to move on to this turtle, but T does not want to let that happen. Joy taking a bit of damage. Joy Barge needs to come in and try to help out. Shen also here. T gets pulled back with the reverse time. Time Journey comes out, but Kid goes down. T able with the outplay. Zia comes in with a shotgun, takes out Barge, and the rest of the team needs to back off. TFB down 2 members, and the turtle should go into the hands of Ackerman.
Just as they started getting a little bit of edge on their side, they get pushed back down by Ackerman, with all of them being able to kind of rotate down here to that turtle. And oh man, with a little bit of an issue here.
Right into the Abyssal Arrow. Gina will go down. That was a beautiful wave of the dragon from Gals.
We were talking about it. His ability to get in there right under tower and then wave the dragon him outside of the line of the tower there. And it looks like Diggy actually might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, may go down here. But they are going to at least be able to take this tower. Does escape, but Joy Kid comes in. Able to take out Yato. Get something out of that loss up in the top. Zia is going 1v1 up against Humble Luffy, but Zia goes down. Humble Luffy picking up the kill. Now things are evening out, but Ackerman still holds the gold lead.
yeah.
Oh, T as well, though. Kid takes a couple tower shots. T's just trying to defend and keep this tower up as long as possible.
Ooh,
the macro. Yeah, the macro is on the side of Team First Blood. Kush actually in a little bit of trouble. Is not going to be able to make his way out of that, though. And more of an engagement here happening.
Gal's going to be able to walk away from this right now. Team First Blood, we wanted them to be a bit aggressive at this stage in the game, and they are definitely doing that. Nibiru's Passion comes out. Joy Baj gets away with that reverse time, pulling Gal's back. Saving his life. He's going to have to go back to base for this. Down in the bottom, though. Kid trying to 1v1 on T, who will come out. Kid goes down. T picks up the kill. And with this, we are seeing things kind of balance out a bit. Towers, luckily, Luffy is bullying up in that top lane, has taken 2 and really knocked down that gold lane.
Yeah, and I mean, what we were saying by like Private said, you know, like the micro plays that we're seeing are really good by TFB. We're also seeing a little mistake here and there that is causing the tides to kind of switch, you know. And you can see that from both sides, even from Ackerman. What TFB really has to do here is avoid Zia. Anytime, if not avoid Zia, you better save everything to take Zia out. But I think what they have in favor is that Popo and Koopa can really shine here and take a lot of objectives.
I'll say that Luffy is definitely becoming a problem. The Thamus is quite the presence in this step of the game. This turtle should go to the side. Oh, Kush comes in and steals it from behind the wall with the lethal counter. Able to take that away from TFB. Zia now going to start working on this tower in the midst of all this mayhem.
Man.
Every single time they even take a hesitant little breath, Ackerman is right there. To, like, they're just capitalizing. It's the problem right now is that it makes Team First Blood looks like they're not taking this seriously, but they are. It's just every single mistake they make is punished tenfold by the side of Ackerman, and it's just an amazing to see how strict, how crisp Ackerman's gameplay and pushing ability is here.
Yeah, at this point, they need to start, like, as we can see, split pushes by Zia is real right now. Going back and forth from both lane, and TFB needs to make the call to go jump them. Just take Zia out.
Yeah, they need to find something. They are still up on towers, though, right? Like, they still have... I wouldn't say that Ackerman's just completely dominating this game. They do have a slight goal lead. Joy Kid maybe coming in. That snipe, though, is definitely doing damage. But Zia, you're right, is only going to scale more, and he's only going to become more and more of a problem as we move forward.
Yeah.
Ooh, falling star moon. T comes in. Gals is here as well. No way the dragon because of that time journey. And now Luffy has roam, has range to roam and cause some damage. Lethal counter comes in. Kush is here. It goes down. Next, maybe Luffy. Luffy trying to get away. Yato bites the bullet. And T is in the back line. Just wrecking hell. Next will be Luffy. Then Sten. And that is going to be a big win for the side of Ackerman. A 3-for-1 trade on the map. And this tower should fall next.
Oh my gosh, and these again are the mistakes that we're seeing. To be honest, like, from the side of TFB, we need to see them stop doing these crazy team fights, because we already know Zia is going to come in there, but it wasn't even Zia this time, it was Tiki. I don't even got words for how much damage Esmeralda is doing right now. Possibly pretty thick.
Just wait, all that just I knew you wanted to say thick. It's right now T6-0 right now on the team, and he's just a monster. And this is the problem, like we were talking about, the moment they start getting behind, and this is it, we're starting to hit that 10-minute mark. They're about 3K ahead right now, and this is going to be all uphill for Team First Blood. We already saw every single inch that they get when they are starting to get onto a turtle, they get that taken away from them. When they get a good engagement, they get that taken away from them by a mistake happening that they're able to capitalize on. Now we have the Lord up at top and a push down at bottom.
Yeah, the arrow does come in. Ackerman, though, not forcing anything right now. Gals holds down that front side, just waiting, praying, putting out the bait. Let me get a pick somewhere. Luffy does take the engage on to Kush. T there as well. Gina trying to get the stun, not quite able to. The tower goes down as Shen and Joy Buzz defend the bottom side, but the Lord is crashing up at the top inhibitor as Gina tries to make work of it. Kush just wants to handle this mid lane, take a tower here. The Lord goes down, and TFB will be able to make it here in time. May have a little bit of a clash here. Chains come out. Tower goes down. Luffy trying to come in. T drinks with that falling star moon, and Luffy will be melted down. Yato picks up the kill as the rest of the team tries to do something. Immobilization onto Kush. Arrow comes in, misses. T also holding the front line, but only one tower goes down, and TFP do defend this push. Wait a second. Yato with the Abyssal Arrow gets the pick. Kid goes down. A beautiful kill under the bottom side inhibitor. T now bringing out the recall as Zia chips away at the bottom bottom inhibitor, another wave coming down the mid, and T and Kush don't look like they want to stop. Yato fires the Abyssal, lands onto the dog, not quite able to make it as T continues to pick away with this sniper. Joyvaj, Gina trying to defend T, once again clearing out the wave. Glooms come out, T taking a bit of damage, but it's not enough. He's too tanky. Now Gal's in the bush, does get found out. Gal's getting brought a little bit low, but then comes a falling Star Moon reverse time, just try to save the day, but it's not enough. The team is melting. Team First Blood cannot find the stride, and they continue to fall behind, but they do defend to fight another day.
Holy crap, take a breath, man.
It's amazing to me as these fights are unfolding. They're kind of jockeying for position between the mid and bottom turret inhibitor turrets, and while they're doing that, you see Kush get into position on that bush in between there, just waiting for somebody to cross his path again. And as soon as he does, the entire rest of Team First Blood is forced to kind of close ranks around them and try to support that. Luckily, nobody died that time, but it's showing that just how Ackerman is just kind of setting up these plays, and Team First Blood is kind of powerless to kind of stop it right now.
It does feel like there's a little bit of a comeback though, like TFB's kind of making a little bit of a moment. Humble Luffy does come in, big chain knockup, Gals brought down to half. Lord though sitting at 50%. A big wave of the dragon though, and Luffy goes down. Falling Star Moon from the back line. Reverse time comes out and Kush takes the Lord. T now in the chase onto Gina. Zia gets the kill onto Kid. Next will be Gina, 2 standing Shen in bows against the world. 5-man and a Lord coming down. Reverse time comes in, dives under the tower, and Joyvaj will go down. A double kill for T. Snipe comes out, does not land on Shen. Shen trying to make it, dodge the sniper shot. The snipe line is still out. He does not land, but 1,000 T's are alone. Zia flickers it. The killing spree locks on, and 5 men are down. This will be it. Ackerman are taking it all. Humble Luffy does come out, but the shotgun damage is too much. The tower will fall, and Ackerman will move on to the semifinals as TFB gets brought down to the lower bracket.
Woo! Victory!
Ooh. Zia was not messing around there, missing all the shots onto Shen, trying to dance his way around that, but it was just not enough. A great game played by Ackerman, and unfortunately, I feel like Team First Blood, I like the Diggy, but I feel like it was forced here, especially with an Esmeralda on the enemy team. Every single time that time journey went off, I feel like Lord T was just eating up that shield from it like no other, and it was just allowing him to shine through most of these engagements, because as soon as it came out, then T went ahead, burst in with that Esmeralda, soaking up all the shields from all of the enemy, and there was just no way to bring him down by himself there.
It was a crazy game.
Definitely a crazy game, and I felt like, there was a few moments there where TFB were trying to hold on, and I think you're right. The Diggy pick up front, I mean, I like the Diggy, and I stand up for the Diggy sometimes, but I don't think it's like an upfront pick. It's not a prio pick. It's not your first 2 picks on the second side. I don't think that's something you want to lock in immediately, especially when there's still so much on the field. They gave up the Balmond. They gave up the Beatrix. They didn't just give up the Beatrix, but they gave it up to Zia, who has just always performed well on it, always. And at this point in the game, it doesn't, you shouldn't just be planning against the players you're going against. You should be playing as if everyone's amazing on the heroes, right? And Beatrix has definitely showed up tonight. Every game that has won has been with that. And I'm wondering when teams are going to just start banning it. If you're on the second side, you have to start thinking like this, because the numbers are showing, the statistics are showing she needs to be on that ban list or the first pick.
I was almost gonna say she had 80, Zia had 80% tower turret damage. So not only was it a Bia, but how he uses it, how he's able, once he gets ahead, and I love seeing it from marksmen. Once you get ahead in your lane, move on to the next lane, the XP lane, and start kicking those turrets out. 80% turrets, that's ridiculous. And Gino was at 67% himself as well on the side of Team First Blood, but when the entire team is kind of falling behind, there's not much else that you can do there as well. It's kind of sad for I want to say from Team First Blood, because I feel like they are usually better. But we talked about this before, I think off stream a bit, about how some teams are just other teams' kryptonites. I don't know for Ackerman if it's just their hero pool or how like they are able to execute this, but like I said, it almost made Team First Blood look amateurish, and they're not. They are a good team. They just got outpicked. They got out rotated. Every mistake that they made was capitalized on by the side of Ackerman, and Ackerman was just so crisp. And this is like one of those matches that man, they just keep getting better, and that's the scary thing right now in NA, is how good Ackerman is getting, and I definitely want to see how they end up here in the once we start moving on to the grand finals and stuff like that.
Well, we're gonna have to wait just a little bit of time. Up next, we do have the Valley going up against Vec Fantasy Main. Both teams won in the previous brackets. Definitely excited for this game, and I know the viewers are too, but we are going to take a quick 3-minute break to get these teams into the lobby, get things set up so we are ready to go smoothly. So take this second to use the bathroom, grab some popcorn, charge your phone, and do whatever you need to do to get ready for the next game.
There it is, guys. That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy into the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The down counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, away the nice stun on the shark, Pokey doing a little damage to the top line. I feel so alive, it's like I'm held down and all this shit on my mind, feel like I'm in the vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't had me shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky. This an enterprise, know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive. A huge play coming with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Just barely out there by Supra, and they secure the kill on the big one. Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to score a nice quicker kick, nice knock up, down goes Molecule to major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. I think that was the best up. Baby,
and kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the field. That's what it looks like. We'll see Ziggy though getting caught up. Omega gets a stun. In comes Syndicate. He does use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there and do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage. He does cover it, so he can't get the kill before. Wait a second. Quicker way, Ziggy though chasing in, does have that ultimate way to use it. For all the lows down trade of the airstrike, so down trying to push in, taking a bit too much damage on Japanese though. Taking out Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ult.
The openings, they're not able to find those fingers out. That's going to get caught with another petrifying.
Big swing down. Nice knock him on. That player maybe going down once again. He's going down. Able to get the kill. And does push on the fender upon the Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with an Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on the 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Splits. Wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offender on the Sharp. They take that tower. Now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Sharp. Coming on the Sharp.
Right now, they're being punished for it because Insomniacs is just out
but still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down, make that 4. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any Sharper, no, but again, no one's able to stop this movement on Black. It crashes down and gets the kill fight, the disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
Players from the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers, welcome to the show.
We hope you
And I
enjoy.
hope you enjoy.
Nothing that New Wave can really do there. One thing that I liked about this Lord take than the last one when they lost 2 members, best player stayed close to the Lord, right? Hold on, Blaze Duet comes in. House Fanboy gets away with a sliver and takes out
Minds right now, and this is something different from what we were seeing from New Wave, is even while they were getting kills on them, they were still able, we do see a Numenor Blast coming out.
Oh, but the reverse time able to get him out of that, but it's not enough. Whole World coming in with the heavy spin. Sakamoto able to get out with just a sliver of health. You can't even see the help.
Do here, because it does open it up a little bit for the side of Deuce Knights, G.
Look at that. They're like, I'm getting that tower. You know, just holding it out there. What we're really seeing,
Engage, and that's what the difference is right here for the Diggy, and that's what happens when you get a Diggy on the back foot. You're not able to really capitalize. Oh, easy peasy, caught in midair.
Why is he walking like, bro? You gotta know what you're up against, man. You gotta know there's a heavy spin in there. He just dived into a heavy spin, like, I got this. Hold my beer, and just completely annihilated there. Strike does come down 14. Sakamoto out of the way to save 10 use that wall. Interrupt Mingu here. Easy peasy with the chains, and Mingu does not touch the ground before she dies. Knocked up from the chains, knocked up from the wild charge, and taken out in the sky. A wonderful mark from the side of these Knights. They want to keep going. Don't let the big stun come in from the side of their strike. Don't let Darwin into our back line. The moment we let that happen, we lose. And as long as these Knights can hold together, easy peasy, buys that one entrenching on. Able to get out there, but Promise finally gets that crossbow tang. He isn't able to succeed, and that wild charge comes in, and Darwin gets the pick. Promise goes down. Darwin now taken out as well. Promise on the run, but they are there, and there is no immortality for you. 4 members of the Simpsons go down, and Deuce Knights with a nice defense, but you lose all your inhibitors for that trade.
Oh, easy peasy is hungry for it. He wants it. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get it.
Well, the world's a fast boy. He should be able to get away, but easy peasy continues to chase. Continues to want it. Chain.
And this is going to be another tower that looks like it's going to be going down to the side of Ackerman over here at mid.
Oh my god. And a big waves collapsing in.
Yeah, and that's another Fatal Links that does land, but they are too strong right now. There is not enough that they're going to be able to do. Great play by Zia. He's going to go ahead and dash away from Mosh's damage. Gina Godmos gets taken out, and I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to be able to stop them from this next push. We do see Shen gets taken out, and this is just a dominant.
Where Zia's going to really start outputting the damage, right? And Yato as well. 0 deaths, and that's a big way of the dragon, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do it.
No, see what happened there, the way the dragon went into the wrong mode because he flickered and he still continued with it, which put his whole team in a bad way here. Blah, the team coming in. We do have a crossbow tank coming down. It is not enough to take down Lord T. We do see, does land on the Merciless with the Jikundo. It is able to release him from that.
Welcome back, guys. We are here. I mean, we're all in separate places, but we are here at the North American Squad League. Hopefully one day I can say we are here at da-da-da-da-da. But we are here, and this will be the Valley going up against Vec Fantasy Main in the quarterfinals. Now, I know there was a lot of questions about best of 7, best of 5. Yes, we have the extra marks up there, and we will take into account of what you guys are saying, but it is just best of 3s tonight. Later on, we will have some best of 5s, and eventually for the finals, we will have a best of 7. But tonight, this game here will be a best of 3. The Valley going up against Vec Fantasy Private. How do you feel about it?
I mean, Last week, Vec Fantasy impressed me with the addition of Nicolette and Best Player. They have turned themselves around from a team that was struggling at the bottom of the league to one of the most impressive transitions that I've seen last week. However, they are going up against the powerhouse, probably one of the only other teams that are kind of at the top of the squad league mountain besides Ackerman right now in the Valley, with just a star-studded, just a bunch of just, I want to say, genius players. And I've always said that about the Valley, but they just keep on adding to that.
Yeah, you know, I haven't gotten to watch this composition yet. I haven't gotten to see exactly how it's going to play out. We've had a lot of questions. Of course, they're not going up against, you know, one of the best teams in the playoffs. They're going up against Vex Fantasy, who started at a lower side in the season. But like you said, Vex Fantasy definitely impressed me last week. They made a very clean win against the Simpsons, were able to pull it off, and now they are here to go against the leading team in the season. One of the teams that did not lose a single series and had only lost a few games. But we also know that has been a curse for a lot of teams in past seasons. Can the Valley break the curse here and move on to the semifinals, G?
I mean, in my lineup, in my predictions, yes. I picked the Valley, definitely going with Vec, but Vec's been showing a little bit of promise here, you know? Like, I want to see what they could possibly show out. And I mean, they kind of did a little bit of an upset last time, so I want to see them turn that around and do that this time. They did go ahead and already get rid of the Fanny on the side of the Valley, and then respond with the Kai here, and then into the Masha. These are all roughly about normal bans that we see in MLBB. These are, I mean, not the Fanny, but occasionally it's more of a target ban. Yeah, that's more of a target ban, 100%. Now the Kai can kind of be in a target ban, but it's mainly just get him out of here. He's got way too much control, too much versatility. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see how they play here. What do you think, Private?
Well, one of the biggest things that I didn't bring up before is how the Valley impressed me last week. There was no messing around. There was no off the wall picks, no Fanny, Tank, no Johnson. They came to work. And they executed well, and then they went home. They didn't spend any extra time messing around. No Gujin plays out there. They came like they wanted to win, and they had nothing else on their mind except for reinforcing what a dominant team they are. And that is something that I've been waiting for the Valley to do, because they've been one of those teams that I've talked about. Genius, great players, but undisciplined. And now we're starting to seeing them getting a little bit more stacked, a little bit more headstrong, but they are maintaining that with their pushes and as we move into the drafts and stuff like that. So it's been something I've been very excited to see from the Valley, because it's been one of the biggest, I want to say, weaknesses I've seen, and a very special band there that Rex has been asking for.
Dude, he's like on the edge of his seat.
Oh, like, yeah, there it is. The Beatrix band comes in, which maybe a little surprised about, but Basic has been liking to run the Claude, right? Like, we've seen Basic on the Claude. He's done well on the Claude. So maybe it's like, all right, let's just take out the Beatrix. That way we don't give them something. And a lot of times I feel like with that first pick, you don't want a Beatrix up front and then give up like two very strong picks to the other team. So it's like, let's just get rid of the Beatrix, and then we can still pick up the Ballman. We can still pick up something like that without sacrificing too much to that second side. Now, VFM has the option here. They're probably going to ban the Fairmuse, but they go for the Jubilee instead.
The open. Does the Valley pick it up?
Shark has to lock in the Fairmuse immediately. And my guess from VFM, we see the Ballman on best player, and I don't know what's going to be that second pick. Maybe the Claude. There it is.
Here's the thing too: is it's not Shark who picked up that Faramis, it's Hoon. So
yeah, but it's gonna go to Shark.
Okay.
Maybe not. You're right. It may be a mage. Maybe you're right. It could be the. It could be.
Okay.
I just know how well I especially when we saw it in the quarterfinals NACT where Prophecy was able to play the Faramis as a mage, and it still opened up. You still have the damage that can come out of a mage, but you add that utility of the Cult Altar, and then you still have a Roman support that you can put onto the field.
Most definitely. Now Mobazane's hovering over this Karina right now. White Chicken has picked up the Dairoth to counter Jules Cutie. VFM's still lacking on a jungle right now, and even with the Ballman open, Mobazane decides to pick up the Karina. So I'm thinking best player may want to lock in the jungler now, because if they don't, we know they're going to rail into that hard.
At this point, there's a hard decision that you have to make here to possibly go against the Faramis, right? So not a lot of people know the best way to counter them is to have burst damage. We're gonna need to see an insanely powerful team from Vec. And not only that, I'm pretty sure Mobazane's going to be going to tank Karina. So again, we're gonna need to see that power. And we'll see. I mean, they could go the Ballman for more objective base, but I personally believe they need to go burst.
I don't know. I think the Ballman works well against the Karina. The skill damage, you're able to constantly get some chip damage onto her, especially in the early game. I think he kind of wins out a little bit. Now, I think they just need something to catch Hoon, especially if this ends up being a mage Faramis, like a mid lane and not a roamer Faramis. One of the downfalls of that can be that he's squishy, right? He has to use that Cult Altar a little bit sooner sometimes than maybe you want to. You know, he doesn't have all those tanky items. He's not that tanky build. So when he starts taking that damage, Hoon may feel the pressure to pop the Cult Altar for himself instead of for the rest of the team. Now, if it does end up being the tank, if it does go over to Shark side, I think crowd control is going to be important for the side of Vec Fantasy here. They need to find a way to lock them up a little bit. Try to bide time, disengage. They need to make sure these fights are lasting out past the Cult Altar, or you're locking up Faramis so much that he can't get to the Cult Altar.
Yeah. And this is interesting. I've never seen a glue ban. Maybe I'm just not experienced with it. What could it be used here?
I don't know. And the Faramis counters the glue like hard. Like Faramis is like a big counter to glue. So I don't know. I'm aghast by it. I can't tell you.
It's gonna be interesting there. I do like the Balmond pick, the Balmond pick up here, just because he does have a lot of early game presence, maybe to kind of upset the farm, maybe even to help out with a little bit of invade. But if you're gonna be invading, you're gonna need something that's gonna be able to accompany Balmond here, because with a team like the Valley here, you're not gonna have those openings. They're gonna be. You thought Ackerman was able to close ranks around fast when one of their players is in trouble. The Valley is ridiculous when it comes to map presence, paying attention to that mini map, knowing where everybody is on a team, and consequently when somebody needs help, they're able to close those ranks so fast. So it's going to be something, it's going to be interesting here, because I do feel like there needs to be just a little bit something more in the early game to kind of help carry them, because on the side of the Valley, they're going to want to kind of, I don't want to say slow play it, but they're gonna, the name of the game here is to get to that mid game, get Faramis that ult, get that damage out of Mobazane to where he's not afraid to dive in, and then once that happens, it's going to be a steamroll, because there's not going to be anything that will stop him from diving in with that Karina. He'll be Cult Altered, he'll be able to dive in, put on damage, get killed, come back, and put on even more. And as we get later and later into the game, it's going to be unstoppable.
I think it's going to attribute it to the tank, though. You know, like, are they going to go Atlas? Are they going to go Kufra? And I think that's what they're trying to determine here. You know, like, if there's going to be more dashy heroes, maybe a Kufra would be a good pick here to possibly CC and stun. But to be honest, I mean, Franco is still open, and I feel like he could be able to control the Faramis a little bit. You know, get in there, hit that suppression.
You know, I think the Atlas could honestly be solid for the side of VFM here. You said it, and I think it could be a really good pick for their tank, especially with some of the dive with Mobazane, with Fried Chicken. Even the Faramis has to come in if he wants to get those pulls off, right? So I think that could be a great counter for the side of VFM. And overall, looking at it, I mean, I'm not against VFM's draft. I think the only thing that really makes me lean into the Valley right now is that Faramis, because I feel like VFM's winning out in the gold lane. I feel like the Valley's winning out in the EXP lane a bit with the Dairoth. So, I mean, you're kind of balanced out there. And then in the mid lane, it could kind of go either way. I think that best player on this Ballman will have a bit of an advantage in the beginning. And overall, Zane will start to come out on top in the mid to late. So I'm liking the draft. A lot of it's going to come down, I think, to how they can play around Hoon on this Faramis.
Yeah, and especially with how fast, almost on a scale of like Farja with that wings by wings, he's going to be able to clear mid very quickly and then rotate super fast to these lanes. So it's going to be on Vec Fantasy main to make sure they are communicating, make sure they know where everybody is on the map. And that last pick is going to go to Matilda. That's going to give them a little bit more engage or disengage, and especially with that circling eagle to be able to kind of isolate a single player there and be able to potentially give the entire team a ride with Matilda on there. So we're going to see how well that plays into some of these fights here.
We've heard it from Nicolette's mouth in the past. They like to be aggressive in the early game. It's why she likes the Lunox, even though I kind of consider her a bit of a late, but can create some presence. But with the Matilda and the Ballman and those three together, I think we're going to see those three really working together, trying to make plays, maybe even trying to invade. I think VFM is going to come in hard. So let's see how this goes. This is the second series of the night. The Valley going up against Vec Fantasy main, best of 3. Excited to see how this turns out.
Yeah, and you know, like, I want to set the stage here a little bit, you know, like, from the side of Vec Fantasy, they have a very mobile team. So I feel like, you know, looking at their win conditions in this early game, I feel like they're going to be there to bait ultimates, and they need to get as much utility out of the Valley as they can in order to turn this tide. And from the side of the Valley, they need to kind of do what they're doing right now. They're going to need to see some really good setups by Shark. We're going to have to see, of course, a little bit of burst damage and then the Clint popping off here. So let's see what they can do here, Private.
Yeah, and already we're seeing them starting to line up here. We're seeing how they're supporting each other in these lanes, helping them clear and then disengaging back to their lanes on the side of the Valley here. And it's those little things that I've talked about before, those little seconds of advancement that are going to start adding up as we get into the mid and late game here.
Yeah, we are seeing Fried Chicken kind of working Jules a little bit on the boss side, but I think Jules just needs to play it safe right now, right? Nothing major. The Valley, though, is hovering over this top, trying to give the advantage to Basic in this lane, but best player is here. Shark puts out the wall. Zane maybe coming in with the engage, but his best player versus the world. Still, the Valley decides to back off.
And best player utilizing the retry there. Wasn't quite sure if we seen any connection there to be able to simplify the retry, but I mean, attempts to go for it. Now rotating down to the bot lane to possibly, you know, set up for the turtle, and I feel like that's what a Ballman has to do. You know, pushing it on the Dairoth, you know, I mean, that's what he got to do. You know, he's got to do what he got to do.
Ballman. It's hard out here for a Ballman, man. You got to just work for those turtles, work for this river, and make your way down. But the Shark is here. Fried Chicken gets the solo kill on the boss side. This means he will be able to rotate down. Hoon with the pull on Damasha. Now, the best player does secure it. The Valley now coming in. Nicolette able to use that brilliance to get away, and the objective goes to the side of Vec Fantasy.
Great communication by the side of Vec Fantasy, man. Got the turtle and got out of dodge. They didn't waste time. There was no questions. Everybody knew, get the turtle, disengage. We don't want to fight this, and especially with Hoon popping out that cult altar.
Yeah. And and again, like you were saying that, you know, I feel like win condition, get out, get in, get out, get in. I mean, that's what it's going to have to come down to. But Jules Cutie having a tough time with Chicken in this bottom lane. We might need to see some support from the rest of the team of possibly going down and invading a tad bit, but we are seeing a little bit of an engage here. I don't think anything's going to really come out of it. Private, what do you think Vec Fanny's gonna have to do here? You think they just need to focus on objectives?
Well, I think they're doing it right now. Maybe start getting a little bit more aggressive. Oh, Mobus is in trouble.
Very low. Does get knocked up though. Shark with a wild charge, and they're not able to complete that. But Alex is coming in. Doesn't have that blazing duet, so we can't get the cleanup. Zane's able to walk away from that. A nice try from Vec Fantasy, but Shark is there to save the day. Basic, watch out for Basic in this bush. Best player is going to try to work onto this camp. Basic does take it. Able to steal that, so that's a nice play. Does stop Best Player, and that's going to slow him down just a little bit, and a little bit can mean a lot in the long run.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before, is that they need to be aggressive. They are being aggressive. They're pushing in. They didn't actually get the kill there, but they're showing that aggressive. They're keeping the pressure onto MOBA Zane, which is what they need to do if they have hopes. Because like I said, this is all going to turn around once we get to the 6 and 10 minute mark. That's when you're going to start seeing the real power of this composition come out.
Oh, and that pull from Hoon looks dangerous. Best Player gets pulled in there. I was just waiting for Zane to revert back, but he knows the rest of the team is there. But you can just see the possibilities that Hoon might pull with that Shadow Stampede later on in the game.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing a turtle secured by Vec Fantasy here. And possibly now might be falling into the Valley's hand if Best Player can't get there in time, and it does look like they will. But we're looking at the Valley. They're controlling their gold so much better than Vec Fantasy. I mean, look at it, how it stayed up, and I think that just contributes to, you know, like the overall aggression and rotations that we're seeing by the Valley. And I mean, we're gonna have to see them disrupt that rotation and control their own chemistry to be able to turn the Valley on to the other foot.
And rotations are the thing here, and this is what we just saw. Best Player not in a position to go ahead and even contest that turtle, so ended up going for his buffs there, but they didn't really capitalize. They gave up a turtle for nothing, not an invade, not to get a kill on one of the XP lanes. They just kind of gave it up, and that's something you do not want to do against a team like the Valley. You have to be objective focused if you're going to get through some of these games.
Nicolette does get pulled in. Shark is here. Zane comes out from the bush. Brilliance comes out. Nicolette may be able to walk away from this. Best Player fends him off. The Colt also comes out for the dive, and Masha Please does go down. Zane gets stunned. He wants another. Dives on the tower. Takes out Best Player. Can he make it a triple? The tower shot locks in, and he gets the triple. Nicolette will go down. Zane walks away unscathed, and they take a tower along with it.
Oh my gosh, the control by MOBA Zane there, and the knowing the utilization of his ultimate, and then the retro, utilizing the retro at the same time to be able to slow and push. Like, that was an insane triple kill. And then in counter, you even ran right into that Colt altar, so that overall play was insane. But Alex is in trouble possibly.
Yeah, Alex is taking a lot of damage. Basic trying to hunt him down. He's gonna catch that speed up maybe. Battle Mirror Image comes out, helps him flicker away, but now he's caught up between Fried Chicken as well. Battle Mirror Image is back, but Basic picks up the kill. A nice chase with Alex, but not enough to get away with your life. Oh, Fried Chicken is going to be a problem right now. Jules Cutie got bullied down there, and at 1-0-1 on this Dyroth now rotating around. It's going to cause a big issue in these team fights.
I do like the aggression on the side. You could already see that that Basic went ahead and grabbed the Berserker's Fury first, so that he could have that crit, that damage on that Clint. So he's going to be crushing here as we go into this next turtle.
Oh, another pick off on the Jules Cutie. Turtle is up, wall comes out, Colt Alter along with it, Super Shark with the flicker, and the wild charge. Nicolette may go down here, trying to survive, gets a little bit of life back, but Basic comes in and snipes the shot, takes her down, 2 for 0, and a turtle goes to the Valley. This is starting to become a bit of a roll.
You mean a snowball, right? Nah. The snowball is initiating.
Well, and this is what I was talking about, is that the Cult Altar, they're not safe anywhere right now, and especially this is how it shines in that mid position, because you don't have to use it as a disengagement tool or as defense. You can use it aggressively here to dive at your opponent, and there's nothing they can do to really stop you.
Yeah, and that's something we haven't seen from a lot of teams. Normally the Fermies is always use it as a defensive measure. Alex goes down, but right now we're seeing Hoon use it to dive towers, to do things like that, and it's a pleasure watching.
Well, it's not even just that. It's because you don't see too many Feramises that aren't countered by a Valentina, who also will grab that Cult Ultra. And we do have an engagement here.
Oh, big wild charge with the double pull onto Jules and Best Player. They're forced to back off a bit, but the Valley does not want to let up. They're going to move on up to this top tower. Best Player taking a bit of damage, gets pulled back. Zane does not try to finish it, though. Hoon connects. Open, does almost go down there. Hoon with Cult Altar, or no, with second skill, able to get through that wall. Alex comes in with a Blazing Duet, but starts getting shredded down. Brilliance comes out from Nicolette, and Basic picks up the kill onto Alex. Nicolette maybe next. Jules Cutie with the Fallen Star Moon, trying to hold them back. Open, pulled in, and Zane gets the kill. This is looking very rough for Vec Fantasy.
That micro play by Hoon to be able to sneak in there and then grab that pull was just, it was so quick and precise. Oh my God.
Nicolette shredded down. Best Player will be next. Cult Altar comes out. Jules tries to defend with his life, but just can't. Picks up the double kill for main Hoon, and the inhibitor may be next. This could be a quick GG's for the side of the Valley. Open and Alex against both of them, but the damage is too much from Basic. The crits come in, and Basic gets a mega kill. Now, a wave of minions coming down the middle side. Nothing left but Alex gets pulled back to the base to try to get some health back. A wave of minions comes in, and now the Valley's going to close in onto the space. Alex with the Blazing Duet. Nicolette coming around the side as well. Dashes in with the darkness, not able to pick up anything. Top inhibitor may go down now, but Best Player is here to try to defend. Spinning, trying to do it, but just not winning. And will be taken out. Fried Chicken gets the double kill. Make that onto Jules and Best Player both go down. They're going to move on to this red buff and maybe take the re-engage.
Wow. I mean, they're showing this is a school, a lesson in why you ban Faramis without the counter out there, without a Cult Altar of your own in the form of a Valentina. You're basically allowing them to be able to push and put that pressure onto you without any recourse. There's nothing that can stop him diving in here. The heck, I'm pretty sure they could probably at this point with minions dive into the core and crush it down, because the Cult Altar is going to go ahead and keep them sustained right now, but they are going to go ahead and move on to this. They're not wasting any time in this game. Every single thing, there's an objective focus, and they go for it, and they're executing and answering.
Definitely executing and answering. Yeah, they're checking all the boxes right now, and with this much of a gap, this much of a gap in gold, it gets to this point where it's like there's no strategy that you can use in that micro. There's no micro mechanic you can make a play, because even if you get a great set, a great combo, you're just going to get shredded down. Even if you kill Basic, the rest of the team is going to get you. Even if you kill Zane right now, the rest of the team is going to sweep you. Just about anybody on the side of the Valley can burst down most of the members of VFM right now. So at this point, you just have to play it slow, maybe wait out and stay away from these big fights. Maybe you get a pick. Alex with the Blazing Duet does come in, but Basic has the range to poke away. Lord coming down the mid now. A wave against the top and a wave against the bottom. I don't know if they're going to be able to defend this. Lord trying to come in. Nicolette. Cult Altar does come out, maybe a little bit early. Nicolette uses the Brilliance because she gets stuck onto that wall, but the base has been closed in. Alex goes down. Fried Chicken picks up the kill, and the base will be next. The Valley takes game 1.
In dominating fashion, too. I can't even call that dominating. It was a 0-kill game on the side of Vec Fantasy main, and this is what happens when you give up a Faramis to a team like the Valley, who can play that to a T. And this is exactly what I said from the draft. They're going to be able to dive under towers. As soon as they hit that spike, as soon as they have that Cult Altar, you're going to have to watch out for Moba Zane to just dive in on you, because there's not going to be anything to stop him. But not just the Cult Altar. Hoon, very deserving of that MVP. As we were talking about it here before, the Shadow Stampede, another ability where he dives into you and is able to yank you back. It's one of those abilities that just reinforces your team's gank and can turn even losing ganks into something positive with getting another chance at it.
I mean, honestly, I feel like the past two series we've seen with Hoon, it hasn't been anything wow. He hasn't he's played solid, but we haven't really seen him because again, we're so used to seeing Hoon play those assassin roles, play jungle or things like that. So I really haven't gotten to see him thrive as a mid laner yet. But tonight on that Faramis, and yes, Faramis is broken right now, but still 2-0-13. 2-0-13. The man just carried his team.
Yeah, and not a just carry, but the rest of the overall comp and the thoughts into the comp. You pick up the Faramis immediately for a mage pick there, like I said, and then you also have a disengage tool because you picked that as a mage. You have Shark, who's able to pick up the Grok, has that wild charge to help his team disengage when they need it. You saw it right in the early game. As soon as they latched on to Zane to try to get an easy kill off, there was Shark right away. Wild charge, didn't think twice about it, opened it up for an escape by Zane, and that really kind of set the tone because now they knew that they would not be rewarded for diving in deep on the Valley, so they had to back up and kind of wait for an engagement from the Valley. But when that engagement came, it came in the form of a Cult Ultra and a Karina kicking butt. So, I mean,
this is true. Now we are jumping in. VFM have opted to go with first pick here as they were the losers of the last game. Let's see if they can make this draft work a little bit better for them.
I mean, I hope so, you know, and I feel like they're probably gonna fall into the same routine we see a lot of other people in Mobile Legends, you know, like they're gonna do a target ban here or there, but from my case scenario of what just happened last time, you might want to bear in their fairness.
Yeah. Well, they do have first pick this time, though.
Yeah.
So, like, that's the advantage of the first pick. You force the other team, and we saw Ackerman doing it with TFB, why they wanted first pick, to where some teams like the 2 response picks from second. Thing is, with first, you get to ban whatever you want, man. And you force the other team to ban the Pheromones. You normally force the other team to ban the Pheromones, ban the Valentina, and those things, right? Because they have to if they don't want to see you with them.
Yeah, so, well, I mean, and this is going to open up some things here. Like I said, Faramis, I feel like we've seen it too. The biggest answer for Faramis is the Valentina, the person who can copy his ult, and so that they have one of their own. So that when Faramis does dive in with that Cult Ultra, you can back up with a Cult Ultra of your own that will kind of upset the team fighting balance there. But they're going to go ahead and take him out of there. They don't want to think twice about it. They don't want to deal with it. So it's going to come down to... honestly, how they execute their comp, because I didn't feel like they had a terrible comp. Just giving up that Faramis, they had a little bit of pressure early game, and I really like that, especially with the Balmon. They just I feel like they got a little sloppy, and some of their mistakes got capitalized on by the side of the Valley there, because they did have good pressure and they were doing all right. But I think, like I said, missing Zane on that kill kind of set the tone for them, and they got afraid of diving in anymore or making any type of waves.
Yeah, for a second, just for that split second, it looked really good for VFM. Not only that, but Jules Cutie was having a very rough time in the XP lane, and most of the side of VFM were focusing hard on that gold lane. So I think we need to see something from VFM where if they need to be able to make that pivot if they need to, that slight change during a game where it's like, okay, this lane's losing. We need Alex, we need you to just play safe so we can go gank the bottom and even out these things. Or if it's the other way around, you know, make those same changes, but you have to be liquid during these games. You know, you have to be able to fluidly change your strategy here and there depending how things are going.
Yeah, and I mean, the next thing we have to see here is like Julian's still open, Valentina's still open. The Valley's probably not gonna allow them to get Valentina, but maybe. Interesting, you know. They have a bunch of opportunities here being first pick on this side. Of course, if they have to ban the Valentina here, we still have the Ballman and the Kai open, which they ended up going for the Valentina ban, as you know, per usual. Maybe go for the Kai here.
I like the Akai only because it kind of wards you away from that Balmon pick, the Karina pick. It can disengage for you. For the Balmon, he's got that dash that can pop Balmon up, which stops the spin from him. So it's a good pick into a counter pick. But like you said, it's a first pick. Now the Valley has two picks of their own, and they're going to go with Wanwan and one of the unaccustomed kind of counters to Wanwan in that Diggy.
And not only that, but a nice counter to the Akai, right? And I love how the Valley was just like they knew. They're like, all right, they picked the Akai. We have a game plan. We're going to pick up this 1-1 and the Diggy. There was no second thought about it. It's like, you know, maybe I'm guessing they've been practicing some drafts. They've been thinking about these things, and they were quick to respond. And this is going to put the side of VFM in a tight spot. Those clocks are running, right? So sometimes when you can draft quickly like that, when you already have what your answer is going to be to a certain pick, now you're putting the pressure back onto VFM, and they have to think on their feet. Best player hovering over this Karina now. Nicolette locks in the Eve. Best player brings in the Karina, and you have your tank set up. So their mid lane is resolved. Their mid lane is chosen. I'm not against it, especially now with the Diggy, right? You maybe don't want to use the jungle Akai. You want to pick up something that doesn't really get too affected by the Diggy.
Well, they already got the Karina, so I definitely would say that
that's what I mean.
We're gonna see a Roam Akai. The biggest thing, you know, is that I think Beck Fantasy is trying to diversify where the Diggy can utilize those ultimates. You know, they're gonna force him to use it in certain situations other than that, but then a Paquito gets picked up, so now we're seeing a lot of at least not a lot yet, but a decent interrupt for possibly diving in onto Nicolette here, Private.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm a little we just talked about this before. A lot of some of these Farja, the Eve, a lot of some of these mages that do a decent amount of damage, have a great team fighting capability, have been kind of going to the wayside just because when they activate their ult, whether it's the feathered airstrike or an Eve's case, the real world manipulation, they have to stand still. They have to be that sitting duck. And for people like when Shark activates that time journey, his entire team's just gonna have to be able to blow through and catch up right to Eve. With this Paquito, he's gonna be able to kind of hone in on Nicolette. So it's gonna be a big job on them trying to be able to protect and disengage for Nicolette. But I think I like the idea that Best Player has here, especially with the Karina. It's a lot of burst, a lot of speed, which could potentially be upsetting for Shark here, because the biggest problem for a Diggy would be CC and burst damage. And then as soon as you take them out, you've taken out the only real counter to the heavy spin and to this real world manipulation.
Most definitely. Now with these next bans coming in, the Valley is going to start honing in onto these gold laners. Now they've taken out the Diggy. My guess is maybe the Claude next. Limit down to what Alex has the pool for. Even though they lost, Alex played a decent Claude last time. So I think the Valley, that's like their only stress, right? We just need to make sure Basic's okay on this 1-1. Zane's going to pop off in the mid game with this Paquito. We've especially, like, what was it, last week? I think Best Player, or I forget who it was, went for the full damage build on the Paquito. I don't know if that's what we're going to see from Zane here. Maybe just like the Bloodlust Axe and the Hunter Strike or something, and then the rest bulkiness. But still, Paquito's known for a great mid game. They do end up banning this Phoveus now, getting rid of some of those counters. So thinking they're being proactive with their bans.
Yeah, proactive. And one of the things I do want to say here is that I see Vec Fantasy falling into, even though, I mean, we see the bans are coming up, but we're not seeing them pick into the Valley. The Valley's picking into them. So we're seeing the Valley counter and pretty much building the complete counter to whatever Vec Fantasy builds here. And I feel like they have to do something to turn this tide here. And it's kind of hard when you're the first pick, you know, like you're going to be here. This is the point in the game right now that they have the pick. Your second picks need to start countering.
For me right now, on the side of Vec Fantasy main, I kind of see Jules Cutie's going to need to be on it. When these heavy spins come out, they're going to need, they can't just be used to disengage. They can't just be used to run away. They're going to have to be used to pin heroes, 2, maybe 3 heroes, to allow Nicolette to be able to do that damage. Or we're going to need some other case to help set this team up for success, because I mean, either we get Diggy down early, which is, I mean, it's easier done on paper than actually, or we're gonna need to make him Shark expend that time journey before we set up for our actual team fighting abilities, which is it's a lot to say right now. And we talked about MobaZane being kind of getting that jump on that Paquito with mid game. I dare say that he's almost, I feel like he dances that line between early game and mid game for when he's still able
right
to
when he
take
hits
off.
level 4.
Yeah, as soon as basically he gets level 4 and he's basically doing a decent amount of damage, especially if he's taking no deaths. He has an exorbitant amount of damage that he can dish out. And I don't really think we have too much early game. I do like Franco for that early game, that harassment that he can provide there. So I mean, not a terrible
offline?
draft on this.
Kai in the EXP here.
Wow.
Let them come.
I like that. Fried Chicken does pick up the Benny though, and that's you kind of an answer to the Akai a little bit, right? Like you do have some escapability. You have a lot of movement, a lot of rotation. So I do like, once again, the side of the Valley being proactive with their picks, not too locked into anything. The problem is, like, I'm just not seeing any, like I don't know. I guess the Airthil there's no real big burst damage except for the Airthil, and that's not going to happen for a little while, right? At least to, like, more like, not even mid, but like mid-late, you know, like the mid, like maybe the 12-minute mark or so.
Mm-hmm. I just want to see who goes XP lane.
It's going to be the AXV.
With how we worked in the last game, I mean, we might be seeing a more aggressive Valley here too as well. I mean, I don't see it too often, but Diggy does have the potential for using that time journey to lead his team in. And I've seen it before. It's just, for the most part, Diggy waits for those abilities to be expended so that he can use that time journey to kind of counter a lot of that CC. But we're going to see how this works out. It's game 2. The Valley taking on VFM here, so I mean, I can't wait.
I'm definitely excited for it. And I think, like you said, I think we see Hoon just like he used the Cult Altar, using that as more of a, we're gonna walk right past this heavy spin into this Eve and into this Aerithil.
Exactly. And I think it's gonna just come down to, like you kind of, like I was saying early on, I think they're trying to exhaust how much usefulness the Diggy's gonna be here, you know? Like, and look, oh my god!
Fried Chicken taking a bit of damage there, actually. Forced to go back. Jules Cutie does meet him in that rotation up in the top side. Maybe a possible bit of engage here. I don't think anything too much is gonna happen. Fried Chicken should be able to walk away from this on the bottom side. A lot of members up here, but they do disengage back to a standstill.
He was just like waddling along.
Yeah, the only thing is when I see these players kind of latch onto somebody, I feel like there needs to be a little bit of a call. Is just I'm going in, everybody else kind of going with just a wide iron hook there, missed on Hoon there. Yeah, I was man.
Potato Santa. Yeah, and I feel where you're coming from here, you know, like we're gonna have to see a complete collapse, but I still, like, in the back of my mind, no, I'm joking. Nah, let's see what they could possibly do here in that.
Oh, big damage on a Shark there. Best player does come in. Shark trying to come back. The Ying overturn comes in. Man, who picks up first blood on to best player. Now this should be a free turtle for MobaZane. Open is hovering around. Fried Chicken with the rotation up. Coming around. Jules Cutie also there. Alex gets the single solo kill on a basic on the top side. Back of the turtle, though. Jules is maybe waiting to come in. Zane takes it. Gets the turtle, but it's a 1-kill trade for the turtle on the map.
Well, and right there, best player dives in, trying to go after Shark, but Shark backed up into the team, but none of the team followed up. So best player was kind of in the back line by himself, got picked up quite easily. And that's what I'm talking about. If you're going to go in, the entire team needs to be on board with it. They all need to go in with you, support that gank.
And I just don't know if they have that ability, though, you know? Like, of course, like we were saying in the very beginning, they lack damage. I think it's gonna have to come into play if we're gonna have to see a suppression. We're gonna have to again see a dive, but I don't think that's gonna happen until mid-game. Are they gonna make it to mid-game?
Oh, nice hook on a Shark. Suppression does come in, and the time journey just won't work. Now the Wildman Village comes out. Best player gets the kill. Alex now moving forward onto Basic. Basic on the run. This time BFM taking a little bit of aggression here, stepping into this fight. They do decide to back off as Mobazane has arrived, and Shark is back on the map though. Another hook right when he comes back. Alex also here to help out. Masha gets pulled back in here. Zane gonna try to come in, but Hoon gets the kill, and Nicolette and Best Player decide to back off.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to be a little bit more careful. That first hook, beautiful, great. Expended that time journey as well. But that second hook, nobody was there or was in position. There was no plan if you actually caught somebody. So, and then he got picked off and paid for that as well. So you need to be just a little bit more wiser about when you're sending out these hooks, because if your team is not ready to capitalize on it.
Ooh, Hoon is scaling right now. 3-0 and 0. This Kagura is going to be a big problem.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the backline peel you have, you know, and I mean, most of their teams very front based besides the Eve, but we're not seeing Nicolette shine too much here, and it's going to come to the mid game, and I just want to see where they go from here. We might see a conflict possibly.
No, Best Player actually ends up getting the turtle here. Basic gets turtle. Best Player trying to get away. Roadman Village does come out. Masha able to get that suppression. Able to keep them at bay. I hate the fact that this person's name is Masha right now, because nobody's going to know what I'm saying.
Wow.
We're just calling him Open.
Yeah, I was about to say, just call him Open. But a great job by Nicolette there to go ahead and support the escape for Best Player. I mean, and you could tell these two play together very often. Actually, Diggy might be in a little bit of trouble, but is able to go ahead and ward off that.
Oh, Fried Chicken may get the pick here. Does not get it, but very close. And Fried Chicken now almost starting to get the advantage onto Jules here. For a second, it seemed like Jules was coming up, but now he's slowly falling behind. It just shows the dominance that Fried Chicken has in this EXP lane.
Yeah, and I mean, if we take a look at their items here, I want to really look at something that symbolize damage, and we're just not seeing it here. We're looking at a tank Karina, but they do get a kill in the top lane.
Basic's having a bit of a rough game on the gold side, and they are capitalizing onto that. It's what's actually been giving them most of their kills right now, 2 of the 3. So Basic's gonna have a rough time, which is good, right? It's gonna help the end game of VFM here.
Yeah, they are cutting lane right now, but it doesn't look like that's really going to be troubling too much Jules Cutie. He's going to be able to pick it up, and it does mean that we're going to have a 5v4 engagement here soon.
Yeah, the hook comes out. White Chicken does get stunned up. Reverse time comes out. He does lock on to Nicolette, though, so the Roadman Village does stop. White Chicken gets a kill onto Alex. Now the side of the valley deciding to back off Jules Cutie, hovering out in this bush, but does not make a big play. Decides not to come in. Zane gets pulled back. Now, Yin Yang overturns Jules Cutie with the heavy spin, though. Hoon able to flicker right by it using that skill, too.
Every single time they get a little bit of a head here, they have issues with it. Whether it's when you land a hook onto a Benedetta that's going to be able to dash. It has so many abilities to kind of negate some of that stun, negate a lot of that damage, and it's just amazing how well they're able to navigate around a lot of this CC.
And I just think it comes down to that, like, look at the, like, Chicken is just bullying Jules. Like, there's just not much Jules can do. And again, I think I want to go back to it because, I mean, we're looking at the Kai still going for a defensive build and not even building a little bit of side. And while we're talking about that, Alex goes down.
Alex does go down at this few points that the side of his VFM was gaining some traction. Now they're falling behind. The gold lane that they were dominating, they've now lost a tower and a standstill. Nicolette almost bursted down, but the road manipulation does come out. Jules Cutie gets there in time, but Hoon continuing to play these walls, waiting for the moment to get that umbrella, get a land, and take someone off the map.
Yeah, these hooks are going wide, and they're still the macro right now, all in the side of BTK as they're pushing these towers without much contention from the side of VFM. And oh, Alex.
Yeah, it's going up against. I mean, he does have the kiting ability to maybe deal with that. Wait. Open comes in, gets the bloody hunt. On to Shark. Shark does go down, but Basic gets the crossbow of Tang. Best player able to take out Shark, but Open will go down as well. Jules now here with the heavy spin. Basic on the run, but Best player doesn't have enough health, doesn't want to stay, but Basic gets the shutdown. And Best players off the map. Nicolette with that road manipulation. Hoon trying to get away, brought down very low, but Nicolette gets the kill. Zane now re-engaging into this fight. Almost gets the knockout strike. Jules here to help out Nicolette. Not able to complete it. Nicolette continues to re-engage. Fried Chicken now engaging in onto this into the mid side. Jules Cutie backing off. Open here with a hook to keep them away. And now we are back.
Welcome back.
I just want to say, Nicolette is kind of shining here for the side of VFM with how much she's able to get away from, how much support she's giving her teammates with those real world manipulations, and able to score a kill there as well, and just not getting caught. She's going to be getting fed, and she's going to be just an asset for her team as we are moving into almost the 10-minute mark here.
I really like that call to back off, even though a concealed play was made there, you know, by Shark. They did back off, and they didn't attempt to take a pick there, but we are seeing it now.
Oh, look at Open, though. Alex does go down. Open decides not to make the play there. There's just too many of them. You know, I feel like he could have maybe slowed them down, but Alex still ends up going down there. Lord now down to about half health. Open just can't land these hooks right now. Best player, Nicolette, Jules, pressure on. The conceal play does come out. Best player is trying to stay close to this world. Heavy spin comes in, followed up by the reverse, or by the time journey. Best player steals the Lord, but Manhoon takes out Jules Cutie. Now the rest of the team closing in. Best player goes down. Nicolette with the real manipulation, trying to survive, but Moba Zane doesn't want to let that happen. A nice hook does land onto Fried Chicken there, but it's not enough. Luckily, they take the Lord, though, and they're able to reset the standing of this push.
I felt like that was where it needed to be. I felt like that's where it needed to be. You know, taking that Lord allows them to survive a little bit longer and make it into that little bit of a late game there, Private.
Yeah, they're not as bad as they were in the first game. Only about 4K down right now as we're moving to the 10-minute mark. Lord is going to be pushing up at top, but they need to mount some kind of comeback here right now. I do like that they are trying to get these hooks. They are trying to kind of shut down Shark before they engage. The only thing is I think I have yet to see too many offensive real-world manipulations from Nicolette. She's been using it as a disengage tool, and I want to see the Diggy go down and then a real-world manipulation come down to kind of set up for the rest of the team to be able to capitalize on some of these fights.
Nicolette hasn't. The problem with it, though, is every time she brings up the real manipulation, Hoon's there with the umbrella, Zane's there, or Fried Chicken is closing in on her. I feel like half of her real manipulations that she's made have been stopped early. Now, look at the side of the valley, covering in. A nice pick, though, on a Fried Chicken. Should be able to get away with this. No, the bloody hunt comes in. Nicolette gets the kill. Zane, Shark now here, but Zane gets hooked. Pulled in, trying to escape. The time journey does come out, but Masha wants to keep on pushing in. Jules Cutie now on the run. Zane stopped by Open. Alex also here. Nicolette continuing to poke at Shark, and BFM gets the upper hand in that battle. Another hook on a Shark here. Jules Cutie, Nicolette maybe trying to re-engage, but Basic is here. Best player holding the bush. The side of BFM a little bit low on health. I don't know if they want to continue on to this, but they do finally take that mid lane tower. May try to push in onto this bot side as well.
Yeah. Even when they have the advantage, even when they're landing suppression and hooks, this side of the valley is able to disengage without turning it into like a wipe, without turning it into more than like a singular kill, and disengaging. They're just not greedy, and they know their win conditions, and they're only playing to that. They're not trying to go for some of these baits as well.
And I feel like they're coming into that game that Open might be in trouble.
Oh, he gets pulled back in, and Shark gets that kill. G.
Back to what I was saying, though, I feel like they're coming into that area that was a little rough, but I feel like they definitely could come back from it. We're looking at the scaling starting to happen here. This is where Alex has the most gold, but I can see a play.
Ooh, conceal play does come in. Best player will be able to get away from that, and best player does still get his red buff, which will help maybe a little bit in this next Lord fight.
And I mean, that was a really good micro play in there to be able to steal that, and then now zones them out from the Lord. I mean, not contesting this Lord is a little rough, and I feel like zoning them out was a good play. But I just we're gonna have to see a lot of the CC, like you guys were saying. Nicolette's real world manipulations are more not being utilized or just being used to like accept and escape. So let's see what they can do to defend here. Nicolette's the best mage in the game to do that.
Yeah, they do have the real manipulation to siege against this Lord. It's going to be a lot on timing, but best player and Jules up in the top still going to be forced to recall down. They did interrupt that lane. It's going to interrupt some of this push, maybe save that top tier 2. Alex beginning to work on this Lord on the bottom side as Mobazane, Basic, and Shark move into the tier 2 on the mid side. Jules hiding out in this bush, maybe waiting for a play. Does get the heavy spin. Shark pinned against the wall, finally does pop that time journey, so they're going to be able to bait it out a little bit. Save this push, buy themselves some more time. VFM are going to end up losing that tower on the top side. The tier 2 does go down, but they don't take too much loss from that Lord push.
Yeah, unfortunately, the heavy spin used a little up there without anybody else in position to go ahead and try to capitalize on it. Conceal play comes out, but I mean, they're not going to really catch too many people on VFM sleeping there for that one. They're trying to enforce it, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and have a fight here at the red.
Real manipulation does come out. Hoon almost connects with an umbrella. Juice Cutie is the first to fall, but Discretion locks on to Fried Chicken, and he will be second. Crossbow Tang ready to go. Locked on to Alex. Locked on to Open. Almost a double. Moon picks up another kill on to best player. 3 members down from VFM, all for the price of Fried Chicken, and that is a good deal to me.
Definitely.
Oh, wait, a nice hook on a Shark, though, but Shark is not scared. He walks right into it. The inhibitor finally does fall. Mobazane trying to lock on to Nicolette here. They are going to put some damage onto this tower. Only 3 minions coming down the mid. They're going to be able to finish this, and the Valley takes the game, making it a full 2-0 sweep. Vec Fantasy Main falls down into the loser's bracket.
Lower. We don't call it the losers bracket. It's 2022.
Keep it PR here.
Yeah.
Whoa.
PC.
Yeah, man. What an impressive game by the side of the Valley here. And not a bad game played by VFM. Just outclassed by the Valley here. As it got to the point, like you can see that right there, the armor's picked up by Shark there. As we got into more of the late game, the whole try to take Diggy strategy out, take him out strategy just was not going to cut it anymore, because now you had to contend with Basic on that Wan, and every other person that you focused on before Wan was allowing Basic the time to get those weakness stacks that we saw there at the end. And unfortunately, a worthy effort by the side of the Valley, but just not enough to withstand just the just smart plays on the side of the Valley.
Yeah,
most definitely. Now I got to give it up to the side of the Valley. They definitely played a wonderful game. We've been wondering how they're going to go, and I'm excited for next week to see how they go up against Ackerman, right? But Vec Fantasy Main will go down to the lower bracket, and they're going to be going up against Deuce Knights, right? And I definitely, like you said, they played a decent game. Game 1 was pretty rough around the edges, but game 2, we saw a bit of a shimmer of hope. Alex was winning out in that top lane. They're drafting. They were able to get a couple counter drafts in there, but in the end, they weren't able to succeed up against the Valley.
Definitely. And again, I think it ultimately contributed it to the counter picks. Like you could see it in the drafts that just that Vec Fantasy didn't counter pick well enough for the Valley. So that is how it happened.
Interesting thing here too is while Zane got MVP, I feel like in some of these games he's not. He's playing great and he's doing what he's supposed to, but what he is supposed to has drastically changed from the Zane we used to know of old, who was like the shining star, everybody feeds Zane. He's playing his role, he's going in there, he's putting the damage on, but it's people like Hoon, it's people like Basic that are kind of coming in and cleaning up on it. So he's coming in there, and then I feel like the objective focus from Zane is just is amazing here too. And it's for me, the contrast from the earlier assassin meta or like glory kills Zane to what we have here, which is somebody who's kind of setting up the kills but not actually taking them, is kind of an amazing transition for me, and it's gonna be something amazing to see from the Valley here in the next few days as well.
Yes, tomorrow, actually. I said that wrong, actually. Yato actually messaged me, and he's like, what do you mean next week? Aren't we playing tomorrow? So let's correct myself. Tomorrow will be Ackerman up against the Valley, coming in at around 9:30, depending on how long the first series lasts. So make sure if you guys want to see, I think that's going to be an epic game. Definitely a very good game to watch, and I'm excited tomorrow and how it plays out. But tonight we do have one more series. It's going to be Deuce Nights. I mean, it's going to be the Simpsons going up against Team First Blood in the lower bracket. This is going to decide whoever wins will move on to the semifinals of the lower bracket, or the quarterfinals of the lower bracket, and whoever loses will be out of the playoffs for good. Before we get to that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break so us casters can grab some water and the team members can get in there. So don't leave just yet. We'll see you guys soon.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out, the way the nice stun on the shark, Pokey doing a little damage to the top. I feel so alive, it's like I'm living time. All this shit on my mind, feel like I'm living vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to get me on top, no ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Just barely out there by Supra, and they secure the kill on the beating. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's the fire lock on Gals kicking the back line. But Servasi will get suppressed and taken out First Blood. Going to the side of Area 77, Nicolette keeps on coming in. Marcus here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, our goals just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase this fucking dream like the kid inside me. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free, and I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark, but it looks like Team Sexy wants to record a nice flicker kick, nice knock up, down goes Molecule to major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. Hayabusa. I think that was messed up on the baby.
And kind of have someone keeping vision, and we are seeing a bit of a pick on off the field. That's what it looks like. We'll see Ziggy though, getting caught up. Omega gets a stun, in comes Syndicate. He does use that Petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there. And do some sort of crazy play, but now he is taking some damage. He does cover it from Syndicate. Get the kill. Wait a second. Surf Boxing taken out. Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ult.
The openings, they're not able to find those fingers. That's going to get caught with another vision find.
Gallo with a nice knock on the best player. Best player maybe going down once again. He's going to hang down. Able to get the kill. And does push on the defender upon Nicolette. Zia with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with the Newman on blast. They are going to get the kill on the 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Splits. So wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Newman on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offender on the Sharp. They take that tower. Zia now coming around to stop the Axel there. With the Dark Roll. Able to get the kill on the Nicolette. Coming on the Sharp.
Right now, they're being punished for it because Insomniacs is just outroaching them.
But still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down. Make that forward. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any Sharper, no, but again, no one's able to stop this Newman on flash. It crashes down and gets the spin on the team fight. The disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers, welcome to the show.
We hope you
And
enjoy.
I hope you enjoy.
Nothing that New Wave can really do there. One thing that I liked about this Lord take than the last one when they lost 2 members, best player stayed close to the Lord, right? Hold on, Blaze Duet comes in. House Fanboy gets away with a sliver and takes out Sirius.
Right now, and this is something different from what we were seeing from New Wave, is even while they were getting kills on them, they were still able, we do see a Newman Blast coming out.
Oh, but the reverse time able to get him out of that, but it's not enough. Whole World coming in with the heavy spin. Sakamoto able to get out with just a sliver of health. You can't even see the health.
Do here, because it does open it up a little bit for the side of Deuce Knights G.
Look at that. They were like, I'm getting that tower. You know, just holding it out there. What we're really seeing...
Engage, and that's what the difference is right here for the Diggy, and that's what happens when you get a Diggy on the back foot. You're not able to really capitalize. Oh, easy peasy, caught in midair.
I see walk like, bro, you gotta know what you're up against, man. You gotta know there's a heavy spin in there. He just dived into a heavy spin, like, I got this, hold my beer, and just completely annihilated there. Strike does come down, forcing Sakamoto out of the way, but Sage can use that wall and let Mingu here. Easy with the chains, and Mingu does not touch the ground before she dies. Knocked up from the chains, knocked up from the wild charge, and taken out in the sky. A wonderful mark from the side of Deuce Knights. They want to keep going. Don't let the big stun come in from the side of their strike. Don't let Darwin into our back line. The moment we let that happen, we lose. And as long as Deuce Knights can hold together, easy peasy, buys that one entrenching on. Able to get out of there, but Promise finally gets that crossbow pang. He isn't able to succeed, and a wild charge comes in, and Darwin gets the pick. Promise goes down. Darwin now taken out as well. Promise on the run, but they are there, and there is no immortality for you. 4 members of the Simpsons go down, and Deuce Knights with a nice defense, but you lose all your inhibitors for that trade.
Oh, Easy Peasy is hungry for it. He wants it. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get it.
Well, a fast boy. He should be able to get away, but Easy Peasy continues to chase. Continues to want it. Chain.
And this is going to be another tower that looks like it's going to be going down to the side of Ackerman over here at mid.
Oh my god. And is collapsing in.
Yeah, and that's another Fatal Links that does land, but they are too strong right now. There is not enough that they're going to be able to do. Great play by Zia. Is going to go ahead and dash away from Mosh's damage. Gina Godmos gets taken out, and I don't think there's going to be anything that's going to be able to stop them from this next push. We do see Shen gets taken out, and this is just a dominant.
Where Zia's going to really start outputting the damage, right? And Yato as well. 0 deaths, and that's a big way of the dragon, but I don't know if it's going to be able to do it.
No, see what happened there, the way the dragon went into the wrong mode because he flickered and he still continued with it, which put his whole team in a bad way here. Blah, the team coming in. We do have a crossbow tank coming down. It is not enough to take down Lord T. We do see, does land on the Merciless with the Jikundo. It is able to release him from that bloody hunt there. Does get knocked out of it here. Look at these outplays after outplay right here. I'm in a little bit of trouble here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get out of this with the feather airs. Oh, just big misses. Yeah. Oh man.
Point blank range. You can't hit them all. Oh.
Cheers.
There it is, guys.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in the back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counter is just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out of the way, the nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little bit of damage to the top. I feel so alive, it's like I'm living time. All this shit on my mind, I feel like I'm living vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to keep me on top, no ceiling tiles. Yeah, ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive, I'm going all out.
Just barely out there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the beating. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
There's a butterfly locked on Gauss in the back line, but Sir Bossy will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77, Nicolette keeps on coming in. Marquez here.
Yeah, I'm feeling so alive, I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of.
All right, we are here. We are here for the final series of the night. Team First Blood going up against the Simpsons. Now, only one of these teams can be victorious, and only one of these teams can move on to the next stage of the playoffs. The one who loses will be out of the playoffs for good. I think we got a good game ahead of us personally. Now, I think it's really going to come down to which team can really catch the rhythm in game one, and that could kind of spell victory for this series.
Yeah, Team First Blood has, it's no secret, I've been a big fan of Team First Blood since they came in. Unfortunately, as we just saw the first match, the first series here, they took a pretty large loss to Ackerman. Ackerman just, I feel like kind of came... They won in pretty much every aspect of the game, whether it was draft, rotations, push power, team fighting ability. And I know right now they're going to be looking to kind of get a little bit of revenge and a little bit of redemption there against a very strong team in the Simpsons here.
Most definitely. Now I know these teams are ready, so we're going to be jumping right into the draft because we know you guys have been waiting. TFB will have first pick, first band. Now I think we all talked about these games a little bit beforehand, and I did in my bracket prediction, I put TFB as the winner here, but I do think Simpsons have the power to take this. I think if Simpsons can catch this game one right here, I think that if Simpsons take this first game, they win the series. I think the same goes for TFB here. So I think this first game is going to be very pressuresome because I don't think it's going to be easy for either team to just do a 2-0.
And I don't think they're going to kind of be like the war over gold lane on this type of game neither. I feel like this is going to definitely come down to a mechanical type of game between the Simpsons and Team First Blood of who is going to pick the right picks here. You know, like, are they going to possibly ban the Ballmon or pick it? You know, I feel like the Ballmon's going to play a crucial role in these two teams' drafts.
Well, as Simpsons here looking with, they have something to prove here. Took a bit of an upset loss to Vec Fantasy main to end up coming here to the lower bracket. And I know that they definitely want their own chance at redemption here as well. And we're dealing with two teams that the Hero Poos, we haven't really seen them go as outside the box as Ackerman did with their picks. So I'm thinking this is kind of why I give the edge to Team First Blood, because when it comes to the confines of the meta, of the familiar picks, the picks that we're all used to seeing, I feel like Team First Blood shines. And if the Simpsons want to kind of outdo that, if they're going to want to win here, like T-Rex said, they're going to have to take it. They're going to have to be able to get that win early. And I think that's going to involve getting a lot of pressure here in the early game and kind of continuing on with it. And maybe something outside the box, or at least be able to match them here.
Yeah, and now with some of the bands coming in here, we have Beatrix getting knocked off, Claude getting knocked off. So both of these big marksmen are already off the field. 1-1 is still open, and I think TFB is wondering if that's going to be it. We still have Valentina also left in the field. Diggy getting banned out, which is funny because TFB really leaned into that Diggy up against Ackerman. So it seems like they've been sitting the past hour. You know, they've been sitting like thinking like, what are we going to bring up against the Simpsons here?
Yeah, they're thinking about their consequences behind that Diggy pick. And to be honest, like, the only time I seen the Diggy pick actually excel was when the Valley used it. So I personally don't see it being a plan here, but this also could have been a bait to maybe ban the Atlas. To be honest, I wouldn't see a first pick Atlas here, but maybe to get the bait going so they can secure the Ballmon like I was suspecting, you know. But we'll see. We'll see what they can do here, Private. They're thinking real hard.
Yeah, they still got that Julian and Valentina up right now, so those two prime picks, and the Valentina goes. We're going to see if Team First Blood goes ahead and takes advantage, picks up that Julian, because, I mean, they were having trouble with that as well last series against Ackerman. It looks like they are going to go ahead and give that up potentially and pick up a Kai here.
Yeah, and the Akai is going to be that prio pick in as Cold World scoops up the 1-1. Now, we do know the Airthil has been a common counter pick to this, so 1-1 isn't just like completely unapproachable at this point. Promise bringing in that Esmeralda. So solid You got your EXP laner, you have your off laner. At this point, the Simpsons just need to focus in on what they're going to pick for a jungler, a mage, and a tank.
Yeah, and I mean, picking in the Wan into the Kai is an interesting go, because I feel like a Kai, you know, is a good counter to Wan if you know how to lock her down. It's just more of catching her. From the side of the Simpsons, we're looking at a very mobile team. They do pick up the Irithel, so I feel like that's a good go. Private's always like, you know, I don't believe in it.
Yeah, Irithel, I feel like the range on her has always been an issue for me, with her trying to get too close to fights to be able to kind of put that damage on. And you really need to get really late game, and you really need to enforce a front wall of your team there. But we've seen how those front walls can crumble, especially today when you get those Lilia counter picks into it, where you're able to slow down that front, your front, and then they get just picked off with an immense amount of damage, especially when you were talking about a Wan there as well.
I mean, well, the reason why the Airthel does well against the Wan is because of her ability to move and shoot. So she's able to move with Wan back and forth and never get stuck. She can constantly move, and it's very hard for Wan to hit those weakness points on her. That's why she's, I mean, it's literally the only time you see her picked anywhere is pretty much when the Wan gets scooped up. She is just meant for that, and it could help relieve TFB from having to babysit her, right? Like, the only time TFB really needs to go to the gold lane at this point is if Simpsons go up there. Other than that, Airthel should be able to handle Wan one-on-one and just kind of stalemate.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is what I was kind of saying early on. You know, I felt like someone was gonna pick up the Balmon, and you know, the Simpsons does pick up the Balmon, and I feel like it's always the rivalry of a Kai versus Balmon non-stop. Like, those two heroes have some type of feud that we just don't know in their background, but they definitely do. And then now we're under our second banning phase.
Yeah, well, I think it's really interesting to see that a Belmont gets picked into an Akai, because I feel like Akai is a big counter for him. Speaking of counters too, we do see that the Direwolf gets taken out. We do know that that is the counter to the Esmeralda. The amount of he can break armor and just pretty much plow through an Esmeralda, especially in that early game where he's probably most needed. I was actually almost a little surprised to see the Direwolf taken out there, because I feel like mages are probably going to be their biggest threat from the side of Team First Blood here, especially since they already do have the Irithel out there.
Well, we know how deadly the Esmeralda can be, right? So I think right now we're just trying to cover our bases there. Try to make sure Promise plays a nice Esmeralda, can hold that front line very well, especially if he starts to scale. So I think right now they want to just make sure their EXP lane is secured. Now on the side of TFB, banning out the tank, banning out the mage, taking out that Atlas, which could cause problems, especially against the Akai and some of these other front lines. It looks like Akai, though, is going to be, Kai's going to be, my bad. Akai still will be jungle, Franco with the tank. Now it comes down to what they're going to pick up for their mage here.
I mean, as long as we're not seeing an Akai and XP lane, I think I'm okay.
I'm not against that. I don't think it's a horrible pick.
No, I mean, Akai, there's way better XP laners. But we are seeing that the Simpsons are deciding on their XP laner. I've been really liking Paquito, and they ended up banning him. So they're going to opt to go for their support or their tank first. Interesting. We haven't seen a Lolita in a while.
Your team is picking.
Yeah, but I do like the set potential of Lolita. Maybe, and yeah, it will help a little bit, I guess, against the Franco hooks. I mean, you're not going to be really working. We're not going to be really looking for the bulwark. We're looking for that Numenon blast from her that will be able to set up the rest of these engages, slow them down, allow Cold World to get in there as Promise comes in with that falling star moon to be able to CC them down. So, I mean, they're going to be working with a lot of CC to kind of build onto Cold World here. But then even more CC and taking is coming from the side of Team First Blood.
Yeah, and Shen did play a nice. I mean, even though they got beat and he had a little bit of trouble, he did make some nice plays with that. With that Xavier. So I'm not completely against that pick at all. And with that, like you said, he's gonna be in this backside. Beautiful front line on the side of TFB here. Now looking at the side of Simpsons, a very similar, stocky 3 heroes up in the front. You have Cole World who's going to be dancing around. It's all going to come down. Do they want to go for something controlling, maybe like a Yve, kind of paired up with that Lolita, or go for something burstier to shred down those tanks like this Lunox they just locked in?
Hey, I mean, we got to give it up to that. Humble ended up getting the Uranus, so I mean, that's a comfort pick right there. So maybe that's what they're trying to go for, because last time they got banned out in their previous match, not against the Simpsons, but against Ackerman. So I mean, let's see if they can pull it off. But they are very thick, and that Lunox I think is a really good pick.
I'm fretting because there's not a lot of early game here for Team First Blood, and as we move into the mid and late game, mid game there's not too much damage here either. We're really leaning into that late, waiting for Shen to get that damage, waiting for Irithel to start carrying, because Luffy's just going to be a tank. Same thing with Joybaj and Joykud. They're not really going to be putting on too much damage. They're just going to be that wall that kind of can help disengage or separate the side of the Simpsons here. But we are moving in here. Game 1, the Simpsons taking on Team First Blood. This series going to decide who moves on and who goes home.
And I want to
nice hook on Andre there, but he should be able to walk away safely.
I was hoping that was going to be like a crazy play, a flicker hook into an Xavier CC, but everybody's level 1. Nothing's going to go down here. But I want to set the stage a little bit so you guys got a little bit of an ideal. I feel like Team First Blood is going to be a little bit into the mid game to late game. I don't know if they'll have the power to end it early on, but Whole World might be in a little bit of trouble here. Maybe Joybaz getting the reverse on him.
He's using the sidestep well. He's got the dance moves. He's dancing around, putting on some damage. We are seeing Joybaj already hover up into that gold lane. The rest of the teams, though, taking things slow compared to most of the games we've seen tonight.
Yeah, they're doing their most. Luffy was going to try to cut the lane. Is going to go ahead and have to pop that sprint a little early here, because very wisely had the Balmon fall in there, kind of encroaching down there at the bottom to kind of ward off that cut from Uranus. Again, we don't know how much Uranus is love to be inside the enemy base.
Ooh, Luffy may go down here. No, Promise actually gets knocked up from Joy Kid. Luffy able to get away, but that was definitely a close one. Until he hits that level 4, he needs to be careful going up against Promise right now. Turtle now being contested by both sides. Fallen and Joy Kid holding on to the top and bottom side. Damien also here to help out, ready to get that stun in the nick of time. Does summon on Joy Kid. Joy Kid does have the heavy spin though, but the lethal counter comes in and Fallen secures the turtle.
Ooh, Joy Kid. Nah, he got out. Yeah, and I mean, what we're seeing here is again, just the aggressiveness of a Balmon, and I was saying it the other game, Balmon's just a grinder. You just want to focus on objectives, and I was saying that this wasn't going to be a gold lane game, but I feel like it actually might be turning into a gold lane game.
It's always a gold lane game. It's always a gold lane game.
I feel at the point when you don't get the Balmon, it becomes a gold lane game.
Yeah, well, it's come down to the mage and marksman for the most part. Most teams, like I was saying before with Zane, he isn't really the kill artist. He was for compositions, because most ones shine where the jungler is able to get those objectives and kind of initiate while the gold or marksmen are able to secure the kills. So you're going to see a lot of pressure on them to be getting fed here.
And now we are running into this. The side of Simpsons do have 1,000 gold lead right now. They've taken the first turtle, taken the first major objectives, but still zero Now 1 kill on the map, and it does go to the side of Team First Blood. Joy Kid now maybe starting to play a little more aggressive. Fallen does come in. He does not have the bloody hunt, so he can't stop him. Joy Kid also here though. Big heavy spin, double pin. Numenon Blast is coming down. Shen does get locked up. Fallen trying to come in as well. Gina doing a little bit of poke damage. The Mystic Field comes in, gets the stun. Joy Kid with the knockup, but they decide to back off. But that is going to help even things out just a little bit.
Even securing the First Blood though, like the gold leads, like not on the side of Team First Blood. Joy Kid having a lot of pressure, definitely going to have to go back. And now that's zoning them out of the turtle, which I believe they're probably going to get with no problem here. Kai going to actually attempt to steal a buff here, but it's not even, oh, it is there. So that's a good play. Objective for objective. I like it. I like how they're going here.
Yeah, and it's a nice rotation up to that blue buff, right? Like, you know, they're practicing like keeping timers on these things and knowing when they're gonna pop back up, getting vision so the timer pops up on screen, things like that. So I like the way TFB being very proactive, but so are the Simpsons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of like an unwritten rule of good roams is to be able to get the vision on that, so that you can kind of angle that when you're going for these objectives, to kind of have that those buffs up and be able to actually make something happen if you aren't able to contest. Right now, not too exciting of a game. They are.
I like this though. I like this though.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I mean, that's why I was saying
It's enjoyable to have like a slow game because it's the build up. You know it's gonna come. You know we were about to cross into the 6-minute mark, and like this is how games in PH go. All PL. It's like the first 5 minutes is just chill sesh. Everyone's laning phases, and then things start to get hype.
No, I can definitely, I can understand that. I mean, it's gonna come down to that we're not seeing really too many ganks, and like when a gank happens like that, they're kind of just taking it one baby step at a time here. Team First Blood is. Another thing to point out is that Team First Blood ended up getting that turtle.
Oh, but Damien does get picked off, so that's another kill for the side of TFB. And they're taking it slow, but they are finding these small marks here and there. Humble Luffy harassing to that blue side. Kid also maybe coming in. Gets the knock up. Heavy spin, but Andre's able to get out of it. Fallen re-engaging. Luffy also here to help out. But Team First Blood also takes the first tower in this game.
Yeah, I feel like both teams kind of have the same strategy in mind, which is to kind of feel out the opening minutes and then wait for your power spikes to get in there. And this is kind of why I said, because Team First Blood just does it better. And if Simpsons want to win, they need to be a little bit more aggressive. Beautiful hook on the Damien.
That was a beautiful hook for sure, but the crossbow tank does come off. Joey Bosch still goes down. Turtle does go to the side of the Simpsons this time. So it was a nice try, but they do still lose it. Team First Blood Team Simpsons able to even out this gold once again.
Man, it's coming down to some plays, and I feel like at the end of the day, if you're not able to zone out and control the ball mon, and I feel like that Joy Bosch needs to be a little bit more proactive on asserting his dominance as a Franco and setting up that turtle pick here. We did see a turtle get stolen by Shinny using a Dawn and Light, which I don't think any of us caught, which was pretty crazy. But we need to see some.
Oh, nice heavy spin on to Fallen there, able to pin him, get him under the tower. Shenny, Baj, Gina trying to close in. Fallen does dash through that wall. Now on the red buff side of the jungle, gets knocked up once again. The suppression comes in, and that will be it for Fallen. Finally taking down the jungle on the side of the Simpsons. Now they're on the chase. Damien on the run. Damien goes down. Joy Kid and Luffy are going to move on to this blue buff now and try to claim some more objectives. Andres try to fend off, but he gets knocked up. Next, Promise will be coming in the mid lane with the Fallen Star Moon on top of Shenny. But I don't think the Simpsons want to take this fight. Just try to save, but a big hook with the immobilized Promise. Dawning Light taking a lot of damage. Promise trying to run away. Able to get back onto the tower. Do not re-engage. Don't do it. You got to go back to base. Health too low. Another hook from Joy Bosch. Andre just trying to run away. But Team First Blood has definitely found their rhythm as Luffy picks up another kill onto Andre.
Mm-hmm. No, I felt like this is where it definitely turns, the tides turn, you know. Mid game is what I was saying, you know. I didn't think it's gonna be played down to Joybaj 100%.
Yeah, now with Lord coming down to about 75% health. Team First Blood are trying to climb over this pit, but Fallen is here. He has a good track record right now for stealing some of these objectives, especially with that lethal counter. Conceal play comes in. Damien zoning them out. Joybaj does get the bloody hunt onto Promise. Donnie Light comes in. Newman on blast, cocked up, but misses. Hits nothing but air, but the Lord does go down to Fallen, and Joy Kid goes down to the Simpsons. It's a Lord and one-man trade. A nice pickup for the Simpsons.
Yeah, very nice zoning out by the Simpsons and angling to keeping the squishier Cold World with some great positioning in the back there, making sure not to get caught out. And the reason, and him not getting caught out elongated this fight for the side of Team First Blood until they were at a point where somebody got taken out in the side of Kid there, which allowed them to go ahead and capitalize on the turtles, or on the Lord there.
Yeah, but I mean, they're holding off the Lord pretty well here.
Ooh, Donnie Light does come in. Joybaj does go down to that lethal counter, though. Fallen picking up another kill under his belt. Promise with the Falling Star Moon trying to lock on to Shenny. Quite can't cut the distance, though, as Gina continues to poke. Newman on blast with the flicker, but Joy Kid is there. Fallen picks up Shenny, though. Now moving on to Gina. Joy Kid trying to find something. Andre will go down under the tower, but the tower continues to crumble. Now Fallen's going to move on to this blue buff, pick it up. Promise re-engaging with that Fallen Star Moon, but Gina continues to kite. Joy Kid trying to re-engage, trying to find something along with Luffy. Damien on the run, but Cold World is now here to help out. Damien should be able to get out of this. Now Luffy is on the run, needs to be careful because Fallen wants more blood. He's hungry, but Luffy is not going to be an easy target.
Yeah, right now they're starting to turn the tides a little bit now, and it's kind of because they're on their back foot, and you can see like they're not in the team fighting position that they were. They're kind of trying to get their wits back about them and reset onto the map. We're gonna see how well it goes because they've kept a very even game, not even 1,000 gold split difference between them.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that kind of stood out to me is that the Simpsons did not utilize that Lord very well. And I felt like they definitely had the ability, you know. There might have been a lot of TFB alive, but you could have probably taken all of the first tier towers out. But we might see TFB making a set here, trying to use Gina as a bait. And it looks like they might fall for it.
Yeah, everybody is there ready to close in. Damien does come in, but they're ready to go. Big knock-up, heavy spin. Donnie Light to seal the deal. Damien goes down, but Fallen wants to keep going. Lethal counter, picks up Joy Kid. Cold World goes down. It's a double kill over to Gina. Woo. And now Luffy in the mid lane with the endless battle, wall versus wall against Promise.
As these two Goliaths slap each other, trying to put some damage on each other. I mean, a great fight up at top, a great read from them to go ahead and hide in there and be able to pick up some good kills, especially before Cold World was able to get off that crossbow of Tang. They just need to be able to capitalize it on here because I feel like a lot of these team fights are becoming very even. I think as we start moving into like the 15-minute mark, you might start seeing a lot more damage coming out of Irithyll, but right now, I mean, no real edge to either person right now.
I feel like the biggest edge that we have right now is Balmon's level 15. Fallen is absolutely a grinder, like I was saying in the early game. And we're looking at TFB. Joy Kid is only 13, so we are looking at a little bit of a level damage. So it'll just come into where the play is going to come if we can get Fallen to not steal this Lord here.
Yeah, they're going to have to take Fallen out before they want to go for the objectives, but Fallen doesn't want to let that happen. Luffy taking a bit of damage, forced to back off. OSP just trying to control this pit. Joy Kid uses that heavy spin to get stopped by the Newman on blast. Shenny's able to pick up Cold World, but the Lord goes to Fallen once again. An objective secured by the Simpsons. Luffy, though, trying to find something. Damien goes down. Big Donnie Light locks on Andre, down to about half health. It's a 3-for-0 trade, but they lose the Lord. But in my opinion, I feel like Team First Blood comes out on top in that trade.
Yeah, definitely came out on top. Numenon Blast connected onto, I want to say, almost all the players of the side of TFB, but still able to come out on top of that engagement. Just the sustain and tankiness of them is too much right now for the Simpsons to kind of handle during these combined team fights.
Yeah, and I think that was just, you know, the utilization of the Balmon. Yes, you're securing Lords, but your team fights are lacking. As we can see, it's 11-5, and I feel like that's a huge problem. And I can only contribute it to that Damien and then, you know, Cold World aren't working too well together, and Team First Blood is just able to capitalize on that, and Joybosh is doing a really great job as this Franco locking down the Wanwan, not letting them scale. But it can actually cause a lot of trouble when it's coming into the late games.
Yeah, and especially right now, they're doing a great job of shutting down the Wanwan. Another concealed play seems to be happening here, but I don't think it's enough. As promised, I think kind of gave it away a bit, not purposefully though. But like, yeah, they're shutting down Cold World right now, and I feel like that is something that's going to come into play here toward the end. Whether Gina's going to be able to put the damage onto them as well, because I mean, going into the items here, I said both doing fairly well, but Gina 2K over Cold World right now. So you're going to start seeing, especially during these team fights, just more raw damage. And that's kind of the disbursement of this gold that is different. It's only like I said, less than 1K difference between these teams, but it matters where that gold is going right now.
We could probably take a little bit of a look at that as we see that the Airthrow is online definitely now. Look at that, 11K gold. But again, I mean, the side of the Simpsons, you got Esmeralda and Balmon both with about 10K gold, which should show a decent lead for the Simpsons. And that's the only reason the gold is where it's at right now, because there would be a big gap if they didn't have a Balmon.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, and right now, as we see the engagements not being forced yet, they're still, I don't want to say passive, but still very slow. And we do have a concealed play here coming up.
Joybosh misses the hook though, so I don't think we're gonna get anything out of that. I can say the Team First Blood is taking this slowly, and overall, with the slowness, they've been slowly rolling forward. They've taken more towers, they have lost some objectives, but they are coming out on top in the grand scheme of things, I feel. Now with this Lord down to about half health, will Fallen take this again? Luffy trying to peel several members of the Simpsons away from this Lord to give the rest of his team a little bit of space to get in. Joy Kid not wanting to be the first one to bring it down. I think they want to let Fallen force this Lord so that Joy Kid can get the heavy spin, push them away, and then steal it with the Retribution. Donnie Light comes in, connects on a Cold World, brings him down to about half health. Things starting to spice up a little bit. Cold World coming in, not able to get it. He does get knocked up from that Lord spell. Joybosh a little bit low. Joy Kid uses the heavy spin. Fallen though, close enough. Maybe it'll take it. Lethal counter comes in and steals the Lord once again. Promise very low. Gina goes down. The crossbow of tanks helps seals the deal. As Promise is now chasing down Joybosh, caught up by the Mystic Field, forced to walk away. Joy Kid now sitting in this red buff jungle, but this could be bad for TFB as these Lords are getting stronger and stronger with every push.
Yeah, I mean, they've allowed pretty much all the Lords as we've been coming in here. But the story of that last team fight is Promise being able to zone out Gina into the back line, so not able to put on the pressure they wanted on there, but more damage coming.
Sorry. Sen does go down. Gina as well. Immortality pops on the side of Joy Kid, but it's not enough. He will go down as well. Simpsons maybe trying to end this quickly because the Lord is coming down the bottom, but a nice hook with the suppression. Promise does finally go down to Gina. Now the Lord will connect into his Luminous, so it gets the crash. But this is not going to be enough. It's 3 up against 4. The Lord has connected, and Simpsons want to try to end this here. 50%, 20%. The Simpsons take game 1.
Very like I was saying before, the story of that last fight, well, at least the team fight going into the Lord, is that Promise was able to kind of push the only real threat from their team. Like I said, while the gold looked even, most of the gold was on Gina, so that basically put the target on the back of Gina to be able, if you can shut down Gina, you've effectively shut down. Yes, if you've shut down Xena, you've effectively shut down most of the damage from Team First Blood, and it's exactly what Promise did. Zoned them out to the back to where the tank and Gina were trying to support each other. Meanwhile, toward the Lord fight, the rest of the team was kind of being punished for it, and this is kind of what I was talking about before. It takes a little bit of time for Shen and Gina to really be able to do enough damage to be able to be something lethal, and unfortunately the Simpsons able to capitalize before that happened.
Yeah, I mean, the Simpsons pull off a win one. They look good, they look clean. Even when TFB was kind of coming in and winning in certain parts, Simpsons were able to consistently take those objectives. G, you pointed out Fallen, and even though he didn't get the MVP there, I just feel like with so many objectives he took, whether they were really fighting for them or not, he was probably one of the most pivotal heroes or pivotal players in this round.
You know, I didn't want to say it, but I said it, you know, like I felt like the game was gonna come down to objective base between these two teams. I could just feel it, even though the gold lane really does matter in the end. As you can see, 1-1 Cold World able to pop off. It definitely comes down to when I'm looking at the Simpsons and I'm looking at TFB, it's gonna either be ban the Bia, ban the Balmont, or take one of the two, because those are like the real win conditions from these teams.
I think there's answers for the Ballman, but I don't know. I think that there's just a way they needed to approach that a bit better. Private?
I feel like one of the other things that kind of shined for TFB is the sets, or not TFB, that's shined for the Simpsons were the sets. Lolita getting those Numenon Blast, even though toward the front, the beginning of the game, it really wasn't having too much of an effect. I feel like that is something that is really lacking for Team First Blood right now. A lot of these engagements on the Turtle, they feel very wild. They feel very luck based, or like we're really kind of rolling the dice to be able to kind of get this strategy in, because it almost feels like there's no strategy. Go in, try to zone somebody out, try to get some damage, and kind of pray for the best. I don't really see the team acting as a team in that we all focus one person, take them down. I feel like everybody's got a separate role that they're playing, and I'm not really sure that that's working out for Team First Blood. I feel like they need to go back to the roots of playing at the core mechanics of the team, get a set, focus somebody down, move on to the next person, rather than somebody focus on the Lord, everybody else spread out and try to push them back as best we could. Like it worked at the beginning, it worked until it didn't, you know, and then and unfortunately for the Simpsons at the end there, that's when it became a problem for Team First Blood. And I don't know. Like I said, especially with the first series, we didn't have any sets. Maybe that's what we need to go back to, is to find those Lolitas, those Atlases, those the Kufras and stuff like that to kind of set up these fights.
You know, one thing I want to see from the side of TFB here, which at this point it's definitely a rough road, right? It's going to be very hard. I didn't expect anyone to really get like a full sweep here, but at this point, with the Simpsons having that game won, I got a feeling Simpsons could carry this to victory. But I want to see Joy Budge. You know, we've seen him on the Chow. We've seen him on the Atlas. Like you said, some of those big sets. I want to see them put a little more weight on a Joy Budge here. And of course, you can get the sets with the Akai, but it's just different. Joy Budge does so good on the Atlas, able to come in from, you know, halfway across the river, from like bottom lane to mid lane, out of nowhere with the conceal play, and make those big plays happen. So I think that could be a key to the side of TFB here, put something like that in the hands of Joybaj, something we know we've seen him do well before, instead of keep picking him onto either the Franco or the Akai, right?
Yeah. And I feel the same way, you know. And we're looking at the Simpsons. They do get first pick here. TFB won at second pick. So, and again, I like to reiterate it because I feel like teams need to at some point figure this out, and I see it like a glimpse of it on some teams, you know. We need to see some bans that force the other team to do what you want them to do. Because I feel like when you're in the draft phase like we are right now, it's all about your second pick. You're gonna be countering the first pick of the Simpsons. So I want to see if they do that here.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy though. Like banning from the second pick is a pain because you're stuck with the Fermis ban and you're stuck with the Valentina ban. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to essentially. So all you really get is the Claude ban and like the reality of this draft, unless the Simpsons pull something. But you're right. TFB does need, with the second pick, they have the opportunity to just full on counter, and they've been good at that in the past. Like they've been good at like, you pick something, we answer. You pick something, we answer, and you just essentially counter them the whole way down. So let's see if TFB can actually pull that off in game 2.
Simpsons did a good job last match of just holding on, and I feel like this has been one of the bigger issues for Team First Blood is that late game finishing the job. We know that New Wave is a late game team, and that's Team First Blood, where they lost as well. Simpsons here were able to kind of hold the line, took a decent amount of deaths, but in the late game, just absolutely able to. You saw the tide starting to turn with a lot of those fights. Instead of it being all Team First Blood, you were starting to see more and more objectives starting to go over to the Simpsons, and them to be able to capitalize on that. So I feel like they need to have that staying power in some of these comps as well.
Yeah,
it's definitely
if they don't pick up Bia here, I'll be disappointed.
It is open, and with Claude and Wanwan both gone, it would be a solid pick up front. The Ballman also banned out, right? So maybe go for that. The Akai's open as well. Now, we didn't see the Akai do amazing last game, but we still know its presence can be something. They do pick it up, and it looks like, you know, we've been seeing so many Akais fall into the roam position recently. I feel like I think we saw our first jungle Akai last game.
Yeah, and I feel like jungle Akai is still very viable, to be honest, you know. They do respond with going with an Esmeralda. I feel like they should be maybe going, they go with the Bia too, so
solid.
I wonder if they're gonna pick up Diggy.
Pick up the Diggy instead of letting them pick it up to counter you.
Yeah.
And it's also a solid, I mean, it's not a horrible pick, especially since when you have the tank jungler like that. Like earlier when we saw a lot of Diggies, we saw like with the Julian and like, you know, you have this squishy full mid, but with the Akai, you technically have a tank, you know, so you're making up in the early game with a bit of a bulkier hero. But we forgot about the Masha.
Yeah, I was waiting for it. I was kind of hoping that Team First Blood were going to get it, but but we're going for Beatrix and. Well, honestly though, the Masha's going to be a side lane, so I mean, it's not going to be. Well, I mean, she does. I feel like she does kind of have. Yeah, still have a little bit of an edge over Luffy there, unless we can kind of collapse on that lane. But I mean. Right now you hardly see the collapse until Turtle comes, because all the focus is basically on that marksman lane to make sure that the Beatrix to make sure that the Claude or whoever they're going to go with does get fed.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. I mean, the Diggy could go mid lane too, but I mean it's iffy, you know. I mean, maybe they're throwing, you know, they're trying to pull a rabbit out of the hat, you know. Hint, meme.
Pull a Diggy out of a hat. Shen will pick up this Lolita now, so he's finally backing off of that Xavier pick, which we've really been seeing him like favor into tonight. I think it's the only thing we've seen Shen play tonight, honestly. So I like to see him picking up something a little bit different. Locking into this Lilia, gonna add a little bit of aggression. So yes, like the Masha looks good, but I feel like TFB have answered back with some solid picks of their own.
Team is banning.
Yeah, and right now it looks like they are kind of focusing on those potential junglers are the Simpsons, and then marksmans for the side of Team First Blood. Because I mean, a lot of the better marksmans have already been taken off the board there. We mentioned it earlier, Irithel and Wan. So, and with picking up Beatrix, it leaves a pretty big gap on the side of the Simpsons there of what they're going to be doing here as we move into the second half of this draft.
Yeah, I feel like the Lilia right now is going to be definitely a good go. Just being able to control a lot of that frontal damage that they have on the side of the Simpsons. Only thing that it could be a bad play into is that, yeah, they got a Diggy, so you know your slows might not be enough to keep the team at bay.
Most definitely. Now with Joy Kid deciding what he's going to pick up here, they still do need a tank on the side, and I think this is like, pick up the Atlas, man. Pick it up. Or pick up the Cho even, but I think the Atlas could be solid. It's a little hard to get in onto the Akai here, but I want to see some big set potential. I guess, I mean, no, you're picking into the Diggy, right? So it's like,
yeah,
you're very limited right now, but still, I don't know, man. It's like, I'm just wondering how they're going to answer that, and Joybot just hasn't been doing great with some of the tanks he's been running the past few games, or I guess the whole team just hasn't been able to work around. Like, I got a feeling with the Franco gone, like, you kind of have to pick a big set. I guess you go like Matilda or something.
Matilda has been banned.
Normally
you go for the Raph.
I was about to say, yep, there it is. I was like, the Raph is a really good pick into it. And as we're seeing TFB actually picking up the Boxia, are they taking some hints from Ackerman?
I was thinking, I mean, if they put something fast with it, it would be what beat them earlier, right?
Yeah.
Well, even then, it kind of if they kind of join in on the Masha trying to invade, I feel like Boxy is a decent counter because of his anti-sustain, his anti-heal that he gets off of his abilities, and then putting down that ultimate, the Tortoise Puissance, so it'll start slowing her down so that she might not be able to get out of these situations like she is earlier. And man, first, that's the first. Yeah, and
I think I would have liked the SDs a little better. But I like the Angela can work, right? It does pair up with the Basha with that dive potential. The only thing is once again, you're giving up your early game a bit. You're kind of not doing a whole lot until level 4. So yeah. And you're also giving up, like, even though she's gonna jump on something, you're giving up some of that front line. You're giving up some of that peel for the Beatrix in the backside.
Yeah, I like it. I want to see what they can possibly do with this. I mean, the biggest thing that TFB has running for them right now is that they do have Beatrix, which could be a tide turner.
They do have the Beatrix, so let's see what goes on in the second game of the Simpsons up against Team First Blood. Simpsons are up 1 game, and if they take this, they'll move forward, and Team First Blood will be out of the playoffs. Will we see this go into a Game 3?
I hope so.
Yeah, that's the real question here, is especially Team First Blood kind of tonight not having a great night, but I do have faith, especially this composition now. I do like this better than their first composition. Shin and Gina do have a decent amount of damage being able to be split off in between them, and Joykid doesn't do he isn't a slouch in the damage department either on that Boxia. So we're gonna see it's definitely a lot more output than I assumed from the last composition.
Yeah, and we do have a Brody here, which we don't see Brody played too often. We don't see Angela played too often. So we're seeing some crazy picks here, and I want to see how they really play out and how you know, the Simpsons can pull these things together, and how, you know, TFB can react to these situations. I mean, we are seeing a decent rotate by the mage here, but we also do have Fallen in this bot lane, possibly going for a back play once he hits level 4 here, Private, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, Andre, they just missed that jump, kid, and those are the mistakes you really can't afford to make. He does move on from it too there, so not really able to make anything happen from the bottom, but only 20 seconds left on this turtle, so we're going to see how well they can kind of capitalize on these objectives.
And I feel like they're gonna have the set for the turtle, and the biggest thing that Angela benefits from here, fall in. He's too thick.
Too thick, but Joy Kid will continue to push into Promise. Luffy's been cutting that lane very hard. Joy Kid and Luffy now have roam over this turtle. Shenny and Joy Bush also coming in to help out. Promise and Fallen standing around the back side of the wall. Fallen does come in, uses the heavy spin. Gonna try to get the steal. Fallen picks it up. Another Lord steal for OSP in game 2. Luffy getting very low. Uses that second steal to get a little bit of shield, but Promise doesn't want to let him go. Gonna try to chase him down, but doesn't have the health bars to dive that tower.
Big pickup on the turtle there too as well. Unfortunately, not looking too good right now for the side of Team First Blood, as they're kind of getting out macroed here in the early game.
Yeah, I think they've been having a little bit of trouble with the laning phase, and we've mentioned this about them in past series, in past the nights, that it's one of their weaknesses, right? That first few minutes, that beginning laning phase. Now blue buff getting stolen by Fallen, and it's just kind of an open field right now for the Simpsons, and they are taking advantage of it.
And it's an open field, but it's still a slow game. Like they're doing the baby step method that they were doing last game. And I think it's just going to come into the mid game where we're going to see a little bit more combat. But as I say that, there's 4 of Simpson down here in this lane. And Angela's actually doing a good, maybe they baited the ult out, but able to keep, Gina alive is a huge feat.
Not only that, but Luffy's been cutting this top lane all the way in. Luffy did take a death to Promise earlier, which is good. But Luffy still has nice roam over the map. Joy Bodge, though, taking a bit of damage. Torn apart memories goes off, picks up the kill. Kid and Shenny just aren't able to come in. Mystic Field comes out, gets a stun, immobilized on a Kid. And they're going to be able to disengage from that, so another kill into the hands of the Simpsons.
Yeah, and 2-0 right now for the Simpsons, so they're having a good early game. And you had said it right already. The laning phase seems to be a struggle for Team First Blood right now. And then, it becomes too much as we move on into the late game as well. Next turtle is going to go ahead and be started by Fallen.
And Promise is locking in on Joy Kid here. Going to be able to possibly zone him out. Fallen also here does have the heavy spin ready to go at any time. Heart Guard does come on to Joy Kid here, but the heavy spin's going to be able to keep him away. Fallen takes another turtle. That's turtle 2 at 4.5 minutes in.
That's absolutely crazy.
I absolutely I love the heavy spin. He's holding out. He's really not looking for ganks. He's waiting and holding out on this heavy spin for the turtle, trying to get that early game and trying to keep the pressure on so that as they move into the mid and late game, they're going to be able to crush.
Yeah,
but another torn apart. Ooh. Very low there, G.
Yeah, and I feel like when they make it into the late game, the problem we're going to have here is the Masha. I feel like the Masha is just going to be able to get in that back line and put pressure on Gina. So it could go either way, but they're definitely going to have to get the situation control on, the Lords, the Turtles. They have to find some type of chemistry to be able to get that, and without that, Promises in deep.
Yeah, but he should be able to get away from this. Dawning Light does come in. He tries to engage. Maybe not. Getting brought down very low. Tortoise Poussin's able to get the finish. Promise goes down. The first kill on the board for Team First Blood.
Yeah, and unfortunately having a little bit of trouble. We do see that Cold World goes down there. But before that, he is over 1K over Gina right now, even though Gina did have a pretty decent amount of a duo lane there. So, they were having the same problem in the first series as well.
Ooh, Damien goes down. Luffy gets the kill. TFB starting to answer back at the 6-minute mark. Take that mid tower, which is going to help Kid be a bit more aggressive as he roams around the map.
And I think that probably attributes to, let's see what our items we're looking at here. Via picking up the Blade of Despair already, so the damage is definitely coming out on her. We're not seeing really too many healing items yet on the Angela, so we're not seeing too much there. Molten Core on Joy Kid, so the Romans there. Lilia's probably going to be doing some huge damage here upcoming as well, so the mid game's looking good for TFB here.
Yeah, with Turtle getting low,
There
can
we
Fallen take
go.
another one? No, this time Joy Kid gets the Turtle finally. Now they're chasing down Fallen. Fallen being chased by 3 members. Maybe able to walk away from this. The Mystic Light is able to sum them up, and Cold World off cam taken out. Damien will be next. Team First Blood popping off in the mid game.
Yeah, be very patient. Yeah, very patient. Oh, Fallon takes a lot of damage there from that sniper shot from Gina there. He's gonna have to disengage. But they're being very patient here in the early game. Like I said, like the laning phase, not super strong with them. They're starting very slowly to start creeping back, doing basically what the Simpsons did to them in the last game.
Definitely, and it's still coming down to, you know, what I was saying early on, that I feel like it's going to be coming into this mid game, and I'm liking what TFB is doing right now. They put a lot of pressure onto that Turtle, but then
Oh, Andre goes down in the mid side. Luffy's starting to pick some things up on the map, takes a bit of damage. Gonna be able to walk away though safely, as Gina also continues to hammer in on this bottom lane. TFB now starting to take some objectives for themselves, and though it looked like they were falling behind in those early minutes, they've now found their moment, and it looks like the Simpsons were never in the lead at all.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it, but now it doesn't, because we're looking at the graph here. The Simpsons were in a good lead, but I think, again, it came down to Team First Blood actually being able to secure a turtle, be able to secure some of those little objectives, and now Angela is going to be playing a big part into it. And, I mean, we're seeing no anti-heal on the side of OSP here.
OSP is going to back off here. Kid now starting to take some buffs of his own, starting to invade himself. Taking that mid tower, I think, was huge for the side of TFB Private.
Yeah, and honestly, right now, they've closed the gap, at least the Marksmans have. They've taken a lead here right now into the mid game, but the Marksmans, like right now, they have basically shut down Brody to be able to get as much gold as he was trying to. Look at the zoning right now as they take this Lord. Esmeralda effectively zoning out 3 members.
Yeah, and then watch Gina, wait for Gina, sitting in this bush, has the shotgun. Ready to go, being very patient, letting her team make the play. She's going to move up to the top of there. Cold World sitting in the middle, takes some shotgun faces. Won't be able to get out of this. And in the flicker, Gina does secure it. Cold World goes down. Back in the bot side, Luffy continuing to zone as Joy Kid works away, chips away at this Lord, bringing it down to about 50%. The side of the Simpsons, I don't think even want to try to take this anymore.
I don't know if they can. They just don't have enough damage.
Nope. They were going to try there. The conceal play didn't come, but they were like, oh, it's gone. Luffy's shield is about half the health bar at this point. I mean, at this point, the side of TFB have scaled pretty well. Though they took those 3 deaths, it was only 3 deaths. And it was like 3-0 for a second there, but that's it. And even though Gina fell behind, she's now gotten to a great point where she can do some great burst damage, take away these objectives, and Luffy can just hold the front line while she's doing it.
Yeah, and oddly enough, that we got you got to contribute this to a little bit of Joy Baj on the Angela, tied in with Shinny on the Lilia with 4 assists, you know, and then Lufree just, you know, just doing really good as the Esmeralda, being extra thick. And now they're going to be pushing into the inhibitors.
Yeah, the Lord is coming. It is not enhanced, so it isn't going to get the crash, but it will come in. Gina taking the mid tower. Lord does connect. A nice heavy spin on Joy Kid. Gets the pick. Joy Kid will go down. No, Fallen gets the pick. Joy Kid will go down. Luffy now trying to do something here. Has the Heart Guard on him, so he had a little bit of sustainability. He gets pulled back after trying to use the Falling Star Moon. Maybe a good thing at that.
Yeah, that reverse time latched on him before he could get off with the Falling Star Moon, and he came right back. Yeah, basically, because as soon as I saw that coming down, I'm like, oh, what's your plan, buddy? And then he kind of, I almost thought he did that on purpose, but no, definitely Damien there, able to kind of protect his team a bit there. A good read by him going in there. So they were able, they're down 2 inhibitors now, and this game is looking much better than the first for the side of Team First Blood. And like I said, I mean, the gold difference now, Beatrix now 1K over Brody, and you can start seeing it in the items, picking up Hunter Strike now, so she's going to be able to maneuver back and forth. And right now, I don't feel like Masha has had the intensity in this composition that we are known and that people have come to fear from her. On these marksmen, maybe not able to find the angles to get back into at Gina.
And I think it also is on the side of the Simpsons where you can look at Xavier. Xavier's builds a little interesting, not going for a Clock of Destiny, instead, you know, getting an enchanted talisman, and you know, there's too many things there that I felt like, you know, he doesn't have magic worship, so he's not trying to build items. I feel like maybe he's going for more of the burst Xavier, but the way that TFB's snowballing, Xavier just can't get to that spot that they need him to be.
So now that the Simpsons have fallen behind a little bit, it's a 7K gold lead for the side of Team First Blood. You know, and I, honestly, Team First Blood seems like they have a little bit of the better late game, especially with the Beatrix. We've seen the possibilities coming from Gina on this Beatrix, even to the extent of backdoors and just bursting down towers, things like that. Is there much of an answer? I don't think Cole World on this Brody is going to scale to the level of Beatrix. Now, like you said, Andre will go real bursty here, but as we've seen in some past games, all you need to deal with the Xavier is lock in a couple of Athena Shields private.
Yeah, and we've seen that from a lot of teams here, and that's why it's been such a marksman-centric compositions that we've seen, is because we've seen it. I think last week was Ackerman building, not the Athena Shield, they were building, what do you call it, armor? Starts with an R. Yeah, Radiant armors for the Sicilian. They essentially shutting negating all of his damage there. So like we're essentially and right now, while we are looking at Athena's shield for the side of TFB, I mean, Cold World's been shut down too right now, not via defensive items, but just right now kind of losing out on farm and not able to find those openings for his damage.
Yeah, and just so I just don't know if the damage is ever really gonna get there. Cold World was dishing out some decent damage, but you know, there's a reason why the Brody hasn't become as popular. I feel like he really just needs to be ahead, and if he can be super ahead, he can just, like, you know, continue to wipe people. But as long as the playing field is close to even or he's behind, he's almost useless, kind of. So Lord now getting chipped away. Kid coming around the side. TFB just playing it safe, not doing anything too crazy. Promise he's holding it out in this bush. Fall in, does get the pin. Luffy will go down. Cold World picking up that kill, up by the Lord. Promise does finally try to come in. Doesn't get the steal. Joy Kid does pick up that Lord, and TFB is going to back off. So they lose one member, but they get the Lord, and Luffy will be back on the map in time to push this in.
Yeah, not exactly an uncalculated risk for them to send Luffy out there to go ahead and zone them out, but they were able to pick up a Luminous Lord at that too. So I don't think that there's going to be much left of this top tower. So they're going to at least be looking at their first inhibitor tower here as this Lord is coming down. It's just they're playing a great game here as they were able to shut down the lanes. We were talking about their lane phase being a little bit weak, but as we moved into the 6-minute mark, it almost like felt like the gold stopped for the side of the Simpsons.
Yeah, does feel like that. And now with this Lord, as it is enhanced, they may be able to get the crash, break through this inhibitor. Shouldn't be a problem. Inhibitor goes down. We do see the Hearth Guard hovering over Luffy here. Gonna probably try to lock that in here in a second. Promise, though, trying to come into the backside. A little bit of a dawning light, taking a little bit of health, nothing too major. Fallen, trying to get the pin. The Lord does finally go down, and Simpsons live to last another day.
They're holding out very well, and you know, like I feel like that's what they have to do here. And from the side of TFB, they just need to freeze a little bit. Don't allow the lanes to come in. Keep that snowball that you've got, and do something with it, you know, and catch someone that's out and about. Like Xavier's alone in the bottom lane, but you got a decent amount of presence in the mid lane. Oh my god, what a snipe.
That snipe shot is definitely doing a lot of damage. Luffy now trying to capitalize on that moment with the falling Star Moon. Kid also here. They're going to clear this wave. They don't want to freeze. They want to end this fast. Another wave coming down the mid. Gina will continue to poke.
Ooh. Oh my.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Dawning Light also doing some nice damage. Andre says, I got a sniper of my own, Beatrix.
Ooh,
I like that they have... Yeah, I like that they have frozen the lanes. As we look at the items here, I mean, we do, even now, we see that Beatrix, Gina, has already picked up the Wind of Nature, so there's really going to be not too much that's going to be able to stop her from being able to launch off that damage, and not too much on the side to be able to stop her. Andre, it has picked up the Genius Wand. I see that he does have the Arcane Boot, so he does have a little bit of Pierce there. It's just, I feel like, especially with the Genius Wand, you're going to be needing to combo your attacks. And as we've seen, Simpsons have not been able to last through the team fights. They're always kind of on their back foot, retreating or trying to disengage, and that's not really where an Xavier shines.
And I mean, look at the Diggy's gold. Like Diggy's only got like 7,000 gold. I mean, that's pretty low compared to the 1,000 gold lead by an Angela on TFB. So the tanks are a little bit different here. Ooh.
Humble Luffy may get picked off here. Heartguard does lock in time. Promise, though, catches her off guard, comes out of the bush. Luffy, though, still up. Reverse time journey does come in. TFB now starting to back off a little bit, but they've lost some of those utilities, and Fallen wants to try to capitalize on this moment. He's going to start working on this Lord, but TFB knows he's gone. Promise in the backside. Dawning Light comes in, but still not enough. Fallen now here, trying to stop Luffy, save the team, but Promise will still go down. Torn Apart Memories goes off and cannot get the kill onto Luffy. Now the Simpsons down one member, and Lord may go over to the side of TFB here.
Does TFB get it? I mean, it's gonna come down to a lot of TFB did recall, but they're being very skittish with the Lord take here, Private.
Yeah, I expected them to go ahead and get the Lord earlier, but now we see the engagement. They're focusing on the team fights.
Does come down. Heartguard on the Luffy once again. Fallen now, caught in between Gina, uses the heavy spin. Don't know if it's going to be enough. Gina decides not to even go for it. We're going to lock on to this Lord. Gina takes it, and Luffy goes down. So once again, it's a one death for the Lord trade for TFB.
I like how they decided to not like, you know, run away from that Lord. I think it was the first or second Lord I seen them, they baited the Lord and then ran away from it completely, and it reset. So, and then they didn't get anything out of it. So
well, I feel like it's not really, it wasn't, I don't think that was a bait. I feel like there was a decision made in between there to go ahead and turn on the side of the Simpsons, to turn on them and try to put some damage on them, to get the zone out, to get a kill, to get something that would make it a little better, because they were all there. And once they got those kills, they went ahead and ran right back to the Lord to make it happen there. So, I mean, a great decision making by them, great patience to go ahead and wait for that.
Yeah, the Lord maybe made quick work of Cold World, trying to focus in on it. The mid wave has been cleared, but it's continuing. Another one is here. Gina bringing out the shotgun, sitting in the backside, switches over to the sniper. Fallen will continue to work on that wave. The middle inhibitor does finally go down. Damien shot out of the sky. Gina trying to come in and clean it up. The immortality saves his life, but while all this is happening, the Lord continues to get chipped away. The Lord goes down and Simpsons survive.
Yeah, well, we do have a concealed. They are chasing after Luffy. They do think twice about it, but 2 inhibitors are down. There's only 1 more left for the side of the Simpsons, and they need to be able to figure out a way to put on this damage, because right now, Brody is not cutting it. He's not able to break through, not able to find his spacing and his distancing from some of these fights. So it's not actually being able to kind of break through that wall in the same way that Gina is.
You know, I think TFB knows what they're doing. Like, I think they just know, like, you can't really beat us in a 5v5. You're not going to be able to take any towers. And we can do this until this final Lord. We're going to use each Lord slowly, not act crazy. Take away 1 inhibitor, take away 2 inhibitors, and then with the next one, just try to end it. And they've just done this very slowly, meticulously, and it's coming through. I mean, of course, it's been a slower game, but it has been just like chess for them, just piece by piece by piece until we can try to finish it.
Yeah, and I don't know if they want to. I mean, that's what they're doing, and they kind of went slow in the first game, and they got kind of turned around on their feet. And I feel like at some point they just need to get a little bit faster with it, because that's, you know, the Simpsons are going to start scaling once they have a lot of their items here. Again, I think it'd definitely come down to, like what Private said, it'd be the positioning of Cold World, getting into that area that he needs to be to get an ultimate off, or get a control. But again, I don't even see the Masha harassing the back line as much as I would like.
Yeah, he hasn't been able to get onto Gina at all, or Shenny, honestly. We haven't seen a whole lot from Masha, except for like the first few minutes when he got the kill onto Luffy. Now, Shenny is forced to be back at base defending this. Lord is now up. Cold World taking a little bit of damage, but Luffy comes around. This is the sandwich. Time Journey does come out. They're trying to get away, but Fallen gets the spin. Dawning Light comes in. Cold World goes down to Gina, but Joy Kid has the immortality. Fallen's immortality pops next. Gina trying to survive. Fend off Promise, but Promise is hungry, able to get the shutdown. Now, Promise finally showing off. We were just counting him down, but he wants to prove himself. Suppression comes in, down to 1 bar, half a bar. Don't think you can take 3. Promise will go down.
How many Guardian helmets is that?
3.
Not enough. Not enough. He should have had 3. Oh, Luffy comes in with Fallen Star Moon, takes out Andre. Damien, now the last man standing. A wave coming down the top. This should be it for TFB. 3 members up against a Diggy, base down to half, and TFB take game 2.
Yeah, a very methodical and patient game by them. Maybe not as flashy, and not even with some of the team fights. And unfortunately, it did seem like a lot of the characters were not utilized on the side of the Simpsons. Whether it was Brody being able to get close, he wasn't able to. He had to kind of step back from a lot of these fights. Andre on the Xavier was having problems because he wasn't even in a lot of these fights. He was the one that was kind of clearing a lot of these lanes, and I kind of question why Simpsons would kind of go in. I think that they kind of understood that he could throw out a Dawning Light to kind of help out, but in a lot of these team fights, you want those other abilities, the CC from Xavier, and then as Aiko and you guys have been mentioning, Masha not able to find the angle to get to the back line, and it's probably because of the spacing. The Simpsons were very spread out in a lot of these engagements, and the death ball of Team First Blood just really kind of pressing forward. They clamor around the objectives, and as soon as they saw the Simpsons come in, they charged forward, ignored, and that's what I love to see. The entire team ignore the Lord and charge in and start getting the kills there.
Yeah, it was just a slow and deadly suffocation. You know, they just slowly squeezed the life out of the Simpsons. And what was like, the thing about that is that it just felt like the whole time there was, once TFB got on that, once they grabbed their prey, it just didn't feel like there was anything the Simpsons could do. I feel like even if that game stretched on a bit longer, TFB was just going to continue to hammer in, and not even hammer in, but just slowly constrict constrict, and it was just, you know, it was a clean pick, and we had, you know, you don't see many games like that. It's normally, especially over here in NA, it's normally a lot more flashy. It's let's just try to end this, da 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 da. But that's one thing I've liked about TFB is they bring over that style of what you see over in the Philippines sometimes, the more slow pick by pick by pick plays, and I think they just need to perfect it, you know, because sometimes it doesn't work for them. I think sometimes they're too slow in those laning phases, things like that. So let's see how this goes. Simpsons did take game 1. TFB comes back with game 2. Best of 3. This is it for the night, guys.
Yeah, it's for me right now. They were able to capitalize without going for a set on their side. They just had an Angela who was able to kind of push through and assist with the zoning from the Esmeralda, assist with those engagements of them kind of charging and breaking through the line of the Simpsons here. A little bit of a shaky early game, but it was like, I want to say that was like the first 3 minutes, and then the rest of that was all team first blood, and then just that constricting, that snake-like constricting of them, basically just starving out the Simpsons very slowly, very methodically, and then getting these objectives until there was just nothing left for the Simpsons to do. So I'm very excited to see how they answer in this last and final match of the night.
I was actually super surprised that they just banned Balmon, because the Simpsons decided to go for first pick again. And I would have suspect, since they won first game utilizing the Balmon, that they might attempt to try to, you know, do the same thing. If it's not broken, don't fix it, right?
Don't play with my heart.
Don't play with my heart.
My achy breaky heart.
They go for the Esmeralda up front. Once again, they're going to give this Beatrix over to the side of TFB. Now, Gino wasn't like super crazy with it, but again, nobody was super crazy on TFB. It was just a slow burn, and if they can keep that up again, they could definitely help seal this.
Well, it's going to depend on what they have and how they're going to execute it here. The Esmeralda, I feel like that is kind of a good pickup for the Simpsons, because I feel like a lot of these objectives, a lot of the problems were presented by the Esmeralda, being able to kind of push the entire team back during these objectives, tank a bunch of damage, tank a lot of abilities, so that by the time they were able to even get Esmeralda low, by the time they were even actually able to get a kill, the rest of Team First Blood, it was easy pickings for them to go in there. So it's going to be interesting to see what their plan is here, because they're not going to be able to run the same kind of zoning outs, because
they should pick Atlas right now.
They should pick, yes, do it. Pick the Atlas, ban the Diggy, you're good to go.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you got to look at the side of the Simpsons. We're looking at a huge frontal line.
Oh, yeah, it's true. And it would, I mean,
it would play right into your hand.
Oh, but the Masha is open.
Yeah, hopefully it gets a little bit more utilized here than the last game. They'll be able to find an angle, a flank or something there, because the problem is like last game Masha was basically just running front row, like coming at you, and they were able to really kind of they were able to deal with that and to manage that, instead of a team fight happening for the Simpsons and then Masha coming from an unknown angle onto the squishies. When you see Masha coming, she's not as lethal. It's just that surprise when a fight is already going on and she's landed on your squishy with 3 bars of health. Then you're like, crap, what do we do? And so we're going to see how well this kind of goes into it. The Atlas pick, I'm not too sure about Atlas with a Kai, just because I feel they both work against each other.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's definitely a good point. And the Atlas, like, he brings them all in, and Akai just comes in and ruins it, pushes everybody around. Hey guys, you know.
That's when you hit him with a double hit. You know, you Atlas ult him, you pull him in, you beat him up, and then you spin him and put him on a wall.
Yeah, I mean, there's some possibilities, but it's not something just simple and easy to pull off, right? Now, following on the Paquito, we have seen I'm not the biggest Paquito jungler right now. I think he did have his time, but we have seen some players pull him off. Mobazane earlier played a really good jungle Paquito. We saw best player on day 1 in the playoffs play a really good jungle Paquito. So I mean, we've seen it happen. I think he has had that recent damage buff, so he's able to pack a bit more of a punch in that once he hits that level 4, as me and Private were saying. Now the side of TFB starting to really lean into some late game damage here.
They better not do an Angela. maybe
Switching things up.
We set metas in the NASL. I'm sorry, guys.
Angela's a solid pick. I mean, it's just not as commonly used, but like it goes through its waves. Like she's always kind of like gone through her waves where teams will play her for a while and then you won't see her, and then teams will play her for a while and then you won't see her.
What's
Huh?
I don't know.
No marksman.
I don't know what
on the side of the
GG
Simpsons.
easy?
Maybe to counter this Masha pick so that she does not have a target when we go into these team fights. I don't know who the yeah, this is gonna be pretty interesting to see. The one thing though is that the Angela is gonna be able to pick up anti-heal to kind of counter Luffy here. We're going to see how this goes. So this does mean that Joy Baja is going to be roaming as the Masha. So we are going to have that early game aggression from them to be able to charge in, to be able to invade. It's out there. This is what I said before. This is what Ackerman did. They went outside the box of normal picks that we see, and it really kind
Not
of
this outside the box. Not this outside the box.
Yeah, like, yo, you need a marksman.
You just took us back a year and a half is what you did here before the gold lane was a thing. You took us back to the double fighter side lanes. And I feel like Gina should be able to, I mean, yes, the Paquito. No, Paquito's going to go into the bottom lane. I think the Paquito would have been better against the Beatrix. Because you can close that distance a bit faster and you have that burst damage to maybe get the ambush or something and just take out Gina and like a quick combo.
I thought, maybe we were gonna see no, I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I thought the Paquito was gonna roam, like maybe do a little off center thing, throw Angela in the side lane, do some weirdness. But
Fallen Rome or something like that.
But they didn't do it.
Well, we are now into the final series of tonight. No questions about it. This is the Simpsons going up against Team First Blood. Game 3 of a best of 3.
I just love how Joy Baja's Masha runs from the enemy jungle back through mid, not even wincing at the damage that they're throwing at her.
I feel like that's what you can do as a Masha though, so it's pretty nice. And we're just Joybot's giving real good vision on keeping track of where Fallen's at. I like how he's playing Masha this compared to how Simpsons was. So let's see if he can get those correct angles and get into the back lines unlike we were seeing last game.
He just needs to be a nuisance. He just needs to be an annoyance, and like right there in the middle of 3 people, get stunned and everything, and they can't take him down. It's why the Masha does well as the roam. He can just get vision, figure out where everyone is, and never really has a worry. Joy Kid though will get stunned up here. Fallen gonna come in, use that heavy spin as a disengage, goes right into Andre here, gets a bit of a push, but back to the mid side.
Yeah, but he just expended that heavy spins, which means he's not going to have it for his turtle. He's not going to have a disengage here for his team.
Yeah, this is true. He's not going to have anything to push the Simpsons away from this buff. We already know Fallen is pretty good with these retries. Humble Luffy, though, coming around the side. Joy Baj trying to put in a bit of pressure. Promise takes out Joy Kid. Fallen, though, gets that turtle. So it's a turtle and a kill for the side of the Simpsons here, and the Simpsons back off.
Yeah. I think this it kind of seems like it's more of a objective base here, but what I really want to see is maybe turn this into a gold game instead of going for so much on objectives. Like we know Gina can get it done. Why fight over something if you might not be able to get it this time around? Like focus on a little bit of something else. Stop going into the straight up meta where you have to constantly go for a turtle. Give up a turtle for something else sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as that heavy spin would have come out, I would have immediately made the decision to go for something else. You didn't have the health, you didn't have your ult. There was no way you were going to be winning that exchange between them. between the Simpsons there.
You do have to make those calls sometimes. Like you said, you're out of your utility. Go somewhere else and make the play. Promise, though, coming in onto Luffy. Luffy pretty low on health, but the slowdown comes from Joybaj and is able to stop that now. Kid and Shenny are here. Promise. Oh, gets hit by the heavy spin. Push back towards tower. Luckily, Heartguard comes on, but it may not be enough because he's under the tower. Big damage. Bath able to lock on, and Promise goes down. Fallen, though, coming on to Kid. Gets dashed. Not able to connect and get the finish. So TFB come out on top in that trade.
What I saw there is Fallen tried to come in, wanted to go for Shen on that Sicilian, but Sicilian, right at the moment he was going to go ahead and charge with that Shadow Assault, got out of range, so accidentally Karina latched onto Joybaj, and it was definitely not going to be taking Joybaj down with a Shadow Assault, and that opened it up for the rest of the team to kind of get that kill there.
Yeah, and they're gonna be setting up for the turtle this come around. I wonder, you know, like, you can definitely tell they picked up the Sicilian to possibly go into the late game. Ooh.
Yeah, Kid taking a bit of damage. Once again, zoned away from that turtle, but Luffy is here to help out. Gonna use that Cotter Inferno. Damien has to back off. Now he's in the middle of Andre and Fallen. Kid still getting pushed out by Promise. Promise trying to re-engage. Maybe get the pick, but Joybaj is here to help zone away. Now that Luffy has dropped down, Heartguard comes on a Fallen, and Luffy is pushed back. Simpsons once again take claim over the turtle pit. Oh, wait. Oh, that was close.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. As soon as Joy Kid had to expend and took too much damage, immediately did not want to go for the turtle, went for his buff instead there. And I mean, they didn't really actually pay for it either, because at the top, they're actually pushing more damage onto this tower.
Yeah, and I think Simpsons know that they need to make something happen quick because of the Sicilian, because of Gina on this Beatrix. TFB, though, trying to catch Cold World. Off kilter right here. Cold World doing a bit of damage on a Kid. Kid may need to back off away because the rest of the team is here. Simpsons will put enough pressure to take this red buff. Sherry going to try to maybe take it. Not quite able to. Fallen secures it, and now he's going to move down into this mid.
Yeah, I mean, from the side of Team First Blood, I mean, we're looking at that they're kind of just missing out on some of those key plays. They are going for Gina, though.
Yeah, Gina very low, but not able to get the finish. Fallen may go down for this. Cold World gonna chase it though. Picks up that kill, and Fallen doesn't go down to Baj, so Simpsons come out on top once again with a 1.5K gold lead.
Back to what I was saying. Go for it, Pride.
Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. Go for it.
No, it's just right now we see with the items right now that I mean, they do have about a 2K gold lead, and we see that Hunter Strike has been picked up by Promise, so he's gonna be able to. He's gonna have the distance closing ability. Already he has that with a Paquito, but with a Hunter Strike, he's gonna be able to do that a lot faster here. It is only a 2-1 game, but I feel like a lot of these fights kind of angling towards the Simpsons here, because I mean, it's a very late game comp. We're really waiting for Shen to get those stacks and those items on that Sicilian.
Yeah, also waiting for Gina, who's taken a death already, right? Andre uses the black shoes, brings it right back into the middle of everyone. They should be able to disengage. Luffy trying to do something with Counter Inferno, but it's just not enough. Fallen takes him down. Joy Kid luckily does get the heavy spin, but the Heart Guard is enough to keep Fallen in the game, and they're going to keep on pushing back even after the take. Joy Kid has no utility. Fallen picks up the kill. A beautiful play from the side of the Simpsons there. They are on a roll right now.
Yeah, able to use that Shadow Assault to dive into the tower, capture the kill onto Joy Kid, and then reuse the Shadow Assault to dive right back out of the tower. Beautiful play by Fallen there, and then opens up this next turtle for them.
Yeah. And I you know, for the side of the Simpsons, they needed some of that, and we're already starting to see a little bit of a snowball effect, because there's about 4K gold difference right now. So I want to see what they could possibly get done here. I mean, we're looking at Fallen doing excellent on this Karina, absolutely putting a lot of damage. But the biggest thing I do want to point out from the side of the Simpsons, they have 4 people that are 4 heroes that are all magic damage. I feel like if I was on the side of TFB, I would be building a decent amount of damage we're seeing already only Joy Kid picking up magic defense boots, and there's not really anybody building towards anti-magic. Interesting.
Yeah, I think at this point it's just a rough spot for TFB. They do need some defense, but it's like even if you go magic, Promise is just bursting down right now as well. Same with Fallen. Cold World finally does go down, so TFB pick up something here. Now this is a spot where TFB came back or really started rolling in game 2. We've seen them kind of thrive here. Luffy though will go down, and at this point they may be a little too far behind to actually make a difference like they have in previous games.
Well, they don't have the Esmeralda that's able to zone out a lot of these fights. Nothing's really stopping Fallen from trying to charge into these fights. There's no disengage for some of these. Even being able to dive under a tower after Joy Kid here. So, I mean, like I said, we're really banking on this late game, but really, what is going to be Beatrix's target once we come into that? There's way tankier people here than last time. And if he goes for Fallen, Fallen has the ability on that Kareem to be able to negate a lot of auto attacks and be able to get away. So I mean, I want to say like maybe kind of got outsmarted in the draft here with this no marksman.
Oh, Joy Kid though with the heavy spin. Damien goes down. TFB pick up another kill here. So now we're starting to even it up just a little bit. Still a bit of a gold lead to the side of Simpsons here. Lord now finally on the field. And if we know Simpsons well at all, we know they're going to try to zone this out and take it with ease.
We'll definitely see. I mean, Kai, pretty much all of their team are going to probably be coming in here. And if Joy Kid can definitely hit it, he can zone them out, take control of them. Joy Baj going into the back.
Oh yeah, wants to try to zone them away. The thing is Joy Kid does not have the heavy spin right now, right? So I think they want to bide a little bit more time. Fallen, you're gonna come in onto this Lord. Joy Kid's knowing he can't do anything major, and Damien up on the side. Jaina will go down as Lord goes to the side of the Simpsons. Promise now trying to also just push in a bit here. No, Promise is down. Cold World trying to push in a bit here. Joy Baj, Joy Kid, Luffy in the mid lane with Lord to the side of the Simpsons now. TFB, oh, Luffy goes down as well. I don't know, man. TFB is just slowly getting pushed more and more back. It's looking similar to what we saw in game 2, TFB against the Simpsons.
Well, honestly, I feel like it's more like game 1, where we saw that Cold World Esmeralda being able to zone out Gina all the way into the back line and even pick up a kill there while objectives were going on, and essentially shutting down their only source of damage at this point because Shen has not come online yet. So, I mean, all they had to do, it wasn't, actually, it was Iruthel that they were shutting down in the first game. So, I mean, maybe something should have been done about this Esmeralda. They need to find a different angle where Cold World isn't able to dive so deep onto their line.
Yeah, and Fallen right now 3-0-1. And then we were wondering about the Angelo pick, that Heart Guard on top of Fallen, or really any of them at this point. Like even with the Cold World on the Esmeralda, able to get those picks, like you said, in the back line, just any one of them thrives so much from that, and they're just able to bide so much time for their team and even get into that back line onto Gina. Joy Kid now with the heavy spin onto Andre. Andre does get picked, but Fallen's here with big burst damage. Andre luckily does go down. The Heart Guard comes onto Promise. Promise getting brought very low. Damien escapes with his life, but Promise does go down. 2 members down on the side of OSP. TFB picking up the pace.
Yeah, and it might just be a little bit too late for, that type of situation because the Simpsons can stool, definitely recover, but this is giving us a little bit of hope that, this is when they shine. And they're getting into this late game. We're going to see a lot go down, but...
Yeah, Luffy brought down very low. Cold World is here to help out. TFB wanted to try to take that mid lane tower, but Cold World and Fallen got here just a little too fast. But you're right, Simpsons need to try to clean things up quickly because the clock is ticking, and TFB are only going to grow with that.
Ooh. Yeah, Shen starting to come online a little bit here now. Does have the items, is looking a little bit more into a utility build, does have that slow of that Ice Queen wand right now. So we're still looking for those stacks. I mean, not exactly cleaning people's clocks yet. So at least right now, we're looking at 2 targets. It's not just going to be all on Gina during these team fights. You're going to have Shen with the Sanguine Claws and the damage that he can put out to help along with these objectives.
Cold World sitting in the middle of several members. A little bit of a brawl happening here. Lord is back on the map. I think TFB needs to be picky about how they use their skills right now. It's been how they've lost a few objectives. Joy Kid either uses the heavy spin too early in a fight right before the Lord takes. The Simpsons, I think, know that. So both teams just trying to bait out these abilities. The Heart Guard does come out. Cold World in the midst, gets pinned to the wall though. Gina with the shotgun, gonna be able to burst down Cold World. Cold World goes down. Gina gets the kill. Promise takes out Gina though, so it's a 1-for-1 currently. Damien bites the bullet along with Joy Kid. Members are falling, dancing around. Joy Baj able to to take out Andre though. Back and forth. Fallen takes Joy Baj 1-4-4. Make that a full sweep. Fallen and take the pick. 5 men down. This Lord will go to the side of the Simpsons.
Almost a bait there as we get the heavy spin onto Cold World with Damien there. It drew in Gina to come in with that shotgun blast, but as soon as he came in range of that shotgun blast, there came Promise on that Paquito to lay Gina out, and a few more team members there too. Just a beautiful engagement by the side of the Simpsons there.
And that's where, the Paquito, I feel like every time we've seen the Paquito, we've seen the Beatrix on the opposite side of the field. And it's been one thing he's been good at, right? Like he can just close that distance so fast that you're not able to get that shotgun burst off. You're not able to do that burst damage because Paquito just closes that slight gap, which is about the distance of that shotgun, right? And he's able to just like one-shot you, knock you in the air, take you out. So he does have that a little bit of ability to kind of be a nuisance to them. Now, though, with Lord coming in, does get the crash onto the bottom inhibitor. Shenny and Gina just trying to close the distance. Cold World zoning the back, though. This is going to open up a little bit of space. Gina goes down. Shenny along with it. This could be bad for TFB. All members of OSP still stand. Lord still on the field. Promise takes down the middle inhibitor. Minions at the base. Kid is next. Luffy on the chopping block. Taken out. Fallen with the godlike kill. Joy Baj runs off. And the OSPs going to the semifinals. Or no, the quarterfinals of the lower bracket. Lower bracket.
GG to the Simpsons there. A very good game played by them. I feel like they really capitalized on this Esmeralda and basically taking a book out of Team First Blood of how they beat them. Using this Esmeralda with the Angela to be able to dive into that back line, to be able to, not just zoning, because the difference between Team First Blood and the Simpsons is when Team First Blood did it, they were able to zone out most of the team with Esmeralda. When the Simpsons did it, Team First Blood are better when it comes to getting zoned out. However, when they split up to resist being zoned out, it allows the Esmeralda to focus down, and it leaves Gina kind of wide open there to get picked off. And when that's your only source of damage in the mid game, it's very hard to kind of come back from that.
Yeah, GG's TFB. Simpsons come out with the win. And it was an amazing series though. We went best of 3, back and forth. Both teams put up a wonderful fight, but that pick from Fallen on the Karina, the man was godly, definitely dominated, was able to dance around, do the damage that he needs to, and really help. Fallen, I feel like through all 3 of those series, from all the objective steals in the first game, second game, even though they kind of got rolled on towards the end, he still got some decent steals in here and there for the Turtles. I just feel like Fallen was definitely on fire tonight and ready to play.
Yeah, definitely, especially that Karina, I believe it was like a 7-0 that last game, really capitalizing on it. It's almost kind of surprising with how much we have not seen Karina's and how much she's kind of been disappeared this entire weekend. This entire weekend. It's only Friday. I'm kind of way too far deep into it.
Yeah,
but
we just started.
Karina, Karina, Xavier, big pickups this for today that we haven't seen in a while, and definitely not this dominance. Especially for that Karina, when it was Zane earlier during the second series, or this last series, how we saw Fallen just capitalizing with that.
But that will be it, guys. We've had a long night tonight. I know we're all ready to get some sleep, move forward, rest up for tomorrow, because we have a lot of big games as well coming tomorrow. I know I've been seeing in the chat, everybody's ready for the Ackerman Valley game. Definitely excited for that as well. We also are going to have Vec Fantasy going up against Deuce Knights, and the winner of that game going up against the Simpsons. After this, we're down to just 2 more. After tomorrow night, we're down to 2 more games. We have the semifinals in the bottom bracket and the finals coming on Friday night, which will be a big best of 7. If you guys haven't already, make sure you hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, stay tuned. Check out the casters, Private, G's been streaming on YouTube, Facebook, Private streams on exclusively Twitch, right? Exclusively Twitch.
Yes.
And then and yeah, make sure you guys check them out. Check out all the teams. You can type !teams, !casters, and you'll get a link in the chat. So big shout out, guys. Also, one last thing, if you guys enjoyed our first podcast episode that we dropped last week, we will be dropping the second episode directly after this stream, and is already edited, pre-recorded, thumbnail ready to go. It'll be posted. I'm gonna try to redirect you guys, but actually I think I can only redirect you to grand premieres, and we're not premiering it. We're just going to drop it. So if you guys want, check it out after this. We'd appreciate the comments, like, since you're already here. You might as well do it. Help boost the video. Help give us some more exposure. Any last words from you two?
It was definitely a good and a long night. A little sad to see TFB go, but you know,
the jerseys.
So bad.
We wore
For
the
both of you today in your jerseys.
You know,
But
I'm still repping my boys, you know, but there's always next
He's about
time.
to cry.
Exciting games tonight, especially and even more to come, especially tomorrow. So I am excited for this weekend. But yeah, we're going to be tuning it out here, and I hope everybody else has a great Friday night.
Most definitely. We'll see you guys tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow in the next